Hello everyone, my dear followers. It's my pleasure to present a new fanfic to the channel. Welcome to What If Naruto Was Kidnapped at Birth and Raised by OBITO and AKATSUKI. I hope to see your support, likes, and subscriptions so I can continue making this channel we've all built great. Enjoy!
The air of Konoha was filled with smoke and agony, screams of the wounded, and the cries of those who had lost someone during the cruel attack on the village of Konoha were the only things to be heard in the village. Fires burned, houses turned to ash, red splatter and clothing were all that left on the battlefield where the nine-tailed fox had squashed and ravaged. It had happened out of nowhere. It was out of the blue and they had been totally unprepared for such an event. And thus was the most tragic day in Konoha history. But that night would only get worse. Obito Uchiha looked silently at the dead bodies of his old mentor and father figure along with his wife, the two holding hands and smiling even in death. There was a large hole in each of their chests, the Kyuubi's claw had pierced both of them in one swing. They had shielded something. He shook his head. It didn't matter. He had tested himself accurately enough. In just a span of an hour, he had crippled the strongest shinobi village of them all by himself. He not only laid waste to the village by using the Kyuubi he had extracted from Kushina Uzumaki, but he was also responsible for the deaths of their beloved fourth Hokage. He wasn't proud of what he had done, but he was satisfied that he had done it. He was strong enough and would only get stronger. If he could live after fighting the fourth Hokage and emerge the victor, he was satisfied. He turned around and was ready to use his Manjikyu Sharingan to use Kamui and teleport himself out of the village to somewhere safer. No doubt hundreds of Konoha shinobi were rushing to this spot this very second. But he stopped when he heard a cry. It wasn't a cry of agony or sadness, nor a cry of despair or hatred. It was a cry of innocence. He felt his body instinctively turn around, and beyond the bodies of Minato and Kushina, he saw a baby laying on a small pillow, a fresh seal mark on his body. He looked down towards Minato and shook his head. The man loved his village so much he would seal the beast into his own son, dooming him to live a life filled with hate and suffering. No good was going to happen from him staying here. He walked over to the crying child and noted that there were 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. He had a small patch of blonde hair at the top of his head, the same color as Minato's. This baby was now the Jinchuriki of the most powerful to the tailed beasts. He thought for a moment. He needed the Kyuubi in order to fulfill the infinite Tsukimi plan. Things were not going to be ready for quite some time, and he had already gotten the once peace-loving organization known as the AKATSUKI under his thumb. It would take several years before they could begin moving and collecting the Jinchuriki, and no doubt with this boy being the son of Minato Namikaze, he would be a thorn in their side in doing so. He bent down and scooped the child up in his arms. The baby quieted down instantly, dozing off to sleep. Obito was annoyed. That was all it took in order to calm the child down. He walked away from the pillow and was ready to leave when a voice broke the silence. "Please." He recognized that voice. It was Kakashi. "Please don't take him too." His voice was filled with so much worry that Obito bothered to glance back. He saw the pathetic state Kakashi was in, his eye was bloodshot and his Sharingan was covered. The panic in his posture was amusing to the Uchiha. "Kakashi of the Sharingan," he spoke, his voice deeper and sounding eerily similar to a younger version of Madara. "Would you rather I leave this child in this village's care? Surely you know the life he will live will be a cruel one if he remains here." Kakashi faltered for a second. He knew the man behind the mask was right. If Minato's son were to live a life as a Jinchuriki, he would be hated, feared, and worst of all, isolated. He shook his head. He couldn't have doubts. "No," he called out. "I won't let that happen. Just please leave him here, he belongs with us, his family." Obito chuckled darkly. "The only family this boy had is laying on the ground dead just a few feet away from you." He turned to face Kakashi directly. "Be honest, you just want what's inside of him, don't you? You don't care if he is the son of your sensei, you only care about the Kyuubi being a part of the military strength of the village. You shinobi are all the same, all you care about is power." He looked down at the child. "What is his name?" Kakashi was taken aback by the question. What? Obito felt annoyance creeping into his voice. I asked what his name is. I am not his parent, and being the person who guarded Kushina Uzumaki during her pregnancy, I'm sure you were privy to the information concerning the child's name. So allow me to ask one more time. What is his name? Kakashi was silent for a moment. He wouldn't be able to get the baby back. He would be too slow. His name is Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. He whispered. Obito rose an eyebrow under his mask. Uzumaki? Why not his father's surname? Oh well, I'm not one to question the sole remaining student of the fourth Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki it is. He turned around. We will meet again. Wait. Kakashi yelled as he took a step forward. I can't stop you from taking him, and I know you're smart enough to know that hundreds of shinobi are coming here at this very moment. So please, all I ask of you is to take care of him. Obito paused for a moment. Perhaps Kakashi, you are one of the few good people left in this world. To be so selfless as to ask me to take care of little Naruto over here. I will think about your request, but remember this fact and this one alone. He turned around, his Sharingan spinning as he met Kakashi's lone eye. This child is only a weapon, and he is but an investment for the future for me. He will live until I decide the time has come to take the Kyuubi out of his body, just as I did with Kushina Uzumaki. Kakashi's eye rolled back into his head as he collapsed to the ground, a genjutsu having been placed on him to make him fall asleep. Obito turned back around, hearing the shouts of shinobi rapidly approaching him from all sides. He looked down at the baby named Naruto. You will see this place once you're older, I will promise you that now. With that, he disappeared in a swirling vortex. What? Danzo roared at the top of his lungs, his hands slamming against the wooden table. You're saying whoever did this also escaped with the Kyuubi? Hiruzen, who was now acting Hokage, nodded sadly. It is indeed unfortunate. Minato and Kushina were dead when shinobi arrived on the scene, and the child was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he disappeared without a trace. We swept the entire village with both the Sharingan and the Byakugan and found no signs of the child being there. This is unacceptable, Danzo growled out. If the other villages find out we don't have the Kyuubi within our grasp, then they will surely start another war for revenge. Hiruzen's eyes steeled. Then our choice is simple. We do not let them know that we have lost the Kyuubi. A large part of why we are considered the strongest hidden village was not only because we produce quality shinobi, but we also had the Kyuubi, the strongest of all the tailed beasts. We must keep up the illusion that we still have a Jinchuriki. How would that work? Hamura spoke up. He was taken by someone unknown. Maybe it was one of the other villages. If we lie, then they can easily call us out on it. Hiruzen nodded, thinking. The former god of shinobi was in a predicament before he suddenly perked up. Sponsored video. Sponsored by advertising partner. Watch to learn more. Read more. That might no be the case, he said quickly. We found Kakashi unconscious where the ceiling had transpired and he was knocked out. We just need to ask him how that had happened and what he saw. If he saw who the intruder was, then we can easily infiltrate the village who took him and bring him back. I see, Danzo spoke, seeing the sense Hiruzen was making. You're right. We will have to wait for the Hatake to wake up. Shikaku agreed. A member from the Hyuga clan confirmed that Kakashi was placed under a genjutsu that rendered him unconscious. It was also confirmed that it was a genjutsu that could only be placed by the Sharingan. Everyone's eyes shifted to Fugaku Uchiha, who had his eyes closed and his arms crossed. He hadn't said a single thing during this entire ordeal. Are you suggesting that my clan was involved in the kidnapping of my best friend's son? His voice was filled with a restrained anger. Do you not think I am not angry about this? I just lost my best friend and his wife, who was another great friend of mine. On top of that, the village I love has been dealt a catastrophic blow and my friend's son was kidnapped. He opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. If anyone in my clan were to take that boy, I would kill them myself. Danzo hummed suspiciously, but kept his mouth shut. The Uchiha clan were dangerous, but just now he knew that Fugaku was telling the truth. Then we will wait, Hiruzen concluded. Now let's focus on our new financial situation that we find ourselves in. Nagato, possessing the body of his deceased friend, Yahiko, stood on top of the highest building in Amigakure alongside his old friend, Konan. The rain poured down on top of their heads, but neither of the members of the AKATSUKI minded. They had grown used to it. The constant rain was just that, a constant. In their lives, many things were subject to change. They had lost a lot, but the rain was always there to comfort them. And it was a reminder for both of them to keep pushing on. The rain never stopped, so why should they? They were interrupted from their thoughts when a swirling vortex appeared behind them. Pain and Konan turned around, only for both of them to freeze in shock at the sight of the man they knew as Madara Uchiha holding a child in his arms. "What is that?" Pain immediately asked. "A baby," Madara answered, amusement lacing his tone. "I thought the Rinnegan was the most powerful Dojutsu." Pain didn't respond to the jab and just kept staring at the blonde-haired child in the Uchiha's arms. Why was he carrying a baby? That's not your child. Konan trailed off, not even bothering to hide her shock or confusion. Is it? She sounded so unsure that Obito mentally chuckled. He is not, Obito confirmed, using his Madara voice. But he already possesses a power that any shinobi would kill to have. Pain's Rinnegan eyes narrowed as he peered inside the bundle in Obito's arms and his eyes widened. He is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, he said, his stoic voice containing just the slightest hint of surprise. How did you get a hold of him? Obito looked up at the rain, his hood falling off and revealing his orange mask with black flames. The baby began crying as rain began falling on his head, the uncomfortable sensation waking him. Konan immediately formed an umbrella made of paper and Obito took it without question, holding it over baby Naruto whose crying immediately ceased. His eyes were open, revealing a blue color that would make the unclouded sky jealous. Konan immediately looked at Madara, her amber eyes wide. That's the Hokage's son. Obito nodded. How did you get him? There was no way he could have stolen the son of the Hokage without the man fighting, and he had looked relatively unharmed. Not even Nagato could come out of that fight unscathed. After sealing the Kyuubi inside the child, the Hokage and his wife died. It seems that the price of the Reaper Death Seal is the toll of the user's life. He peered down at Naruto. And he left me a gift after I was done with Konoha. What do you plan on doing with him? Pain asked. The tailed beasts are required to bring peace and teach this world pain. Obito nodded. Yes, but in order to do that, we must seal the tailed beasts in numerical order. And we are not prepared nor has the AKATSUKI grown strong enough to do so. We will train and raise the boy to be an agent of the AKATSUKI, and when we are ready, we will seal the Kyuubi that lies within him as well. You want to make him a weapon? Konan exclaimed in disbelief. But he's just an innocent child. Obito chuckled mirthlessly, unnerving the two. Weren't we all at one point? What is one more life tainted with impurity to create peace? Konan bit her tongue. She knew he was right. If they were willing to kill this boy in the future to create peace, they may as well make him useful. It disgusted her to think like that and she wondered how Yahiko would react when she eventually passed on to meet him. She shook her head. This was Yahiko's dream. No matter what she did he would be proud that she had created peace just as he wanted. We will need baby formula, Obito continued. It will be a long time before he is able to take care of himself, so we must take care of him until he is able to walk. Then we will begin training him. Are you sure this is wise? Pain asked, surprising Obito with the question. After a moment, he continued. What if Konoha finds out he is here? Surely they will wage war on us to reclaim their Jinchuriki. They do not know where I live. He opened his eyes. And for the first few years of his life he will remain in my custody. When he is ready I will introduce you two to him, as well as the other future members of the AKATSUKI, and we will begin training him to be a weapon unlike any other. Can you take care of him? Konan asked. I don't doubt your strength or integrity, but are you sure you can take care of a newborn baby? Obito nodded. I need not sleep and my body doesn't tire. I will be using Zetsu to retrieve the supplies that I need. As if summoned, the plant-like creature rose from the metal they stood on. Go get baby formula as well as a crib. He looked down at Naruto. And also get some baby clothes. I can't keep him wrapped up in my cloak the entire time. He turned around. I must be going now. I must raise the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I will be back when relevant information comes to my grasp. With that, he vanished in a swirling vortex. The fate of Naruto Uzumaki will be an interesting one, Zetsu thought as he vanished, not the ground. I wonder how he will turn out. 4 years later, Toby, Naruto spoke, his voice light in tone as he looked up at the man wearing an orange swirled mask and a black cloak with several red clouds littering it. Where are we going? I already told you that where we are going is none of your business, Obito snapped. Ask again and I will leave you in the pit again. Naruto frowned. The pit was a 10-foot deep hole where Obito left him whenever he left or whenever Naruto annoyed him. It was also used for punishment. The longest time he had been put in the pit was 3 days straight without food or water. He remembered crying a lot. The rain atop of their heads stopped as they entered a small room, where a group of 8 people sitting at a large table. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned around, only to see empty air. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth and turned around nervously, unable to stop his shaking. The 8 members that were there were Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Kisame, Juzo, Sasori, Kakuzu, and Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he immediately saw the boy. Is that? He trailed off. This is Naruto, Pain began as he stood up. From this day on we will be training him to become a weapon of the AKATSUKI. You may all discuss what you wish to do with him and how you will teach him, but I expect you all to teach him all of your skills so that one day he will become the ultimate weapon. We're playing sensei. Kakuzu gruffed out. As long as I get paid I don't care what I do. I just didn't expect to be babysitting. I'm not a baby. Naruto shouted as he pointed at Kakuzu. You don't scare me. Orochimaru laughed hysterically at that. Oh, that's golden, this is a brave one, Leader-sama. Quite bold too, Orochimaru commented as he licked his lips. Perhaps I could train him first. I can teach him some ninjutsu as well as build up his pain tolerance a little bit, but not too much. I'll wait till he is older for that. The way he spoke sent chills up Naruto's spine, but he kept his fearless facade up. He didn't want to be weak. He didn't want to disappoint Toby. As long as you do not kill or cripple him, anything is permitted. Pain said, his deep voice speaking with authority. If you do either of those I will take your soul. He is part of our plan on collecting the tailed beasts. Orochimaru grinned. I promise Leader-sama, I won't kill or cripple him. I just think he needs to learn his betters. And like that, life for Naruto Uzumaki turned from one of misery into one of hell. 2 years later, Naruto sat up from his bed, his chest rising up and down repeatedly as he breathed heavily. He felt as if he had the longest dream of his life. He kept breathing hard before his eyes widened as he felt something trickle down his cheek. He slowly raised his hand to his face and felt his cheeks were wet. He quickly stood up from his bed and walked over to his mirror, where he saw 2 tear marks left on either side of his face with a single tear hanging on his chin. He quickly wiped them away. Why was he crying? He looked over to the clock on his nightstand and yawned. Probably morning tears. He stretched before getting dressed. He had training again today. Naruto stood across from Juzo, a former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. He had sharp beady eyes with no eyebrows along with an X-shaped scar on his upper right cheek with a tattoo over his mouth, his teeth being sharpened. In his hand was the executioner's blade, one of the swords the group of the Hidden Mist used. Naruto was panting, sweat trickling down his face as he had his eyes on the ground, trying to focus on the dirt that he was standing on, not wanting to move too much, on the verge of throwing up. He had been training for 6 hours straight with this man in the terms of Kenjutsu, and Juzo was a merciless teacher. He did not pull his punches, kicks, nor swings with the massive sword that he swung with ease like it was just a small stick in the hands of a child. He wielded it with a certain finesse that made Naruto wonder if he would ever get that strong. Come on, Juzo said impatiently. Orochimaru taught you a bit of swordsmanship already, did he not? You should be better than this. Orochimaru had taught the blonde a lot more things than he initially thought he would. According to Orochimaru, the boy was a ninjutsu prodigy. Not only did the boy have gigantic chakra coils that were not only constantly expanding due to the natural progress of training and age, but also due to the fact that the QB sealed within him affected his body just as much. Orochimaru had stated dozens of times at their meetings that if Naruto were to master controlling his chakra, that he could be a monster that would constantly spit out jutsu like they were saliva on the battlefield. The first jutsu he had taught the kidnapped Uzumaki was the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Using this, Naruto could get years of experience within months, and decades within a year. When he had first tried the jutsu, he was able to summon 2 clones, but after Orochimaru urged him to pour my chakra into the jutsu, he had created over 100, making Orochimaru laugh so hard the man had turned red from the lack of oxygen. That was when the training really began. Naruto was interrupted from his thoughts on Orochimaru as he barely reacted in time to block Juzo's sideways swing with the executioner's blade, his superior strength causing Naruto's sword to break in half and hit the boy in the arm, creating a large cut as blood poured down his arm and staining his clothes. A panicked scream erupted from Naruto's mouth. He had bled before, small cuts and scrapes that came with training. He also knew pain, knowing the feeling of poison burning in his veins. But he had never bled this much so fast. His screaming was silenced by a backhand slap from Juzo. "Shut up, it's just a flesh wound. Unless I cut your arm off, I don't ever want to hear you scream like that again, and don't tempt me," he warned with a sadistic smile on his face. Naruto forced his mouth to shut, though his eyes were still wide at the sight of the thick red liquid that was pooling at his left foot. "Juzo-san," Naruto began as he watched his wound begin rapidly healing. "If I were to lose a finger or arm, would it grow back?" he asked curiously. Juzo rose an eyebrow at the child's seemingly innocent question. His healing factor was unheard of. Major wounds could be healed in just seconds, something that would be invaluable in the battlefield where a cut to a vein or artery would be enough to cripple or kill a shinobi and take them out of the fight. "That's an interesting question," Juzo said honestly, his hoarse voice clearing slightly as he furrowed his non-existent eyebrows, thinking. "I'm unaware of how the QB works inside your body. I know it heals you whenever you get hurt, but regenerating limbs, that I'm not so sure." He grinned suddenly and got in Naruto's face, but the boy didn't take a step back. If he were, then Juzo would hit him again for being a coward, the older man having already done it several times during their training sessions. "If Leader Sama wasn't so strict about crippling you, then I would test it out here. But as it goes, I can't, so unless you cut your own arm or finger off you will never know. We're allowed to beat you, not maim you." Naruto frowned. How could he learn anything about anything if he couldn't test it out? "Juzo-san," Naruto said again. "Please don't hit me if I scream." Juzo was about to ask the Jinchuriki what he meant before the blonde child took a shattered piece of his sword and cut off his right ring finger. "Ag!" The boy immediately cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, clutching his now heavily bleeding hand as his tiny finger laid on the dirt in front of him. Juzo had taken a step back in shock. He had told the boy he wasn't allowed to do such a thing, that if he wanted to know to do it himself, but he hadn't expected the boy to actually do it. It wasn't his fault that the brat had cut off his own finger. How could Pain be angry at him if he didn't do it? The boy had done it freely. He shook his head. Pain would be mad that he hadn't stopped the boy in time. He cursed. This blonde was certainly a lot more trouble than he was worth at the moment. "It hurts," Naruto cried out. Juzo stopped the primal urge to strike him. "Of course it hurts," he barked. "You just cut off your own finger, you dumbass." Naruto's bright blue eyes met his beady black and he felt a twinge of guilt tug at his heart. Damn this stupid kid. He scooped the brat up in one arm and quickly picked up the detached finger before running back towards AIM, having been about 2 miles out to escape the dreadful rain. Hopefully, Pain wouldn't kill him on the spot and that he could heal the stupid brat. As Juzo entered the highest tower of Amigakure, he immediately saw Pain at the end of the meeting table, his elbows propped on the table and his jaw set on his thumbs, the lower half of his face covered by his fingers. He knew. "Why is our most prized possession currently crying in your arm, and why are you carrying his finger?" Juzo cursed. He explained what had happened and Pain was visibly frowning. He was about to say something else when Naruto wiggled out of Juzo's grasp suddenly, a large grin on his face. Look. He held up his right hand and surely enough, 5 fingers were there, including the one that he himself had chopped off with zero hesitation. Juzo looked down in his hand and Naruto's old finger was still there. He frowned and looked back at Naruto's hand and knew it wasn't a genjutsu. He tossed the finger on the table and closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. This is a new development, Pain said as he broke the silence. It seems that the Kyuubi's influence on Naruto's body is something that nobody is prepared for. There is little information on what the benefits of having the Kyuubi inside of a human can truly do, but it seems regeneration of limbs is one of those abilities. He was about to continue when Naruto fell back, his eyes rolling into the back of his head, unconscious. He narrowed his Rinnegan eyes before he relaxed slightly. At the cost of his own chakra, it seems. Juzo looked down at the now sleeping blonde and shook his head. What a brat, he muttered. We were almost done anyway. He's exhausted. Should I leave him here or take him to his room? Naruto's room was located at the top of the tower. It wasn't necessarily a cell, but Naruto could only exit through the door and the windows were barred. Other than that, it was like any other room a member of the AKATSUKI had. He was free to decorate it how he saw fit with whatever Zetsu brought him. The walls were a pale gray color due to them being made out of a special metal that not even Pain could bend with his Rinnegan. Pain looked at the boy who was slumped over on the floor and shook his head. No, leave him here. He will wake up sooner or later and then he can carry himself up to his room. Juzo glanced at the unconscious blonde and shrugged. Not his problem anymore. He nodded towards Pain and quickly exited the room. Pain's gaze remained on the stolen Jinchuriki. He was growing rather admirably. He was only 6 years old and yet he was already on the same level as a seasoned chunin in aim. It was definitely surprising, but then again, perhaps not. He was being trained by S-class shinobi, after all, it shouldn't be as shocking as it was, but a small part of his brain told him that it was indeed unnatural. He had been forced to grow up by the time he was 6, his parents were wrongfully and mistakenly murdered. That had activated his Rinnegan. He was alone until he found companionship with Yahiko and Konan. But Hanzo had betrayed them and Yahiko died. He had grown quickly ever since then and had gotten his revenge and even killed Hanzo's family to prevent his kin from seeking revenge. The cycle of hatred would soon be broken. This world would know pain. He stood up and walked over to Naruto's sleeping form and peered down at the child and thought about something for a moment before nodding to himself, coming to a conclusion. He would need to talk to Madara. What? Naruto asked, his head tilted to the side in confusion as he stood in front of Tobi. You will be tasked to infiltrate a small village and gain their trust. You will have 1 year to complete your mission. I want detailed reports on their mannerisms, personalities, and their secrets. Am I clear? Tobi spoke in a monotone as he looked at the boy through the lone eye hole in his mask. Yes, I understand, Naruto said reluctantly. May I ask what this will accomplish? Tobi contemplated it for a second. Should he tell him the purpose of the exercise? He mentally shook his head. There would be no point in this exercise if he knew the purpose of such things. No, Tobi said, annoyance trickling in his voice that made Naruto's eyes widen. He didn't want to make Tobi angry. You will do what you are told. Weapons don't ask why or what's. Only when and where. You will go to the village of Sakoma and live amongst them, help them, gain their trust. Then after a full year has passed you will return. Naruto nodded. Then be on your way. With that, Tobi disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, Naruto frowned. What could he possibly earn from doing something like this? Then again, he wasn't a hardened shinobi yet. He didn't know what it took to become strong, but the Akatsuki did. He was a tool. He didn't want to disappoint Tobi or Pain. He would accomplish his mission and come back stronger because of it. Why else would he have to spend an entire year there? Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, as well as the son of Kushina Uzumaki, was bored. The rain around him pattered the metal roof he sat on, one of his legs hanging over the edge as he gazed out at the village of Amagakure with a bored look in his bright blue eyes. He no longer had the same hair color as his father. When he was 6 years old, one of Orochimaru's experiments had taken its toll on his body, permanently changing his hair color. He remembered vaguely about being injected with a needle and being in terrible pain, but other than that he recalled nothing. His hair was now a dark black, a few shades darker than Itachi Uchiha's own hair color, a man he had gotten acquainted with almost 6 years ago when he had joined the AKATSUKI. Originally he didn't like it and had tried getting Toby to buy him some hair dye in order to change it back, but the man who wore the mask simply threatened to make him train with Sasori with his poisons again. Naruto wore a long-sleeved dark blue shirt with gray stitching along with a pair of black gloves that hung loosely around his wrists. He had on dark gray pair of loose fabric pants with a regular pair of shoes that covered his entire foot. On top of it all, he wore a plain black cloak that wrapped around his torso and reached down to his upper thigh. It was easily detachable with a hood to shield himself from the rain, something he had modified himself after stealing some fabric. Right now, he wasn't wearing the hood of his cloak. He let the rain mat his hair down to his scalp and travel down his face. The village below was filled with ignorance. He was interrupted from his thoughts as the sound of paper forming behind him reached his ears. He closed his eyes, the 13-year-old boy knowing full well who was behind him. Conan looked down at the raven-haired boy who she had known for the last 9 years with an emotionless look in her eyes. "What are you doing?" she asked him. Naruto didn't bother answering. She knew what he was doing. He was sitting on a tall building and watching the fools below drown in their own misery. Conan's eyes narrowed slightly at the boy's silence. "You skipped the weekly meeting." "I'm not of the AKATSUKI," Naruto answered her without missing a beat. "I'm simply a tool, isn't that why I was formed?" It was a rhetorical question. He knew that they planned on using him to capture the tailed beasts. He knew that he held the most powerful of the tailed beasts inside his body. He knew everything they knew, but he also knew more. "You still need to come. We're considering getting you a partner." Naruto shifted his head back and forth on his neck, a small crack emitting from the bones of his body. "No thank you," he answered simply. "With the people you tend to choose to do the dirty work you refuse to do yourself, I'd rather just go on my own." Conan's eyes narrowed completely. "What are you hinting at?" She had to be careful. Naruto was not weak. She was strong, she knew that she was strong. Perhaps not as strong as Madara or Pain, but she was still an S-class shinobi. But she feared the amount of knowledge that Naruto held. He had been trained by each member of the AKATSUKI besides herself, Pain, or Madara. He trained in Kenjutsu with Juzo before he died, then shifting to Kisame. He worked on his poisons and manipulation of objects with chakra strings from Sasori. He practiced genjutsu with Itachi. He learned jutsu from Kakuzu. He gained his knowledge from Orochimaru before he abandoned the organization. Nagato had taught him the basics of shinobi history as well as philosophy. And Haiden, the newest member, had offered to teach him the way of Jashin and even went as far as threatening the raven-haired teen when he had shrugged off the man's offer. She shivered. They had found Haiden pinned to his bedroom ceiling with several kunai as well as several paper bombs that reacted to sound stuffed in his mouth. The worst part? They had no proof it was Naruto besides Haiden pointing fingers at him, despite saying he hadn't seen the one who had done it to him. She feared the weapon Madara and Pain had decided to make. She still didn't know how strong he was. And an unknown variable was dangerous, especially for the mission of peace. "Well?" she asked, wanting an answer. "I'm going to do my own thing," Naruto said as he stood up, his arms within his cloak as he pulled up the hood. "I have my own ambitions, you know. While my past lies with the AKATSUKI and AIM, I have no reason to be tied down here in the future. I want to know where my father lived." Conan rose an eyebrow. "His own ambitions, and what are these ambitions you so speak of?" Naruto met the woman's amber eyes, his bright blue eyes seemingly glowing slightly in the rain. It shocked her how intense yet how carefree his gaze truly was. "I want to see how this world truly is. I want to see the truth this world holds and uncover its mysteries. I also want to see the village that my father loved so much that he gave not only his son to save, but his own life. To give away your life for something, I want to experience that. He said in a small, almost wonder-filled tone. He made to jump off the ledge but was stopped as Conan gripped his shoulder. You aren't leaving. Madara brought you here and saved you from Konoha, who would no doubt spite and hate you just because you are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. You owe your allegiance to us. We made you. In a flash, Naruto had disappeared from her sight as a voice rang out from above. She spun around and saw Naruto standing on a window ledge, bent over and his eyes peering at her curiously, the bags under his eyes a lot more apparent from this angle. He tilted his head to the side. Then that just means you reap what you sow, right? I mean, everything I do after this will reflect on the AKATSUKI. You all raised me, right? Well, raised isn't really the right word. Unless it is, I'm not sure what a family truly is, but in the stories I read and heard they require one thing I've never gotten, love. I won't leak any information about the AKATSUKI unless you force me to. Despite the logical sense, I do hold some sentimental value for this place and the time I've spent here. Please don't come after me, it won't end well. He waved at her. Goodbye, Conan. And then he flickered away as if he hadn't even existed in the first place. He was just gone. Naruto walked along the path, just a few miles away from aim. He knew where he wanted to go. He looked up, his blue eyes glowing slightly at the sight of the endless path he knew he was going to travel. He knew that he would be hunted. Tobi would not let him go so easily. Speaking of the devil. Tobi, Naruto spoke aloud. He stopped walking as Tobi materialized in front of him. I wish you didn't watch me without saying anything. I would think that you're a pervert if I didn't know any better. Your tongue gets sharper by the day, Tobi said as his single Sharingan I met Naruto's crystal sky blue. Why do you still call me Tobi? You know that I am Madara. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. No, you aren't. He said simply with a shake of his head. A man who claims to be someone has no need for a mask. I know you are not the real Madara, but I do not know your true name, so until you decide to tell me then I will call you Tobi. Tobi gazed at Naruto for a few silent moments. I see, he chuckled. You surely have grown. Naruto nodded. You will keep addressing me as Tobi if you want, the old me is dead. His name no longer has any meaning. Naruto felt the rain hit the hood of his cloak, the soft patter filling his ears as silence rang around them. Are you going to stop me? Naruto finally asked. Naruto was strong. He knew he was strong. But Tobi was stronger. Tobi was able to fool the likes of Nagato and Conan into believing he was Madara, a man who rivaled the first Hokage, the supposedly strongest shinobi to ever exist. That depends, Tobi said honestly. What are your plans? Naruto thought about it for a moment, debating on whether to tell Tobi the truth or not. He reined in his thoughts as he came to a decision. That's quite a loaded question, don't you think? He began. I was taught to become a weapon. I was forged into a blade that can cut down almost any foe. I was taught that the only way this world can understand was through pain. I know you're using Nagato and Conan, but I don't really care about all of that. You have your own secrets, motives, and I would like to keep mine. You aren't getting any answers from me, Tobi. Just know that I have no enemies within the AKATSUKI and that when my goals are completed and I am satisfied with what I've accomplished, I will come back and you may steal the Kyuubi out of my body. He finished. Tobi smiled under his mask. You don't fear death. The extraction of the Kyuubi will kill you. Are you sure you aren't just running away due to that fact? He waited, gauging Naruto's reaction. But he got none. Naruto kept his impassive expression. His face betrayed nothing. I don't fear death. He answered honestly. I'm curious about it. What will happen? Is there an afterlife as many religions say? Or is there nothing but a blankness? Perhaps I will be reborn. He looked up at the gray clouds, the rain falling and trailing down his face. I do not fear death. He repeated. If I were to die without accomplishing what I wish to, then I would only feel disappointed. In the end, death is a natural part of life. I don't care if I live or die, but I'd rather die after fulfilling my own dreams, because then I would have no reason to fight death any longer. Toby was silent. On one hand, he admired the boy he had raised from infancy and his conviction on achieving his own dream and seeking out his own purpose. On the other, however, he was angry that the boy he had spent much time cultivating was not the weapon he wanted him to be. The skills he had provided for him were simply skills to hunt out his own ambitions instead of the AKATSUKI's. If you promise to me and only to me that you will return after you have achieved your goals, then I have no intention of stopping you personally. However, Pain and Conan may feel differently. He spoke, a promise to the man who has been my father figure. Naruto whispered to himself as he thought. His sentence alone had shocked OBITO. Was he truly this boy's father figure? As if Naruto heard his thoughts, the boy spoke. You took care of me and provided me with the tools and skills that I need to survive, no matter how cruel the methods of myself gaining them were. Without you, I doubt I'd be here now, strong and alive. Without you, I would not be able to achieve and find my own goals. So yes, I will promise to come back once I have succeeded. OBITO nodded. Then you may go, OBITO said as he began swirling into a vortex. Just make sure you don't die. With that, he vanished. After sending a pulse of his chakra, using it at a sort of echolocation, Naruto knew it was only him, the wildlife, and the rain. He allowed a small smile to appear on his face. He was finally free. And with that thought, he vanished. Two Chunin stood at the front gates of Konohagakure, otherwise known as the village hidden in the leaves. The strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages and home to many famous shinobi such as Hashirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3 Sannin, and Minato Namikaze. The 2 Chunin had an uneventful day so far, checking permits and passes as well as marking the number of civilians and shinobi alike who entered and exited the village. It was an easy job but also an important one. They, along with the shinobi would fed the barrier their chakra constantly, were part of the first defenses of Konoha. The two were chatting away about nothing in particular, the flow of the conversation constantly flowing between the two, never staying on one topic for too long. As they kept going, a figure approached them. Hello, a voice spoke out, shocking both Chunin as they jumped back, surprised that someone had snuck up on them so easily. Is this where I check in? One of them immediately narrowed their eyes at the shinobi-like way the boy dressed. And who are you? An ambassador from another hidden village? Naruto shook his head. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. He took off his hood, revealing his bright blue eyes and dark black hair with a small smile, his canines shining slightly. And I have no allegiance to any other village, I actually came to this one because it's where my father is from. And who might that be? We would be able to get him and he can verify dash, the Chunin began but was interrupted by Naruto. Both of my parents are dead, I just know this was his home before I was taken. The Chunin rose an eyebrow, asking who his parents were. I'm not too sure about my mother, but my father was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage if I'm not mistaken. He knew who his father was. The same man who failed to protect him when he was just a boy. He had chosen the village over his own son, sealing the Kyuubi inside of his body before he was kidnapped by a man who claimed to be Madara in order to become a weapon to capture more tailed beasts, something he had rejected. He would not be a weapon for such a purpose. What? Naruto looked up at the giant stone head of Minato Namikaze on the Hokage mountain and pointed. Yeah, him. I know my hair is different but that's because I dyed it and I probably need to dye it back. He adopted a thinking pose. But, if you could just take me to see the Hokage then I'm certain this can all be cleared up pretty quickly. He said scratching the back of his head, a sheepish grin on his face. The two Chunin looked at each other, holding their gaze for a moment before nodding in unison. One of us will take you to the Hokage tower, but if you try any funny business then I doubt you'll last very long. Naruto held up his hands in surrender. I have no ill intentions I promise, seal off my chakra and handcuff me if you think that'll be better, he frowned for a moment. But if you do that can you at least carry me across the rooftops? I don't want my first impression with the village to be a bad one, you know. That won't be necessary as long as you behave, one of the Chunin said before he nodded in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Let's get going, I have guard duty for another 2 hours and don't want to get yelled at by my squad leader for escorting a child to the leader of the village. Naruto shrugged and followed the Chunin throughout the village. He was amazed at the busy village. The markets were open and people were flooding the streets, shopping, talking to friends, and just being happy. In aim, it was the exact opposite. Nobody really ventured out into the rain-ridden streets unless it was necessary. The constant rain was probably a contributing factor. As the two approached the Hokage Tower, the Chunin began speaking. My name is Izumo, by the way. My partner back there was Kotetsu, we're known as the Eternal Guardians. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at Izumo with shining eyes. The Eternal Guardians? That sounds super cool. How'd you get the name? Izumo had a bead of sweat come from his forehead, ready to explain further before he was interrupted. Well, he forgot one important part in the name. A lazy voice drawled out voice said as a man with silver hair appeared in front of Izumo and Naruto. He had a single dark gray eye that was currently focused on an orange book, his other eye was concealed with his headband which was pulled down slightly to cover it up. His most notable feature however was a mask that covered most of his face from the nose down. Those two are the Eternal Gate Guardians because guard duty is all they're ever assigned. Izumo glared lightly at the man. And this is Kakashi Hatake, don't let him fool you with his appearance, he's actually one of our stronger jounin. Naruto beamed at Kakashi with a wide grin and stuck his hand out. Wow! The copy ninja. It's an honor to meet you, sir. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. In an instant, Kakashi snapped his book shut, pocketing it and pulling his headband up, revealing a single Sharingan eye. With narrowed eyes, he met Naruto's crystal blue with a harsh gaze. Your hair isn't natural, he suddenly said after a moment. Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, it was originally blonde but one of my old friends said I should dye it black because black is the new, thing. He finished, it sounding more like a question instead of an answer. Hey Kakashi, you know this kid? Izumo asked in a serious tone, seeing how the copy ninja switched into mission mode in a single second. Not sure if this helps, but when he first came to the gate he said Lord Fourth was his father. Kakashi's eyes widened. It wasn't a genjutsu. It wasn't a henge. This boy was real and not a fabric of reality or some cruel ploy. If he had blonde hair he would have been the spitting image of his father. Follow me, Izumo, go back to the gate, I'll escort him to Hokage-sama the rest of the way. Izumo's eyes widened momentarily. It was serious enough to get Kakashi Hatake's attention then. He nodded. Thanks, he looked over to Naruto. I really hope I didn't make a mistake by letting you inside the village. He trailed off in warning. Naruto only smiled. I promise I'm not a threat. Izumo kept an eye on the blonde before shrugging and walking away. Today just got more interesting. Naruto watched Izumo walk away before turning back to Kakashi, who had since pulled his headband back over his Sharingan. He wordlessly gestured towards the Hokage Tower and the two walked in silence. As they entered the building, Naruto spoke. You know me, don't you? Kakashi was silent as he continued walking for a moment before answering. I was the last one to see you before you were taken away by the masked ninja who is responsible for the deaths of thousands. He said in a heavy voice, not liking to remember such days when the village had been thrown into lockdown. Do you blame me? Kakashi glanced at the black-haired boy who looked at him with wide eyes. He wasn't accusing him, he was merely asking out of curiosity. He shook his head. No I don't, he answered. You were but a baby. I blame my own weakness for not being able to protect the legacy of my sensei as well as the man who stole you. Naruto was silent after that. As they approached a large door, Kakashi held up a hand, stopping Naruto from walking any further. Stand outside here for a few. I have to explain the situation to Hokage-sama. Don't go anywhere, he said before entering the room. Naruto obeyed and simply stood by the door, closing his eye and leaning against the wooden wall behind him. How much was taken from him when Tobi had taken him? Kakashi Hatake was the sole remaining student of the late fourth Hokage, his father. What would have happened if Tobi hadn't stolen him? Would he have known love? Or would he have been hated like Conan had said he would? He shook his head. Such thoughts were pointless, they changed nothing. He had to live in the present and not dwell on the past so much. The large door opened after several more minutes passed and Kakashi led him inside where he saw a man dressed in white robes with a hat with red markings on top of it. He had wrinkles across his face as well as stress marks under his eyes. "Hello, young Naruto," the Hokage greeted him. "My name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Now, let's start from the beginning." He went from a grandfatherly figure to a serious shinobi in 0.2 seconds, his entire demeanor changing as he sat up. "Tell me everything about your life." "Well, I'm not sure exactly where to start, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied respectfully while scratching his cheek awkwardly. He was sitting in one of the two chairs that were placed in front of the Hokage's desk and Kakashi was standing against the wall on the left side of the room, his arms crossed and his one visible eye closed. Naruto wasn't sure if he was sleeping, thinking deeply, or maybe intently listening to whatever he had to say. Hiruzen spoke. "Just try and think back to your first memory and start from there. Like where did you live? Who raised you? Things like that." Hiruzen explained. Naruto formed an O with his mouth before closing it and nodding. "Okay then." He thought for a moment, his eyes scrunching up in concentration before his eyes lit up as a memory hit him. "Oh yeah. I remember living with this small group of shinobi who wore different headbands from different villages with scratches through them. And we lived in a lot of places, I even lived in Woods of Fire country for a while. Do you know the names of these people?" They sounded like a small group of missing men to him. Were they the ones who stole Naruto from birth? Naruto shrugged. "They never bothered to tell me their names," he answered. "And it was like that for a couple of years before they sent me off to live in this really small village in Sakoma. A nice family took me in and I lived there for about a year." He suddenly got sad, his features turning downcast. "But on the day I was supposed to get the food from the nearest town, when I got back, they were all he choked off, his hands balling into fists. "You don't have to say it, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen said gently. "I'm very sorry for your loss." Naruto let out a small sniffle as he wiped the tears from his eyes, laughing softly. "Thank you, Gramps, but it's not your fault. I'm not sure what got them." His eyes suddenly widened. "I mean Hokage-sama. I apologize for He stopped when the elderly Hokage rose a hand, a kind smile gracing his aged lips. "It's quite alright, Naruto-kun. I like it when the people of my village address me with familiarity," he said with a small chuckle at the boy's alarm at speaking so casually to the highest-ranking official in the village. "And please continue with your upbringing, I apologize for interrupting." "It's fine," Naruto replied with a small smile before continuing. "Well, after that, the group of people found me again and I stayed with them up until last month." "And did they teach you anything, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen asked. "I can sense that you have abnormally large chakra levels for an average civilian. In fact," he closed his eyes, enhancing his senses with chakra before a small smile graced his lips. "You have just a bit more chakra than I did in my prime." "Wow, really?" Naruto gasped in amazement before chuckling. "Well, it's probably because of the furball my father sealed into me." After he said those words it was silent. Neither Kakashi nor the Hokage said a word as Naruto felt a bit of tension enter the room. A bead of sweat trailed down the side of his face as Naruto grinned sheepishly. "Oh right, we haven't really got to that part yet, have we?" "No we haven't," the Hokage said in a bit of a tired tone. "How do you know that Minato Namikaze was your father?" he asked. Had someone told the raven-haired boy? If so, who? Very few people had the knowledge of Naruto's parentage, most of them had dismissed the fact due to the fact that the Jinchuriki was stolen from birth. "The man who stole me told me," Naruto explained as Kakashi's eye flew open as he strained his ears to listen closer. "He wore a mask whenever we interacted and spoke in a super dark and scary voice. He told me that I was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the son of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage." Hiruzen frowned. The same masked man who had stolen Naruto and released the Kyuubi all those years ago was the one who told Naruto about his heritage and Jinchuriki status. He had too much information and his presence was one that could no goodwill towards the shinobi nations. I see, and one final question, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen began as he met Naruto's ridiculously bright blue eyes. Why have you sought out Konoha? You could have gone to any other village and yet you choose ours. Why? Naruto answered without a moment's hesitation. This is the village that I was born with. I used to think of what would have happened to me if I wasn't stolen by the masked man, but I realized dwelling on the past was useless. So I decided to do the next best thing, see how it would be living here now. He looked down at his laps. During my entire life, I've never been able to keep any real bonds or attachments to the people around me. I never knew a father's love or a mother's comfort, nor a sensei's guidance or a best friend's trust. I want to experience these things here because it must be one hell of a village if my father gave his life for it. He finished with a bright grin. Hiruzen smiled softly at the dark-haired boy. I see, I believe I understand exactly what you're talking about. He looked over to Kakashi, who was staring intently at his sensei's legacy. Kakashi, you may take the rest of the day off if you wish. I'd like to give Naruto-kun a tour of his new home. Kakashi nodded before walking up to Naruto and placing a single hand on his unkempt dark hair. Welcome home, Naruto. I look forward to seeing more of you around the village. He stated warmly. He would correct his past failure and ensure Naruto's safety. He wouldn't let him get taken away again and he wouldn't let him die. Naruto's face was engulfed in an excited grin. Believe it. Kakashi-san. Kakashi chuckled before walking out the door. It seemed his life had some purpose after all. Naruto and Hiruzen walked side by side, the latter explaining the parts of the districts of Konoha as well as the history behind them. As they walked, Naruto noted that they had somehow gotten on top of the Hokage monument and the two were currently standing on the stone head of Naruto's father. They simply stood there, staring at the village below them as the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with orange and purple as the lights of the village below began turning on one by one until the village beneath them was seemingly glowing with activity. You know, I remember when this was just a vast forest with no signs of human life. Back then, all of the clans were warring against each other. It was a savage world. But a single shinobi changed that fact. Along with his friend, Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju was able to create a small era of peace and created the first hidden village, the village hidden in the leaves. His desire for peace was admirable and he had the strength to back it up. He overcame the savagery that was the warring era and introduced a new era where peace was an option. But this world isn't at peace yet. Naruto sounded confused as Hiruzen looked at the boy, who was deep in thought. We've had 3 world wars since the hidden villages were made. And in between those wars, there's still a lot of hatred of either side. As long as humanity knows hate, there can be no true peace. Hiruzen was about to start talking but stopped as Naruto continued. However, if everyone was able to understand one another and come together and just talk, then maybe it would be possible. Indeed. As simple as that sounds, it's a lot harder to approach peace than one may think. He looked at the setting sun with a content smile on his face. I believe that one day, shinobi will come to an understanding with one another and create a true era of peace that will last hundreds of years. I hope so, Naruto replied as he slowly sat down on the stone head. But unless everyone can experience the same pain, then there's no way they can understand each other. Hiruzen lowered himself down to the ground to sit next to the teenage boy and looked at the boy. You're a lot wiser than you let on, he said with a smirk. Naruto laughed and scratched the back of his head. You think so? Thanks, Gramps, he said before letting out a small sigh, a tiny smile gracing his lips. I wonder if I'll ever see peace. Hiruzen chuckled. Wondering will only get you so far, Naruto-kun. You must act. Though as powerful as hope can be, it is useless without the will to follow through. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the Hokage who only lovingly gazed at his village. What do you think it takes to make a great Hokage, Naruto-kun? He asked the Jinchuriki. Naruto tore his eyes away from the elderly man and focused his gaze on the stars that were now beginning to shine in the quickly growing darkness, the horizon now being painted with purple, and it blended perfectly in with the blackness that they knew as space. A Hokage must shoulder the burdens of the village and protect and love everyone in the village as if they were their own family. He answered. Hiruzen hummed in approval. You've pretty much hit it right on the spot, he replied with a grin, his usually sagging cheeks seeming younger for a moment as Naruto studied his features. However, you missed one important aspect. He looked back at the village. We call it the Will of Fire. The Will of Fire? Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side slightly in confusion. Hiruzen chuckled at the boy's antics and spoke. Yes, it is something that every great Hokage has. It is also something most of our shinobi have as well. Some believe that Konoha is the strongest village due to our training regiments and knowledge of jutsu, however, it is something else entirely. It is the Will of Fire that grants us our strength. We are strong because we are fighting for something we wish to protect, something that we cherish and hold closest to our hearts. We fight to protect not only the village but for the people that reside within the village. That is what makes a person truly strong. Not flashy jutsu or immeasurable strength, but the will and want to protect what's dearest to you. The Will of Fire, huh? Naruto whispered breathlessly as his eyes gazed over at the village his father died protecting. A village he often thought about as a child and even before he had journeyed here. Nobody from the AKATSUKI would tell him about it, and now, Hiruzen glanced over to Naruto, looking at the boy's face as he studied the village below, and held back a gasp. There was a fire in Naruto's eyes. The same fire that Hashirama had in his eyes as he fought for peace. The same fire his sensei, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, had as he protected the village and his comrades. The same fire he had in his eyes when he was ready to sacrifice himself on the mission that claimed Tobirama's life and made him the third Hokage. The same fire that Minato Namikaze himself had during the Kyuubi attack. It burned just as bright as those before it with an increased intensity that made Hiruzen's lips curl upwards warmly. I'd like for you to become a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said gently. You remind me of both of my sensei and even more so of your father. Will you join the Hidden Leaf and help me protect our village of peace? Naruto's grin reached his ears as he beamed at the third Hokage. I would be honored, Hokage-sama. He said respectfully. I may not have forged bonds yet, but I can see why my father died for this village. The peace and quiet of the village that is a beacon of light for miles around, a shield from the night's darkness. He met Hiruzen's brown beady eyes. I'll become a shinobi even greater than my father, and protect the Hidden Leaf with my life. He may not have been here for a full day. But the atmosphere, the people, the livelihood, and the words that Hiruzen spoke to him, it seemed to fill the longing he had in his heart. Aim had been nothing like this. They were filled with sadness and plagued with weakness that kept them from breaking their chains. He had broken free of the chains that fate bore him with. He was free to choose whom he'd protect and what he'd protect. He had a promise to keep to Tobi, a promise he intended on keeping, but before that he would enjoy his time with his new home. He was free. Hiruzen looked at the determination within the blue orbs of Naruto's eyes and he felt proud of himself for inspiring someone who would no doubt be very beneficial for the Hidden Leaf. And now on how to go about this. Naruto walked onto one of the designated training grounds that Konoha had. This one was labeled number 7 on the piece of paper that he clung loosely in his hand, it being left on the front door of his house, and he discovered it when he had gone out to go see the Hokage. Ah, you're finally here, Hiruzen said with Kakashi at his side. Naruto walked up to the two and gave a slight bow to the Hokage, who waved him off with a hand. Sorry for being late, Hokage-sama, Kakashi-san. Naruto apologized. I didn't know there was a note on my front door. He laughed as he scratched the back of his head in a display of his awkwardness. No need to apologize, we hadn't been waiting all that long, Hiruzen replied with a small chuckle. I bet you spent the entirety of last night cleaning your parents' old house. Naruto grinned. Yep. It wasn't as dusty as I thought it would be, but there were a ton of cobwebs that ended up covering the broom I found in the storage closet, Naruto said with a finger to his chin as he thought for a moment. But I did find a baby room, which made me a little sad because it was supposed to be mine, but then I realized that I'm here now, so that sad feeling didn't really last. It's all about seeing the positives, Kakashi added with a twinge of sadness in his voice. After Minato and Kushina had died, and Naruto kidnapped, Kakashi had nobody and threw himself into his work. He had been an Umbu captain for 10 years before he had been forced to be a normal jounin under Hiruzen's orders 2 years ago. Naruto heard the sadness in Kakashi's voice and inwardly frowned before replying. "Anyway, what did you want me to meet you here for?" he asked, looking at Hiruzen with wide eyes. "Ah yes," he turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi here will be testing out your skills as a shinobi. I'm fairly certain as to where to put you, but I'm curious to see the extent of your abilities." Naruto's eyes widened and they trailed to Kakashi, who had pocketed the orange book he had been reading just moments before. "Fight as if you're trying to kill me," Kakashi said as he settled into a stance. "Otherwise we won't be able to gauge your strength correctly. Knowing our shinobi's strengths or weaknesses can be critical in a mission where the smallest detail or tip in power can determine whether or not our comrades die." "I see," Naruto said breathlessly, unconsciously swallowing the saliva in his mouth as his eyes hardened. "Then I'll give it my all." He removed his hooded coat, revealing his dark blue long-sleeve shirt. He pulled the gloves further on his hands before pulling up his sleeve, revealing a pale arm with a single seal on it. He quickly poured chakra into the seal before a sword appeared in his right hand. "Show me what you got, Naruto," Kakashi said as Hiruzen jumped back to give the two room. Naruto readied himself, placing 2 hands on the hilt of the sword's handle, a small smile on his face. "Very well, Kakashi-san," his eyes narrowed in determination. "I'll show you how strong I am." A few hours later, several figures sat in their chairs, surrounding a large rectangle-shaped table that had several documents laying over it. The council had been summoned just a few moments ago. The Umbu who had brought them there had said that it was an urgent meeting that they needed to attend at that very moment. "Where is Hokage-sama?" Tsum Inuzuka, the clan head of the famed Inuzuka clan, growled softly. "I had thought this was an urgent meeting, shouldn't he have been the first one here?" Her fellow clan heads nodded their heads in agreement. Danzo, who sat between Koharu and Hamura, 2 of the Hokage's personal advisors, with Danzo being the third. "I'm sure Hokage-sama has a good reason," the one-eyed man stated, closing his lone eye as he took a small breath. "The last time we were called this quickly was when the Hyuga heiress was almost kidnapped by those despicable Kumo ninja." He said the last 3 words with obvious disgust lacing his voice. Indeed, Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, spoke as he rubbed his chin. "Which means that something either really good has happened, or the complete opposite," Koharu spoke next. "I certainly hope it is nothing bad," she breathed out, her age evident in her tired voice. "But if it is, then we can just turn it around into something extremely beneficial for Konoha, such as when we acquired the Two-Tails Jinchuriki after threatening war with Kumo after the Hyuga incident. We were extremely lucky," Danzo said with an edge in his voice as his eye had opened once again, revealing its coldness. "We deceived the Raikage by claiming the Nine-Tails had been tamed by the Uchiha and would very well be compelled to turn the floor of Kumogakure to glass. Such is the way of the shinobi," Hiruzen's voice spoke as he came through the double doors. "I apologize for my tardiness, I was held up by something that needed my full attention. That is also the reason this meeting is being taken place." His voice was definitely, one could say, was happy, even joyful. They hadn't seen the Hokage so lively since the Kyuubi attack. He sat down, the council waiting patiently as he took out his pipe that had already been filled with tobacco. With a quick snap of his finger, he demonstrated his talent for chakra nature manipulation as a single flame glowed off of his index finger. They watched as he used it to light the tobacco and take a small puff before his eyes greeted their own. "The Kyuubi Jinchuriki has returned to Konoha," he said, pausing as the wave of shock crashed down onto the clan heads. Even Danzo, who had been impassive during each and every meeting they've had widened his single eye, his eyebrow raising as he felt his voice catch in his throat, unable to speak. "The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi had returned," Hiruzen continued speaking, realizing that everyone was too stunned to reply to his loaded statement. "His name is Naruto Uzumaki. We have conducted a DNA test and have concluded that he is indeed the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki." While speaking of his past with him, Kakashi was using a jutsu that would be able to detect any lies, and he had told the honest truth. He was raised by a small group of supposed missing nin and journeyed to Konoha after escaping them. His curiosity of his birthplace piqued because of his father's willingness to sacrifice his life for the village. This isn't some cruel joke, is it, Hokage-sama? Shikaku asked, his face adopting a serious expression as he met the Hokage's eyes. This is no joke. I've ran several tests on him for any chance that he could be lying, but have found nothing. He was also trained to an extent. I had him spar with Kakashi with no bars held, and... was Danzo's question, stopping Hiruzen from talking further. His voice had a small bit of urgency in it. Hiruzen replied, he is already easily Chunin level, maybe even the level of a special Jounin. He had several techniques at his disposal, including shadow clones, a great understanding and manipulation of chakra strings which is mostly used in Suna, which means that one of the missing nin who trained him hailed from Suna, Inoichi Yamanaka said as he thought carefully. And they must have been a puppet master. Are there any puppet users from Suna in the bingo book? 1, Shikaku answered grimly. Sasori of the Red Sand, who was said to have disappeared over 20 years ago, but the shinobi nations hasn't heard nor seen him for all that time either. As much as a group made of missing nin concerns me, Chuza, the leader of the Akamichi clan, began. The fact that the Kyubi Jinchuriki would escape a group of people who are similar in power of Sasori means that they either let him go, or he's a lot stronger than he lets on. I've already thought of that, Hiruzen replied, taking another puff from his pipe. His aged face still held a small smile as he spoke. During the spar with Kakashi, Naruto-kun hadn't used the beast's chakra once. Certainly being enhanced with even the smallest amount of the Kyubi's chakra can push him to upper Jounin. He continued speaking. However, I do share a similar concern, Chuza. The group of missing nin told Naruto of his heritage, which should only be limited to those who are in this room, and several high-ranking umbu who swore to secrecy with the self-given consequence of seppuku. That is troubling, Hamura muttered, placing his aged hand on his gray beard, stroking it gently. Did he say anything of his goals by staying in the village? I can understand wanting to visit it because of the fourth's noble sacrifice, but by the way you're speaking of him, it sounds as if he wishes to stay. Why? Hiruzen chuckled. He does indeed want to stay. He even wants to become a shinobi. The reason is quite simple, he blew a small cloud of smoke through his nose. He wishes to form bonds. He told me he had never felt the connections that a normal person would have and chose our village because he believed it would be the best place to start. That sounds reasonable, Shikaku said with a small sigh, his voice slightly hoarse and tired. What are your plans, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen smirked. I plan on sending him into the academy. Why restrain him to that ridiculous farce? Danzo scoffed. If he's already Chunin level, then what purpose would he have of being put in with a bunch of 8-year-olds? Hiruzen chuckled again. Patience, my old friend. Naruto-kun will be attending the academy, but that of the last year into our most promising class that is filled with most of your children. The class has about 6 months before they graduate, and I'm hoping for Naruto-kun to find the bonds he so wishes in a class that will be able to eventually match his strength as well as get to know the respective heirs to the clans. It sounds like you're planning something, Hokage-sama. Tsum stated in a curious tone. Care to let us in on it? Hiruzen let a smile grace his old lips, his wrinkles becoming more apparent. That boy has a fire in his eyes, a fire I haven't seen the first founded the village. The will of fire has been inherited from his father and only stoked to grow in that boy. Do you truly believe he has the best interests for Konoha, Hiruzen? Danzo asked almost softly, as if he were trying to convince himself of something. Hiruzen nodded. There is no doubt in my mind that one day that boy will become a symbol for this village to turn to. He will make a fine Hokage one day. Planning retirement already, Hokage-sama? Tsum said laughing, an atmosphere of happiness for the future entering the room. Hiruzen laughed, his laughter sounding the youngest they've heard in a long time. I've been trying for the last 20 years. Naruto-kun will no doubt become a great asset for Konoha, with or without the Kyubi, that I can assure you all. Danzo walked down the stairs to the second floor of the Hokage Tower and strode past his secretary before walking into his office and closing the door behind him. His office was quite small compared to Hiruzen's, but he was happy with it. Small but organized was much better than large and messy in the Warhawk's opinion. He had a desk that was a comfortable size with several reports laying on the shining wooden piece of furniture, waiting to be done. A small lamp sat at the corner of his desk with 2 bookshelves filled with scrolls and books on both sides of the room. He let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding and tugged on the lamp chain, lighting the room up as he suddenly felt the breath leave his lungs as his blood turned cold. Sitting in the chair was none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself, a content smile on his face, his black hair hanging in front of his crystal blue eyes messily. "It's been a long time, Danzo. I hope the meeting Gramps just finished up 5 minutes ago went well." Danzo analyzed the boy with a single eye, his shoulder tense and every instinct in his body yelling at him to run away as fast as he could. But he fought the instinct and another instinct came instead. He got on one knee and bowed his head. "What brings you to Konoha, Naruto-sama?" Naruto's smile actually turned into a pleased smirk as he stood up from Danzo's desk and walked around with his hands behind his back. "Everything Hokage-sama said is true. Obviously, when he was interrogating me I told the truth, just not the entire story. That doesn't count as lying, does it?" Danzo's mind reeled back. Hiruzen had been right. Was the boy he answered to really here for good intentions? "Yes, I am," Naruto said as if reading the old man's mind, whose entire body tensed up rigidly. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Rise Danzo, I may be your master but as of right now I'm just an academy student." "I see," Danzo whispered, holding still for a moment before rising to his feet. "You've come to forge bonds?" Naruto nodded. "I did. That was and still is my honest answer. I have no ill towards Konoha in the slightest." In fact, his lips tugged upward, his eyes closing. "I've already grown attached to the place. Maybe that's what Orochimaru was trying to break of me, my willingness to hold on to anything close to my heart. Pain almost succeeded, but..." He trailed off, his smile disappearing for a moment before coming back full force. "That's off topic. What do you wish of me, Naruto-sama?" Danzo asked, holding his breath as he awaited Naruto's answer. "Nothing," Naruto replied without missing a beat. "I merely wanted to let you know in person of my true, pure intentions. Does it bother you I'd do something like this for sentimental purposes?" "No," Danzo said shaking his head. "It simply surprised me is all. I wish you luck in finding these bonds." Naruto nodded wordlessly, lost in thought as he looked at the bookcase. After a moment, he spoke. "Do we have a bond, Danzo?" he questioned, not bothering to turn to the man he had spoken to. Danzo was quiet for a moment before answering. "Not the type that you seek, if that's what you mean," he said truthfully. "I am simply your subordinate and you are my master. I'm not really cut out for friends." He said. The raven-haired boy's shoulders sagged for a moment and quickly spoke again. "However, if you wish, we could play shogi and sharpen our minds for the benefit of Konoha." If this boy wanted bonds, then he would oblige. He was not the friendly type, but he must give the young teen what he wanted even if it was as little as a game every now and then. If it meant protecting Konoha, then he would do it. "Maybe," Naruto replied. "Well, I'm going to take my leave now. Tell Sei-chan that I said hi." He walked towards the door, his hand resting on the handle before he turned back. "And also, don't approach me out in the open, nor should any other root members. If I wish to meet with any of you then I shall do so on my own accord. If you need to speak to me about something important, then I suggest you deal with it yourself. I'm not here to do your dirty work for you, Danzo." "Of course, Naruto-sama." Danzo replied quickly. "We shall leave you alone to fulfill your desire until you request our assistance." "Until then, Naruto-sama," Danzo said, bowing once again. Naruto nodded on last time and left the room, closing the door behind him. Danzo stood upright and sat down at his desk, a pen in his hand as he began on his paperwork while his mind was running a mile a second. What was Naruto's true purpose here? Naruto stood in front of a large building, the academy that he would be attending for the next 6 months. He swallowed a small bit of saliva that had gathered in his mouth, trying his best to steel his nerves. Was he nervous? Of course he was. It was one of his goals to make bonds, and whoever resided in the classroom he had been assigned by the third Hokage, were to be the ones he'd forge bonds with. Naruto quickly walked inside, seeing no point in waiting any longer outside of the large building that contained whatever his future in the leaf would hold. He walked past a numerous amount of doors that were no doubt filled with wannabe shinobi. He heard his footsteps hit the wooden flooring, echoing throughout the empty hallway. He stopped as he recognized the number on the door. He took a deep breath through his nostrils and released the oxygen through his mouth. It was now or never. He almost chuckled at the thought, a smile gracing his lips before he did a quick 3 rhythmic knocks on the wooden door and waited patiently. A second later, the door slid open, revealing a tan-skinned man whose hair was tied back and sat on his head, hanging just a bit towards his back. He had a leaf headband on his forehead and a large scar that spread horizontally across his nose. "You must be the new student," the man said as a smile graced his lips. "Welcome to the academy, Naruto Uzumaki. My name is Irika Yumino and I'll be one of your instructors until you graduate. You may call me Irika-sensei or Yumino-sensei if you want." Naruto beamed at the man who was at least 2 heads taller than him. "Nice to meet you, Irika-sensei," he said cheerfully, grinning as he held out his hand. The Chunin instructor shook the raven-haired boy's hand with a smile. "Come on inside and you can introduce yourself to the class." Unfortunately, the other teacher of this class, Mizuki, caught a cold this morning and had to call off. Naruto nodded. Irika moved out of the doorway and Naruto walked into the classroom, a grin still on his face. As Naruto glanced at the class that was eyeing him curiously and immediately recognized several students who were clan heirs to some of the major clans of Konoha. He kept his smile on his face and stood in front of the desk that Irika or Mizuki usually sat at to grade papers. "Go ahead and introduce yourself to the class for us," Irika said as he watched the aspiring shinobi. These next few moments would probably cement any thoughts he would have of this boy. Naruto met the gazes of a few students until he settled his eyes on one particular student and his eyes widened just a fraction. The said person that Naruto was looking at was one he had memorized at the age of 4. She had blonde hair that was tied in a ponytail that ran down her back. She had dark brown eyes that met his sky blue and they only narrowed as the raven-haired boy refused to disconnect the eye contact. She was the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, which was of no doubt in Naruto's mind. He had been told that Konoha had taken possession of 2 tails after the Raikage tried to steal the Hyuga heiress, but to think he'd be put in the same class. It was a bit unreal. He broke the eye contact and simply gazed across the classroom for a moment before taking another deep breath. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like a ton of things and don't really dislike anything. I don't really have any hobbies besides training." Still discovering those, he chuckled awkwardly as the class remained silent. Oh, my dream is to protect my future comrades and to become a hero like my father." Irika rose an eyebrow. "Who was your father?" he asked politely. He hadn't remembered any heroes of Konoha with the name of the extinct Uzumaki clan. His brows furrowed in thought for a moment. He hadn't heard of any Uzumaki within the village except for the woman who had been with the 4th Hokage and, his brain stopped working for a moment. "My father was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage," Naruto said with a proud grin. Irika, who had been just seconds away from connecting the dots, almost fainted from shock. The 4th had a son. Why wasn't he a blonde? Or at least a redhead? He glanced at Naruto's face and saw those bright blue eyes and it came together like a missing puzzle piece. He felt stupid. He should have pieced it together the moment he laid eyes on the boy. Replace the black hair with a bright blonde and he would have been the spitting image of Minato Namikaze. The reaction from the classroom was instantaneous. "What? The 4th didn't have a kid? There's no way." The chatter continued, filling Irika's heads with their high-pitched voices of either excitement or doubt. He didn't care. "All right class, quiet down," he said in a small tone that went ignored. A tick mark appeared on his forehead as his head suddenly grew several sizes. "I said shut up you lousy brats." It fell quiet. Naruto decided to speak, still smiling. "Actually I am," he adopted a thinking pose. "I wonder if Hokage-sama would give me a copy of the DNA test." He muttered aloud, the words reaching his fellow classmates. If you're really the fourth Hokage's kid, a boy with pineapple-shaped hair spoke up, his chin resting on his propped-up arm lazily. Then why are we just now hearing about this? If your words are true, then certainly the village would be buzzing with the news. Naruto blushed bashfully. He had gone over his backstory with the Hokage the night before. Well, my father made a lot of enemies before he became Hokage. He killed a lot of hidden stone shinobi in the Third Great War, so, to protect me, Hokage-sama sent me away and then deemed it safe for me to return to the village, and so, he gestured to himself. Here I am. The boy who had spoken up closed his eyes and placed his forehead against his arm, his curiosity satisfied for the time being. He'd just ask his father when he got home, no matter the drag that would probably be like pulling teeth to get answers. Wait, does that make you a clan head then? A boy in a gray hoodie said. The hoodie was pulled up over his head, and on top of his hair sat a white-haired dog that was looking at Naruto curiously, though he couldn't see the puppy's eyes. How did the dog see? Naruto laughed at the thought. He shook his head. I don't think so. My father may have been the Hokage, but I'm not really special enough to be a clan head. He laughed before he adopted another thinking pose. Then again, my mother was an Uzumaki, and the clan is basically extinct due to the Second Great War. He was quiet for a moment, his smile disappearing as he thought. He turned to Iruka, who was looking at the boy with a flabbergasted look on his face. Would being the last remaining Uzumaki of Konoha make me a clan head? The young teenager asked as he cocked his head to the side. No, a boy replied. He had spiky black hair that poked out horizontally at the back of his head with two large portions of hair going down either side of his face, framing it. He had coal-black eyes that Naruto has seen one person have before. So that's Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto thought as he met the boy's eyes. They look so much alike it's kind of scary. How come? Naruto asked Sasuke. The boy shook his head as if explaining to a child how to eat properly. You must be 18 years of age or a chunin in order to gain clan head status, Sasuke spoke slowly. He would know, he'd been denied a seat he thought was rightfully his on the council ever since he found out his father had been a part of it once upon a time, before things went dark. Before Itachi, that's. Naruto trailed off, his eyes sparkling slightly. Fair. He finished, causing several students to fall out of their seats comically. Alright, I think that's enough for introductions, Iruka spoke up, ceasing any further questions for the boy. Naruto, why don't you go sit next to Sasuke over there, the tan-skinned man said, pointing over to an empty seat next to the last Uchiha. Naruto nodded wordlessly and quickly found his way to his seat. As Iruka began teaching, Sasuke poked Naruto only slightly. If it were anyone else in Naruto's place, they would have thought that it was just a piece of their clothing that brushed up against their skin. Naruto looked over to his fellow raven-haired classmate. He rose a single eyebrow. Meet me at the swing when we're released for lunch. I want to talk to you. He said in a low whisper. Naruto had to stop a smirk from reaching his face. He had learned a lot of information on the last loyal Uchiha of Konoha from Danzo. The thought of the old Warhawk sent Naruto back, but he dismissed the thoughts for another time and merely nodded. An hour later, Naruto was leaning against the tree that had a small swing attached to one of the large branches with rope, his eyes closed as he thought to himself. He heard the footsteps of someone approaching and opened his eyes, seeing Sasuke standing before him with his hands in his pockets. Yo, Naruto greeted. What did you need to talk about? Sasuke met Naruto's eyes for a moment. He took his hands out of his pockets and crossed them over his chest. You're the last survivor of the Uzumaki clan. It was a statement, not a question. And you're the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. He saw Sasuke's face darken for a flash of a second before turning back into his usual stoic persona. What of it? You're not like the others, Sasuke stated, again, not a question. Before Naruto could reply, the Uchiha continued. I don't know you, but I do know that you're different. Naruto's eyes reflected amusement as he met the Uchiha's gaze. Oh, Sasuke grunted and kept talking. You know what it means to be a shinobi. You're not playing around like those other guys. This wasn't a whim on your part. Shikamaru may have caught on, but he doesn't care about it too much to look into it. What are you getting at? Naruto replied bluntly. Sasuke scowled for a moment, a small twinge of red gracing his cheeks as he looked to the left and right to see if anyone was looking. They weren't. Good, I think we need to stick together as the last of our respective clans. You're a survivor, like me. Those who survive are the ones that turn out to be the strongest. Naruto laughed inwardly. You have no idea. So what you're saying, is that you want to be friends? Naruto asked with a knowing grin on his face. Danzo's report on the Uchiha may have been wrong. The boy was willing to swallow his pride. Comrades, Sasuke corrected, meeting Naruto's eyes again. I don't need friends. The only thing I need is power, and if you're as strong as I think you are, you might just be a decent rival. Realization spread across the Uzumaki's face. The reports weren't wrong, Naruto thought as his grin only increased in size. Ah, I see. A stepping stone. You want to create a bond of rivalry with me in order to succeed in whatever goals or dreams you have. Very well, I accept. Sasuke smirked. Good, with that, he turned around and stalked off elsewhere. Naruto laughed out loud as he watched Sasuke's figure disappear into the academy building. Oh wow, not exaggerated at all. He stretched his arms up above his head before releasing a loud, content sigh, his shoulders sagging ever slightly. Guess it's time to go back, I have nothing to eat anyway. He glanced back at the swing, his eyes glowing a hazy purple for a moment before he frowned. What a lonely life, he commented bitterly before walking into the building. A lone shadow walked slowly towards a small camp that had a roaring fire, lighting up the dark night, the yellow and orange lights showing the leaves that were slowly turning a slight orange, the beginnings of autumn. The bark of laughter and cheer resonated from the camp, a bunch of men sitting around the fire eating meat and chugging alcohol as if there were no tomorrow. Next to the men just a bit farther away from their tents, was a cage filled with children. The shadow noticed the children immediately. They were dirty, dirt clinging to their bodies from the top of their heads to the bottom of their feet. Most of their hair was disheveled, stuck to their scalps from the grime that they hadn't been allowed to wash away. They were to be sold into slavery, the shadow could figure that much out. The shadow walked into the camp, his feet not making a single sound as the fire lit up his appearance as the men around the campfire took notice of the shadow. The shadow was tall, standing at 5 feet and 11 inches in height. They wore a simple gray t-shirt that could be seen underneath his black cloak, which reached down to his knees and covered most of his chest. The cloak had a large collar that went up to the mysterious man's chin, which was covered by his most notable feature. Placed on his face, was a blank red mask with 2 eye holes that showed nothing but an abyss of darkness. The mask had a single black line going across the middle horizontally. Who are you? One of the men slurred out, pointing a finger at the masked figure. I am but a result of the actions of a corrupt world. The masked figure spoke in a deep tone, his voice almost sounding as if it were amplified and spoken through a tunnel. The hell? Another one of the bandits questioned in a bewildered tone. Get out of here before we're forced to kill you, yeah. Another shouted. We're having a good night, pulled in a pretty good haul today. Be a good shitstain and turn around and choose life. He finished as he bellowed with laughter. The masked man simply stood there for a moment before his voice came to life again. How revolting. Tell me, how many times did you fail in life in order to resort to the slave trade? You weren't born monsters, you were created just as I was. Fuck you. One of them shouted in an angry tone. The masked man had hit a nerve. This is your last chance to get the hell out of our territory, I see. However, even if you were created into monsters, then you should all be cut down like monsters. There is only one chance at redemption for trash like you lot, and that is through sacrificing your blood to wet the dirt. The words weren't the reason the bandits were stilled, but the way the figure had nonchalantly just stated that he would kill them as if he were talking about the weather. You bastard! One of them screamed, charging forward with a sword that had been laying at his side. He raised the sword over his head with one hand, slashing down as he reached the figure. The man easily sidestepped the blade, grabbing a hold of the man's wrist before yanking forward, breaking the bones within the man's arm with simplistic ease. He caught the sword before it fell to the ground by the tip of the blade, spinning it in the air quickly before catching it by the handle. Using one hand, he pushed the distracted man forward into a tree before stabbing him straight through his skull, the sword passing straight through his brain and out into the tree trunk, pinning his corpse to the tree. Silence reigned in the air like a heavy fog. No one dared to even breathe as they watched their comrade's blood crawl down the tree like sap. The masked man turned to face the rest of the men and took a single step forward. The man cut open the chain that had held the children imprisoned, opening the door wide and taking a step back to allow them to move. If you run west, you will find a village that will take care of you until you learn to take care of yourselves. He turned around, finished speaking, and began walking away, only stop as a young girl spoke. "Wait!" She cried out, stepping out of the cage as if she were scared the dirt would light her feet on fire, terror evident on her face. "Who are you?" The masked man stopped. Without turning his head to face the girl, he spoke. "I am," he spoke slowly but loudly, "the embodiment of the darkness of this world. I am," he paused, "the Shinigami." With that, he disappeared from sight. "Shikamaru!" Naruto yelled loudly in the Nara's ear, poking the side of the boy's head rather harshly. "Time to wake up," he cheerfully said. Shikamaru merely opened one eye, glanced at Naruto, and closed it again. Naruto frowned and tapped the Nara on the top of his head twice. No response. He leaned in towards Shikamaru's left ear with a sly grin on his face. "I'll tell your mom you ditched class last Friday with me if you don't get up." Shikamaru sat straight up, a sour expression on his face, his sleep being interrupted by the black to blonde-haired boy. "What a drag, I should have never invited you over for dinner. Now you know that my mom loves to nag at every little thing I do," Shikamaru commented bitterly but with no real malice behind the words. Naruto only kept grinning at his lazy friend. "Well, maybe if you stayed up you'd know that it was your turn to go take the final test." Irika shouted, using his big head jutsu in order to amplify his voice, the genin hopefuls in the room wincing at his volume. It had been 6 months since Naruto had joined the academy. In that time, he had met several people he could confidently call his friends. He had dyed his hair back to its original blonde color about a month after arriving in Konoha in order to ward off any accusations of not being Minato Namike's son. With the blonde hair, they'd have to be an idiot in order to accuse him of lying. The first friend he had made during his time here was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, who constantly told Naruto that they weren't friends, just rivals who tolerated each other's presence. Which Naruto translated as to, "We're friends but I'll be damned if you'll get the satisfaction." The second friend he obtained was the lazy bastard who was walking towards Irika, stepping down the stairs that led to Irika's desk. His hands were shoved in his pockets and his posture was slouched over, not a care in the world. His third friend was Choji Akimichi, the heir to the Akimichi clan. Naruto quickly noticed that the best way to get on Choji's good side was to bring the slightly big-boned boy a bag of potato chips. The same chips that the light brown-haired boy was currently snacking on like no tomorrow, a happy grin on his face as he showed off his new forehead protector, the leaf insignia carved into the center of the metal. His fourth friend was an unlikely one. His name was Shino Aburame, the clan heir for the Aburame clan. They had made friends when Naruto had mentioned how cool bugs were when it came to a fight, having seen Shino training with them earlier before he approached the stoic boy. And finally, his fifth true friend, was none other than Kiba Inuzuka, the clan heir for the Inuzuka clan. They had started off rough. Kiba was rash and rough around the edges and had asked Naruto to spar with him within Naruto's first week at the academy. He had approached the blonde rather cockily. Naruto smirked at the memory. "Yo, new kid." Kiba barked out as he saw Naruto sitting on the base of the tree outside of the academy, reading a book. Naruto looked up from the contents of the book's pages and saw Kiba walking up to him. He shut the book with a small snap, laying it on the ground next to him as he stood. He glanced at the swing set beside him but looked back at Kiba, who had his arms crossed over his chest. "Yes, Kiba?" Naruto asked, cocking his head to the side thoughtfully. "That's your name, right?" He knew it was, but seeing the boy's face twist from one of confidence to one of anger so quickly was amusing. As if you didn't know, Kiba said bitterly. What did that bastard Sasuke say to you on your first day here? I saw it through the window and it's been bugging me ever since. Naruto chuckled. Oh, why so curious? Why not ask Sasuke yourself? He's the one who approached me after all, Naruto spoke, studying the Inuzuka's facial features. Kiba had the decency to avert his eyes, looking up at the green leaves of the tree above them. The bastard doesn't talk to anyone, he barely even talks to sensei and he gets perfect scores all the time. But for some reason, he talked to you, and I want to know why. Naruto nodded in understanding. That's fair. Alright, he shrugged his shoulders. Sasuke asked me to be his rival and I said yeah. He what? Kiba shouted, his eyes shooting straight towards Naruto as if the raven-haired boy had slapped him. That bastard. He growled. Naruto rose an eyebrow. Are you jealous that he acknowledged me before he acknowledged you? He saw Kiba's shoulders stiffen and laughed inside his head. He was right. Enough talk, Kiba bit out bitterly before hunching over on all fours. Let's do this. Where's your puppy? I don't think it'd be fair without him. Kiba's eyes narrowed as he let a growl resonate from his throat. I don't need him to deal with you. He shouted as he rushed Naruto. Naruto let out a sigh, seeing the rapidly approaching Inuzuka close in on him within a few seconds. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath through his nostrils before opening a single eye, a smirk on his face. Kiba stretched out his clawed hand, fingers outstretched, just inches away from Naruto's smirking face before the raven-haired boy sidestepped the Inuzuka, his one open eye shining with amusement as Kiba's eyes widened. Fast. Kiba thought before he realized his mistake. He had gotten angry and charged forward without a proper plan against an opponent he underestimated, having thought that his speed would outmatch the Uzumaki. This mistake caused Kiba to crash straight into the trunk of the tree, his head hitting it hard enough to knock a few loose leaves off the branches above their head. He fell to his butt, rubbing his head as he whined. Ow 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 ow, he repeated, rubbing the developing lump on his head faster as if to speed up the healing process. He felt a small tap to his forehead and looked up, seeing Naruto towering over his with an outstretched hand, a single finger just a centimeter above Kiba's forehead. I win. Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Flashback over. After that, Kiba had approached Naruto and apologized for his actions, which the Uzumaki had merely waved off. The Inuzuka began hanging around Naruto more often too, engaging in verbal battles with the now blonde boy. Naruto. Iruka called out, looking at the clipboard in his hands, going down the list. It's your turn. Naruto gave Kiba a knowing smile, the Inuzuka grinning as he flicked Naruto off. The blonde just returned the gesture before standing in front of Iruka. I'm ready when you are, Iruka-sensei. The blonde said simply, a confident smirk on his face. Iruka, pleased at students' confidence, spoke. Alright, you just have to perform any of the 3 basic jutsus we've learned in class these past few months. I know you joined late, so I'll be a bit more lenient with dash. He was cut off as 3 identical Narutos stood in front of them. The 2 Narutos on either side of the one in the middle turned smoke. Is that good, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked as the class behind him snickered. Iruka only smiled and handed Naruto his headband. The student who had joined his class 6 months was a genius in every way, shape, and form, that Iruka had no doubt. Since day 1 of joining the class, Naruto Uzumaki had surpassed every expectation Iruka had placed upon him as the son of the 4th Hokage and even exceeded those ones with ease. He had answered each test they've had over the course of the last half of the year perfectly, not missing a single question. His answers were always detailed to the last letter, never leaving a single word out. And even a greater feat, his chakra control was unheard of for an academy student. After being shown the replacement jutsu and the transformation jutsu only once by Mizuki, the blonde had picked it up in a single attempt with 0 flaws. The clone jutsu was the only one that could be said was relatively difficult for him, having taken 4 tries in order to get it down. When Iruka had mentioned all of this to the Hokage in his monthly report, he had recommended that Naruto go ahead and be placed on a genin team, but for reasons unknown to the Chunin sensei, the third Hokage had refused to do so. He watched the blonde boy walk up back to his seat next to Sasuke Uchiha, who had already adorned the headband, it being placed upon his forehead. He inwardly chuckled, already knowing the team assignments. The Uzumaki and the Uchiha being placed on the same team despite being the top two in the class. He shook his head. The team would go down in history if Naruto and Sasuke were to advance at the same rate they had been going. He only hoped their third teammate would be able to keep up or end up as a risk to the mission due to not being able to perform along with their teammates. Naruto, who had zoned out, looking out of the window and at the clear sky above, emerged from his thoughts as he heard Irika speak. Team will include Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke smirked next to the blonde who felt his own lips curl up. And Sakura Haruno. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Naruto turned back in his seat, a small brow raised as he saw Sakura Haruno sitting across the room with her best friend, Ino Yamanaka. It made sense, Naruto reasoned with himself. She was a weak link infatuated with the Uchiha on his right. She had no skill besides her slightly better than average chakra control, but her reserves made that fact almost irrelevant. She also hailed from a civilian family, something that stood out as well. Out of all the clan heirs in the room, he had to be paired with one of the children playing ninja. The old man must have had a plan, that much was evident. Perhaps it was because Naruto had openly talked ill of the girl when he visited the Hokage for tea every 2 weeks. He didn't know. Tearing his eyes away from the pink-haired teen, he focused back on Irika, who was still speaking. And finally, team will consist of Yujito ni, Sei, and Kabuto Yakushi. Your sensei will be Yamato. Naruto's eyes widened just barely, unnoticeable to those around him, but his mind was racing. What in the hell are those two scheming behind my back? Naruto thought almost angrily. Was Danzo crossing the line? Did he ignore his warnings when he first arrived in the village? He closed his eyes. No, that wasn't it. Yujito ni had been raised in Kyumo for the first 8 years of her life. She was the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Her loyalty could be in question, especially after she was traded like an item after the Raikage's failed attempt to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Could he have sent Sei to spy on the Jinchuriki and to cut her down in case she tried to betray the village? He wouldn't put it above the bandaged man. He was quite crafty. He mentally shrugged. There was no need on worrying about something when it had no direct impact on him. If it did in the future, he'd simply take care of it. He heard a bit of chatter from around the class, hearing two names that they weren't familiar with being paired with the girl who Kiba almost always referred to as the most beautiful girl in Konoha. Some were jealous, others were curious and voiced their thoughts. Naruto kept quiet. I'm very proud of all of you, Irika began, avoiding the unnatural way the Hokage had formed teams. You will all become amazing shinobi and protectors of the hidden leaf. The will of fire burns brightly within this class, I hope you all reach your full potential. Naruto stood up as Irika left the classroom, his hands shoved into his pockets as he descended down the stairs and to the door, intent on leaving before Sakura spoke up. Where are you going, Naruto? She asked, her loud voice seemingly filling his ears. We have to wait for our sensei. Naruto opened the door, it sliding to the side, the sound resonating throughout the classroom as his classmates looked at him curiously. He glanced over his shoulder, a grin etched across his face. Well, it just so happens that I know who exactly our sensei is, which means he'll probably be 3 hours late. Oh. I'm not that predictable, I hope. A familiar voice rang out, causing Naruto to jump, his eyes widening as he jumped back a couple of feet. Kakashi? Naruto questioned as if not believing that the man was actually standing in front of him. Are you using a genjutsu? Kakashi laughed awkwardly as every eye in the room was looking at him with curiosity. Don't embarrass me in front of your friends, he chided as he opened up his orange book. Also, it's Kakashi-sensei to you as of now. He turned around, eyes still locked to the pages of the book as he pointed up. On the roof. And disappeared. Kakashi is my sensei, huh? Naruto thought aloud. I guess it would make sense, my father did train him after all. Oh my god, Yujito moaned as she glared freely at the blonde at the front of the classroom, her arms crossed over her chest. Would you shut up about your father? It's one of the only things you talk about. It got annoying after the first week, but my patience has worn out. Naruto faced his fellow Jinchuriki. No, I've talked about plenty of things. You're just hard at hearing, he answered with a cheeky grin, earning chuckles from the class. Yujito stood up, her chair scraping the wooden floor behind her a little as her glare intensified. Why you dash? Naruto, Sasuke interrupted as he walked past the Uzumaki. Sakura, come on. I'm not going to sit here and listen to a child squabble with someone who's obviously her superior. Naruto's eyes widened by a fraction, never expecting Sasuke to come and rescue him from whatever argument that was about to start between the two blondes. Naruto quickly followed Sasuke out of the room, Sakura being quick to follow as well out of the room and up the stairs. Sasuke opened the door to the rooftop and squinted, the sunlight beating down on the three genin as they walked forward. And here I was thinking that you all just up and quit your careers before they even began, Kakashi said, sitting up on the railing of a metal fence that prevented anyone from falling off the edge of the roof. Naruto and Sasuke sat 2 feet away from each other on the small steps just in front of Kakashi while Sakura tried scooting closer to Sasuke, just about a foot away before he sent her a death glare, causing her to stop. Kakashi let out a tired sigh at this observation. He had asked to take Naruto under his wing as an apprentice, but the Hokage had refused, saying that Naruto wanted to form the bonds of friendship with people his age. Kakashi understood but started to regret not pushing the subject more. Sasuke Uchiha was the last of the infamous Uchiha clan, hell-bent on revenge in order to avenge his clan that was butchered at the hands of his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, almost 8 years ago. He refused to work with anyone other than the blonde sitting on his left, and even then Irika had mentioned it in the reports as fleeting. Sakura Haruno, a civilian who was obsessed with the last Uchiha. Her skill in the arts of jutsu was abysmal at best. She had scored high on any written tests, one of the top of her class up there with Naruto and Sasuke with sheer brainpower alone. However, brainpower could only go so far in the field before you met someone who had both intelligence and the power to use it at its full potential. Those shinobi, in Kakashi's professional opinion, were the most dangerous to face. As if we would back down, Naruto said with a chuckle, getting Kakashi's attention. He smiled underneath his mask. At least Naruto would keep the team together. Alright then, Kakashi began. How about we start by introducing ourselves? I'll go first. Naruto shouted excitedly. He's never been on a proper 3-man cell before, and he'd milk it for all it was worth. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like to eat ramen, especially from this one stand called Ichiraku's Ramen. I also like to train and hang out with my friends. I dislike people who are rude for no other reason other than that they can. I also hate people who are selfish. He said a bit bitterly. Also, my hobbies include trying the new flavors that Ichiraku's comes out with and watching the sunset on top of my dad's head. He paused. What else? He perked up. Oh wait. My dream is to make a ton of friends and to protect the village and everyone in it. That's a very good dream, Kakashi said with a warm eye-closed smile. Naruto was going to be truly strong. He turned to Sasuke and nodded at the Uchiha. Now it's your turn. Sasuke grunted before speaking. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I dislike a lot of things and don't necessarily like anything. Sakura flinched at how roughly he said the last few words. What I have isn't something that I'd call a dream, because I will make it a reality. But if I had to say it as an ambition, then my ambition is to restore my clan. His tone and body language suddenly got darker as he spoke the next few words. And to kill a certain man. Sakura swooned at his words, calling the Uchiha cool and dreamy in her mind while Naruto looked at Sasuke from the corner of his eye. He knew Sasuke was hell-bent on avenging his clan by killing Itachi Uchiha. But as he thought of the man who he met in Amigakure all those years ago, he internally frowned. It didn't make sense. The way Itachi had spoken to Naruto and how he had trained him in genjutsu as well as other arts of shinobi, it didn't match up with the image of a man who slaughtered his entire clan in a single night. He would have asked Tobi if he still resided within the Akatsuki's care, but alas, he was not. He was on his own, free to do whatever he wished. He could ask Danzo, surely that man would clear up some things for the blonde. He tucked the piece of information into the back of his mind as he heard Sakura introducing herself. My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes include, she blushed and Naruto inwardly groaned. My hobbies are, the blush only grew darker and more intense. And my dream is, she trailed off, a small trail of blood going down her nose as a lecherous grin spread across her face. Kakashi, who was having similar thoughts as Naruto, deadpanned as he spoke. And your dislikes, I know pig. She shouted with such intensity that Naruto flinched, covering his ears. He sighed as he took his hands off his head and turned to Sakura. It was time to deal with this here and now. Sakura-chan, Naruto began as he sent the pink-haired girl a warm, kind smile that shook Sakura out of her ragings about Ino Yamanaka. Please try and keep a calm mind and voice. I have super sensitive hearing and it really hurts whenever someone yells like that, so please stop. He saw Sakura's jaw hang open in shock and continued. Also, talking so loud can make enemies alert of your presence or gather any intel you might not want them to know. Oh, Sakura muttered, suddenly embarrassed as her face flushed a bright crimson. Was she really that loud? I'm sorry Naruto, I didn't know. Naruto's grin only grew wider. Success. He thought to himself. It's alright Sakura-chan, and please tell me if I do anything that annoys you and I'll stop immediately. He said, trying to cheer the girl up. He wanted her to stop yelling, not lose her will to live, geez. She perked up at that and sent him a small smile. Thank you, she whispered timidly. Kakashi beamed at Naruto's and Sakura's interaction. It was evident to the copynin that as long as Naruto was on this team, it couldn't fail. What would have been a disaster of a team, would turn excellent simply because Naruto was mature, and in the words of the third, has a mindset of a Hokage greater than the first, which was something that Kakashi couldn't believe until he saw Naruto grow a bit more. He didn't want to play favorites with the raven-turned blonde-haired genin in front of him, but just from talking to him these last few months and secretly watching him interacting with his classmates from afar, it was going to be difficult. Alright, Kakashi began, snapping his book closed. I was going to test you lot and go on about how there's only a 33% chance you'd actually become genin, but you guys grew on me pretty quickly, so I'll go ahead and pass you. This makes you official genin of Konoha. Whoa really? Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Sasuke remained silent, however, a smirk of victory was etched across his face. Naruto was grinning ear to ear. Are you proud of me? Naruto thought as he looked up at the Hokage mountain, seeing his father's face carved into the earth. I wonder if this feeling of excitement, this exhilaration, is what you felt when you became a genin, father. And with that, Kakashi said, standing up from the rail, looking at each of his new students in the eyes with a serious expression evident on his face even with the mask in place. We begin a training exercise tomorrow and make you into a proper team. When you three get stronger and work together as a team in sync, you'll be unstoppable. He turned around and looked up at the faces of the past Hokage. Meet me at training ground 7 at 9 a.m. sharp, if you're late, well then I guess you'll take guys seriously instead of me. He began chuckling, unnerving the three teens behind him before he flashed a peace sign. Anyway, see ya tomorrow, and he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. We did it, Naruto spoke in an unbelieving tone, a bright shine in his eyes as his grin never disappeared. We actually became genin. He chuckled. Well, I guess there's one part of my dream that I accidentally left out. He walked up to the railing and pointed at the Hokage mountain and looked back at his new teammates, almost glowing from the sunlight shining down on his body, making him look like a silhouette. My face is gonna be the next one carved into the mountain. Sasuke's signature smirk grew ever so slightly as he turned around, his hands in his pockets as he began walking towards the door that led back into the academy. Well, I hope you don't plan on getting there by being the strongest. He glanced back, meeting Naruto's eyes, the determination hidden behind the usually stoic coal-colored eyes surprising the blonde. Because I'll be stronger than you when we reach our peaks. Naruto laughed. We'll see, Sasuke. Sakura watched the interaction between the two boys with interest before speaking. Sasuke-kun, do you want to go out and do something to celebrate becoming genin? Her eyes widened before she shot her attention towards Naruto. You too, I don't have time to waste having fun when I could be getting stronger, Sasuke said bitterly before walking through the door. Naruto smiled sadly at the girl. I can't either, I need to go to the library and turn in the books I took out, he frowned comically. I accidentally left my books at my house, so I'll have to hurry before the library closes. Sakura frowned dejectedly. Naruto noticed and patted her on the head twice. Let's take a rain check on that, he leaned in next to Sakura's ear. Also, I'll help you get Sasuke if you want. Sakura's cheeks turned red as she looked at Naruto as if he had grown a second head. What? Naruto barked in laughter. Don't worry about it, but, he got serious. Sasuke won't bother to even glance in your direction the way you are now. If you want him to acknowledge you, you have to prove to him that you're worthy of his acknowledgement. With that, he disappeared from her view as if he had turned invisible. Sakura's emerald-colored eyes shined with newfound determination. She would get stronger, not just for Sasuke, so that she could be someone that her team could rely on without being a burden. With that thought, she left the rooftop. Each had their goals and now all were a step closer than they were just an hour ago. Life had just got a bit more interesting. 2 months later, why are you doing this? A male's voice cried out, cowering on the ground. The reason for this fear was the blood-covered floor that had made up 5 men, now nothing but a puddle that he was currently sitting in. Because I can, the masked man known as the Shinigami throughout the smaller villages of Eastern Fire Country, tilted his head to the side as if he were confused, his deep voice rumbling through the bloodied room. Because I believe that you deserve it. Is that belief incorrect? He took a step forward, the sound of the blood beneath his feet squelching as he grew closer to the cowering man in front of him. When I approached you 6 and asked you a few questions, you lied. When I pushed, you threatened my life. He bent down, the empty abyss that made up both of the eye holes on his mask felt as if they had almost peered straight through the coward and into his soul. You 6 held the surrounding villages hostage, making them pay for the protection that you so graciously to gift them without asking. Now, if it were just that, I wouldn't have come here. I don't lower myself to such things as that, however. His voice changed almost instantly from nonchalant to dark and threatening. Sweat poured down his face as if someone had poured a bucket of water down on his head. This presence, this feeling, it was unbelievable. Who did they trifle with? You decided to kill a widow's only son for wanting to fight you. All they wanted to do was free his village from your tyranny. Do you know how old that child was? The man remained quiet, not able to bring himself to speak to the monster in front of him. A single gloved hand shot from behind the Shinigami's cloak and grabbed the man's throat, wrapping his fingers tightly around the flesh. They were 6 years old. You thought you could get away with that, believing that you controlled these lands. You aren't even trash, because even that degrades and enriches the ground. Unfortunately for you though, I doubt any amount of trash could cure the tainted soil that your blood will soak. He roared, please no. The man screamed, his voice cracking from how loud he yelled, but it was useless. The Shinigami squeezed his hand shut, his hand closing around the top of the man's spine before ripping it out in one swift motion, blood splattering across the mostly white mask that covered his face. Releasing the bone from his grip, the Shinigami simply turned around and stalked out of the small cabin. Disgusting, he muttered before he took off his bloodied glove, revealing porcelain white skin that turned into a fist. He went through 6 hand seals with the one unloved hand before holding his hand in the air. I will erase any impurity your existence caused, he spoke to the dead men that were still in the cabin, never able to leave again. Your names will disappear. He shouted before everything went white. Meanwhile, clean out the Inuzuka kennels, or you can give the fences outside of the academy a new paint job. Hiruzen finished, looking at Team 7 with a bit of a smirk on his face. The expressions all 3 genin were wearing had almost made the Hokage burst into laughter. They were obviously fed up with these missions after 2 months of doing them straight. Hokage-sama, Sasuke said between gritted teeth. He could either hold his pride and do these meaningless chores or he could swallow his pride for now and get a mission that would really test his abilities. He had gotten stronger since that day, the day that altered the course his life was supposed to go on, but he wasn't strong enough, not even close. Sasuke's older brother had achieved Umbu captain by the time he was 13, and here he was, almost 14 and yet just a lowly genin. It was embarrassing as it was humiliating. Was he doing something wrong? No, he swallowed the saliva in his mouth before clearing his throat and standing at attention like a proud shinobi would to their commander. We would like to request a C-rank mission. Kakashi's loan. I didn't show any surprise. It's about time. The Kopinin thought to himself as he surveyed his students. They didn't know, but they've been able to go on a C-rank for almost a month now. After completing 50 D-rank missions, they were qualified. All they had to do was ask. Of course, he hadn't told them because they hadn't asked. Hiruzen hummed as he sucked in a bit of smoke from his pipe, exhaling the smoke from his nose. He looked down to the papers littering his desk and adopted a thoughtful expression before a pleased smile crossed his face. Ah yes, I have a perfect mission for you. What is it? Naruto asked excitedly. He was glad Sasuke had asked for a better mission because no matter how much he yearned for a more important mission, he wouldn't have asked for a better mission himself. He hadn't earned that right yet. Guarding a princess. Stealing important information from an enemy village. Infiltrating the corrupt guards at the daimyo's palace. He asked in quick succession. A slap to the back of his head quieted the blonde down, courtesy of Kakashi. I'm afraid it won't be any extravagant mission like you've described, Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Team S mission will be to guard the master bridge builder, Tsunade of Wave Country. He looked up at an Umbu standing alert in the corner. Please bring Tsunade-san in. The Umbu nodded wordlessly and left the room, and not even 20 seconds later, walked back in with an old man. He had on a black shirt where the sleeves were cut a bit short, revealing his sun-kissed skin. He also wore dark blue pants that ended right above his ankles with a pair of sandals on. He had scruffy gray hair and a short beard that covered the bottom half of his face as well as a single piece of white rope tied around his head with a pair of glasses resting on his nose. I thought I hired quality super ninja, not some brats who'd die by tripping. He spoke gruffly, bringing a bottle of sake to his lips and taking a swig. Sasuke glared at the drinking man but stopped as he heard Kakashi speak up. Worry not Tsunade-san, he began lightly. My team is expertly trained in dealing with bandits, and if they aren't, then you're in luck because I'll be coming along and will be able to protect you from any harm. He said with an eye smile. Tsunade gulped one last time before bringing the bottle back to his side. Wiping his sake-stained lips, he grunted. All right then. I'm the master bridge builder and I expect you to lay your lives down in order to protect me. I'll be ready to leave in about an hour. With that, he left the room. Kakashi turned to his 3 students, a serious look in his lone visible eye. Pack for 2 weeks and meet me at the north gate in exactly 1 hour from now. This is our first real mission, depending on how it goes, he said, stressing his words as he looked at each student, meeting their eyes to express how serious he was. We'll determine if you will be allowed to take more C ranks, or go back to doing D ranks. Now go. With 3 nods, team left the Hokage's office, leaving Kakashi and Hiruzen alone. I couldn't have said it better myself, Hiruzen complimented. His eyes remained on the silver-haired jounin in front of him. The Chunin exams are 3 months. He stated. Kakashi gave no visible reaction as he broke open his book. That's interesting, we're hosting this cycle aren't we? Hiruzen nodded. Indeed, he said carefully, studying the Hatake closely, trying to find any hints of distress. Are you planning on entering your team in the exams? Kakashi hummed in response. Kakashi was quiet for a second before his voice was heard. Perhaps. This mission will solidify any doubts or expectations I will hold for them. Hiruzen nodded once more in understanding. He knew that familiar feeling of anxiety all too well. He was the 3rd Hokage, he had fought in 3 wars. How many men and women, even children, have fallen victim to the missions he assigned them? Breaking away from the self-deprecating thoughts, Hiruzen spoke. Don't worry about a thing, Kakashi. I'm certain that whatever decision you arrive at will be the right one. Kakashi wordlessly nodded his thanks and departed for his first real mission with his genin. Hiruzen sighed as he spun in his chair, facing the windows. The white clouds above fitted well with the bright blue sky above, the sun shining above their heads and bringing light to the hidden leaf. His lips twisted into a frown. It was too peaceful. He took his hat off his head, revealing his receding hairline and gray turning into white aged hair. Rubbing the top of his head, Hiruzen took out his pipe. He'd have to be ready for anything. Much needed to be prepared. Team, with backpacks on, were walking along the trail to Wave Country, the home of their client and where they would be spending the next 2 weeks. It was a silent journey, nobody felt like talking, focusing on their mission, and keeping alert. As they walked, Kakashi noticed a puddle in the middle of the path and almost smirked. Amateurs, oh well, time to see if my little genin have been taking their training seriously, he thought to himself. Kakashi, who was leading the group, was suddenly wrapped by bladed chains, going around his arms and legs before his torso fell away from his legs and he fell down, dead. Naruto's eyes widened as 2 shadowy figures emerged from the puddle, it disappearing as they rushed towards Tsunade, whose own eyes were wide with fear. Sakura jumped between the assassins and the bridge builder, a kunai in her left hand. Useless! One of the figures shouted, reaching out with his left hand, revealing a large metal claw that went down his forearm. Die! The other shouted as he raised his right hand, rearing it back as he wore an identical claw as the first assassin. As they both were just inches away from hurting Sakura, they both felt their movements being restricted. What the hell? I can't move. Yeah, Naruto said with a satisfied smirk. You can't. Not as long as I have chakra at least. He held up a single hand, a blue thread-like light coming off each of his fingers. 3 of the chakra threads could be traced to the one that was closest to Sakura while the other 2 were holding the one that was just a bit more behind. Another way you can get out of this is if you're stronger than me, and it seems that neither of you are. Sasuke suddenly appeared out of nowhere and punched one of the assassins in the face, knocking them out immediately before leaping in the air and planting a devastatingly harsh kick, using his heel to dig into the forehead of the masked shinobi and sending him flying backward. The shinobi who was kicked was suddenly caught roughly by Kakashi, who had put out his arm and did nothing to cushion the impact when the masked shinobi crashed into his forearm. Nice work, he complimented the 3 genin with an eye smile. Sakura, you did well in defending the client. Naruto, you held those shinobi perfectly in place. Sasuke, you delivered the finishing blows to them. That's teamwork I haven't seen in a long time. Sakura and Naruto beamed at the praise while Sasuke grunted, but still had a small smile on his face. However, Kakashi began again, his tone taking a darker tone as he let the unconscious man in his grasp fall to the ground unceremoniously. These 2 are missing ninja, people who've abandoned their village. They are some of the lowest scum on the earth. He met Tsunade's gaze and the man flinched under Kakashi's harsh stare. Now Tsunade-san, perhaps you'll be so kind in explaining why 2 missing nin were after your head. Tsunade held his head in shame. He explained his situation. Wave Country had been taken over by a corrupt businessman named Gato, who was using Wave's ports to stop any of the citizens of Wave from doing any business, maintaining a monopoly on his criminal empire all the while appearing to be legit due to how good he was at hiding things. If Tsunade were to build a bridge, the people of Wave wouldn't have to rely on the ports and could conduct proper trades with the mainland and get out from underneath Gato's thumb. I apologize for lying, Tsunade finished as he bowed to the 4 shinobi in front of him. We could not afford a higher-ranked mission. If we could have, we would have. I'm asking you, no, begging you, to please help my country. Sasuke looked up at Kakashi's unreadable face and almost scowled. If Kakashi were to call off the mission due to the fact that there was a possibility of higher-ranked missing ninja going after Tsunade, then he would be pissed. He needed to test his skill. He needed to be pushed to his limits in order to get stronger to surpass that man. Sakura glanced between Tsunade and her teammates, a worried expression on her face. On one hand, it would be the right thing to continue the mission, morally right anyway. On the other, they were still fresh genin. Could they handle a mission that was so far above their pay grade? I'm offended, Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest with a smile on his face. He continued. That you would need to ask, Sasuke smirked while Kakashi's and Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. What? Tsunade asked, equally surprised. Naruto's smile turned into a smirk. We agreed to take this mission. We even walked this far and honestly. A walk back to the village knowing that you probably died would be something that'd stay in my mind till I die." He chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head as he realized everyone was staring at him. "Anyway, besides, what type of Hokage would I be if I can't save a small village? Let alone a large one like Konoha. He reminds me so much of you, Minato-sensei, and you too. Obito." Kakashi thought fondly before he spoke up. Well, despite lying to us, he was silent for a moment, enjoying the look Sasuke and Naruto were wearing on their faces. "We'll continue the mission. However," he looked at the genin, "you will follow every order I give to the letter." "Got it?" Naruto exclaimed with evident determination in his voice. Sasuke nodded and Sakura only nodded timidly, still unsure of how they would accomplish such a mission. Naruto was grinning, his teeth shining like a light bulb, reminding Kakashi of Guy. "Please for the love of Kami, don't wear green, Naruto." Kakashi then turned to the two men tied to the base of a tree with chakra-suppressing ropes. He bent down to meet their glaring eyes. "Now, how to deal with you two is the real question." He muttered to himself. "Leave them," Naruto suggested. "After stripping them naked and tying them upside from a branch, of course." Kakashi adopted a thoughtful look, seemingly considering Naruto's words as the two missing ninja from Kirigakure began sweating. "Tempting," Kakashi murmured as his eye narrowed. "But I have a better idea." A few minutes later, both shinobi had their masks stripped from their faces before a sticky note was placed on each of their foreheads, both reading "dumbass" on them. Kakashi took a step back, a satisfied smile on his face underneath his mask. He then went through a series of hand seals before slamming his right hand on the ground, a puff of smoke rising into the air and revealing a small gray dog. It looked up at Kakashi, its tail wagging. "Take this to the Hokage and have him send a squad of Umbu to pick up both of these men." The dog yipped, taking the small brown scroll in its mouth before dashing back towards Konoha. Kakashi then turned back to his squad. "Now that that's taken care of, let's get back on the road." Small time skip. "Duck!" Kakashi roared as loud as he could. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm before he was tackled by Sasuke just as a large sword passed over his head, time moving so slow that Naruto saw his bright blue eyes and the sword for a moment before it hit a tree. "Get your head in the game, you idiot!" Sasuke shouted with a scowl on his face as he pushed himself off of Naruto. "Sorry," Naruto replied quickly, also getting up and looking at the sword, a large man now standing on top of the blade. The man was easily 6 feet tall with ashen gray skin. He wore no shirt, revealing his lean body with several noticeable muscles and abs. He had bandages wrapped around his nose and mouth, going down to the middle of neck with black hair, a kiri headband on the side of his head, a large scratch going through the steel. "What a treat, Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," the man said as his eyes were trained on Kakashi. "No wonder the demon brothers weren't able to kill the old fart, with a shinobi as famous as you protecting him," the man laughed. "Well, that won't matter for much longer anyway." "Zabuza Momochi," Kakashi said with a narrowed eye. "The demon of the hidden mist." Zabuza barked with laughter. "It pleases me that you would know of my name, then again, I did get quite famous after I graduated the academy." He was about to continue talking before he bent his head to the left, a kunai soaring straight past his ear and hitting the wood behind him with a thunk. He shifted his gaze to Naruto, the one who had dared to throw the kunai. "A brat like you has no chance in defeating me, but I applaud the effort." Naruto's response was a simple smirk, making Zabuza's eyes widen. "What's so damn foo dash?" he began but stopped as he heard a sizzling sound behind him. "Shit!" A loud explosion rippled in the air, causing Naruto's clothes to flap in the wind. "Did you get him?" Sakura asked, hope in her voice. Naruto turned to her, a grin on his face. "Ha! I bet he didn't expect a dash," the blonde began but stopped as Zabuza appeared behind him, his hair singed and his skin now darker than it was before, a murderous glare in his eyes. He slammed his foot into the back of Naruto's head, causing the blonde to crumple to the ground unconscious. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted, watching his rival laying on the ground, still as a corpse. "Mom! Dad? Sasuke shouted as he slid open the door to his house. He had to warn them. Someone was killing them. His blood froze in his veins as he saw his mother and father laying on the floor, blood pooling around their bodies with evident slashes from a sword on their backs, so deep that it was lethal. Standing above the bodies just a bit behind the corpses, was his older brother, Itachi. His sword hanging by his hip and his Sharingan eyes active. Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes were fixated on the bodies of his now deceased parents. What was this? This couldn't be real. It couldn't be, bastard. Sasuke shouted as his coal-black eyes changed, turning a bright red with two tomos in each eye, the Sharingan now awoken in the teenage Uchiha, spinning violently as he glared murderously at Zabuza, who was still standing over Naruto's body. I'll kill you. He went through hand seals faster than he has ever done before, gathering as much chakra as he could before hodling 2 fingers to his lips and blowing out, a gigantic fireball coming out of his mouth and going straight towards Zabuza, the roaring of the flame scorching the earth it traveled above. That isn't nearly enough to stop me, Zabuza spoke loudly as he held up Naruto's body. The only thing you'll accomplish is burning your friend to death. He shouted. Idiot, Zabuza heard the blonde whisper in his grasp before he faded away from existence. Zabuza's eyes widened as he went to turn around, but found himself severely straining to move an inch. Naruto stood several feet away from the missing ninja, his eyes narrowed and his teeth grit, both hands up and revealing 10 chakra strings, each one coming off of the tips of his fingers. A Konoha genin knowing chakra strings? Zabuza whispered breathlessly before he began moving more freely. Don't think this will stop me, stop you? Naruto asked, his tone almost monotone in contrast to his usual happy voice. No, I only need to hold you for 1 more second. Zabuza's eyes darted to the side and saw the fireball, the orange flames mirroring off of the reflection in his eyes. I refuse to die to 2 spoon-fed brats. He roared in his mind as he used everything he had to break free of Naruto's strings, causing the blonde boy's eyes to widen as he dashed towards the Uzumaki, his sword in the air ready to swing. He swung down with all his strength, a guttural yell of rage emitting from the man's throat. In a flash, Kakashi was in front of Naruto, his kunai stopping Zabuza's sword as he grunted, his arm shaking as he struggled to repel Zabuza's much larger weapon. He didn't even look at Naruto as he spoke. Protect Tsunade. This is above your ability, I'm not weak. Naruto protested but was silenced as Kakashi flashed him a quick glare, his Sharingan eye now uncovered. I said to the letter. He shouted at the blonde. Naruto's face twisted from one of annoyance to shame before he jumped back, giving Kakashi room to push Zabuza's sword up into the air before a second kunai appeared in his left hand. He slashed at Zabuza's stomach, but to his dismay, the man only turned into water, falling to the ground with a splash. No! Kakashi shouted as he saw Zabuza's shadow just behind Tsunade. Sakura turned around, having guarding Tsunade from the front and her eyes widened in fear, her pupils shrinking. Zabuza thrust his sword forward, ready to pierce Tsunade's heart. It's over, false. Tsunade and Sakura suddenly shouted in unison before they both blew up, sending Zabuza spiraling backward onto the lake, the giant of a man breathing heavily from atop of the water. He saw Sakura and Tsunade emerge from the woods, Sakura's eyes never leaving his figure as she held a kunai in front of her defensively. Naruto then formed a hand seal and 2 clones poofed in existence. Solid clones that explode? He asked himself. What type of genin are these brats? Naruto grinned, hearing Zabuza's words. The type that don't let innocent people get murdered by a short tyrant. The 2 clones rushed towards Zabuza, running in zigzags in order to confuse the man, both slightly glowing with the sheer amount of chakra stored in their bodies. I can't afford to let those clones explode, Zabuza thought as his eyes darted between each member of the team he was facing. The pink-haired brat was still guarding the target. The Uchiha was breathing heavily, the adrenaline from seeing Naruto getting knocked out leaving his body and causing him to get exhausted. Kakashi was nowhere in sight. Damn! The 2 clones that were just a few meters away from the former Kirinin exploded with smoke, creating a smokescreen. A distraction. Zabuza exclaimed as he whirled around, his sword held up defensively before he felt a mass gathering of chakra behind him. "Your time is up, Zabuza," Kakashi shouted. Zabuza's body shot around. He was one of the clones. He thought before Kakashi finished his series of seals. "Water style, swirling water vortex." Kakashi shouted as water began twisting behind the accompaniment and shooting forward towards Zabuza, who couldn't do anything to block the attack. He tried his best to shield himself from the attack by using his sword as a shield, hiding behind the large cleaver-like blade, but it was useless as the water crashed down on him, causing him to be swept away into a nearby tree, a crack forming in the wood behind him. Zabuza was breathing heavily, his body adorning several new cuts and scrapes from his battle with the Konoha shinobi. He was certain a few ribs were broken too. "Your time is up," Kakashi shouted as he rushed the black-haired man with a kunai in each hand. Zabuza's eyes widened when he realized that he couldn't muster the strength to bring his sword up from the ground. "Is this it?" he thought. Just as Kakashi was about to slice into the man, two needles appeared out of nowhere, hitting Zabuza in the neck and his body crumpled down to the ground, hitting the once dirt-turned mud with a small splash. Kakashi halted his running, his eyes growing in size in surprise. What was? A figure wearing a Kiri Hunterine mask appeared next to Zabuza. "You were right," the figure spoke, the mask obviously disguising their real voice. "His time was up. I thank you for distracting him so I could get a clean strike." Kakashi lowered the kunai and pocketed them in his vest before bringing his headband down back over his Sharingan. "No problem," he replied easily. The figure then nodded and disappeared along with Zabuza and his sword. Kakashi turned around, surveying the looks of his genin team with a small, relieved smile underneath his mask. He pulled his headband back over his lone Sharingan eye and then spoke. "Well, I think my job is done." Kakashi Hatake, the feared copy ninja, then fell to the ground face first. Naruto, who had dirt smudge across his face and hair, walked over to the Jounin and effortlessly lifted him up over his shoulder with a small smile. "Thank you, Kaka-sensei," Naruto whispered even though the silver-haired man couldn't hear him. Naruto turned to the other two genin on his team as well as the person they were hired to protect. "So Tsunade-san," Naruto began with a beaming smile. "Care to guide us the rest of the way?" "Unknown place several years ago, Naruto-kun." A bright and lively voice pierced the stillness of the room. A small boy with blonde hair shot up, startled. His blue eyes scanned the room before settling on the young woman who was standing in front of the door, a handkerchief wrapped around her forehead, keeping her long hazel hair out of her eyes as her golden honey-colored eyes looked down at the blonde boy with fondness. "What's wrong, Misanichan?" He knew nothing was wrong, but that's how they always greeted each other in the morning. "Nothing." Her voice rang out, sounding almost melodic to Naruto's ears as a grin threatened to crawl on his face. "Father just told me to wake you up for breakfast." Naruto's eyes fluttered open, staring at the white ceiling above him with his sky-blue eyes, a twinge of light purple fading away. He slowly sat up, his blanket falling into his lap as he rubbed his eyes with a small yawn. He looked over to the side and saw two empty bedspreads, indicating that Sasuke and Sakura were already up, greeting the day. He yawned again as he stood up. Staggering over to his bag, the blonde teen opened it up and pulled out a scroll. Channeling a bit of chakra into his hand, he rolled the scroll across the floor before several pairs of clothes appeared in a puff of smoke. He grabbed a red long-sleeved shirt with orange stitching along the hem of the fabric. He then grabbed a pair of loose-fitting but comfortable gray workout pants. He didn't bother putting his shoes on as he looked outside and his eyes almost bulged out of his head. "It's noon. Already?" He mentally screamed as his eyes were hidden in the shadow of his hair. He dashed out of the room and down the stairs, his feet skidding on the wood as he heard the familiar voices of his teammates chattering with Tsunade and his daughter, Tsunami. The group felt the killing intent radiating off of the blonde and Kakashi chuckled slightly. "Something wrong, Naruto?" Naruto was quiet for a moment, his shoulders moving up and down as he started breathing slower. "I missed breakfast," were the only words to come out of his mouth before the entire table save for a little boy sitting at the end of the table and Sasuke, erupted into laughter. Naruto's face flushed red as all of the tension in the room he created disappeared. "It's the most important meal of the day." Don't laugh at me, he shouted, but the laughter only doubled in volume, causing Naruto to sulk. Ah, come on guys, you didn't even save me a piece of bacon. Tsunade, who tried her best to fight her continuing laughter, stood up from her seat and quickly retreated into the kitchen before emerging with a small baggie filled with bacon. Here you go, Naruto-kun. She exclaimed happily, handing the bag over to a weeping Naruto. You're too good to me, I don't deserve this. He cried as he happily munched on the bacon. Sakura rolled her eyes at her second teammate's actions. Geez Naruto, you're a shinobi for crying out loud. Who knew that all we need to get on your good side is a bag of bacon? She said in a fake annoyed tone. Naruto easily heard her amusement and merely kept eating the bacon. Sasuke didn't bother rolling his eyes, focusing on eating the sandwich in his hands to get his energy up. He had been training alongside Sakura on the basics of tree walking, a technique that Naruto had already mastered. When asked, he only said that he was trained in secret by some of the higher-ups in the Umbu Corps due to him being Minato Namake's son, but it was still suspicious in the Uchiha's now awakened Sharingan eyes. The thought of it made him unconsciously let out a small grunt, the grip on his sandwich almost squishing the bread and its contents of lettuce, tomato, and bacon. The blonde Uzumaki that stood in the doorway, munching on bacon like an idiot, was his sole precious person. He would admit that now. Naruto had become his rival, and though he refused to say it aloud, that rivalry turned into a quick competitive friendship. That friendship filled the loneliness he had felt for the past 6 years. He had become a constant in his life. And watching his body crumple to the floor was devastating enough to awaken his bloodline. His eyes narrowed as he thought of the event. If Naruto was that important in his life, then what about his goal? Could he cast aside his only friend in order to reach his goal? Was he willing to cut those ties with the only person in the world who seemed to understand him? He didn't know, and that frightened the lone Uchiha. He was broken away from his thoughts by a little boy yelling at the shinobi. Why do you even stay here? You're all gonna die. Tsunade and Tsunade froze, shocked at the boy's words while Kakashi looked on impassively. Sakura was also shocked, unable to form any words. Sasuke sent the brat a glare. Naruto met Inari's eyes and spoke. Why do you say that? He questioned, not in a tone of malice or anger, but one of pure curiosity. Inari scowled at the blonde. Gato is too strong. He kills everyone who stands in his way. Naruto shook his head, amused by the answer. Gato is a short man with a long shadow, he spoke fluently, his eyes shining. But even in the darkness a single light is all it takes to disrupt it. Inari's face twisted in anger, it glowing a bright red before he stomped up the stairs without saying a word. Naruto then turned around to everyone else. What was all that about? It's a long story, Tsunade said sadly, her eyes cast upward to a photo of Tsunade, Tsunade, Inari, and a man Naruto didn't recognize. He immediately picked up on the subtle hit and nodded in sympathy. I'm sorry for your loss, to lose a husband, a son, and a father must have hurt. He spoke softly. I understand exactly what Inari is feeling right now. He looked up at Tsunade, meeting her dark eyes with his shining blue with a wide grin on his face. I won't only save Wave, but I'll save Inari too. Believe it. Tsunade smiled warmly at his words. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Kakashi smiled behind his mask before snapping his book shut, gathering the attention of his genin. Today we'll continue training on the tree climbing exercise. Remember you haven't mastered it until you're able to fight for 1 hour. He said cheerfully as Sasuke and Sakura deflated in unison. Naruto only grinned. What about me, Kaka-sensei? Kakashi's lone visible eye trailed over to Naruto, looking the boy up and down before smirking. You get to watch Tsunade. Naruto face faulted as Tsunade patted the boy on the back twice, a grin on his face. Much appreciated my boy. He said cheerfully. We leave now. He grabbed a hold of Naruto's collar and grabbed the boy who held a defeated look on his face. Sakura was sticking her tongue out at him and Sasuke was smirking at his misfortune. Cruel bastards. He muttered distastefully as he was dragged out the front door. Kakashi watched as Sasuke and Sakura went up and down the trees with relative ease, the fact that Naruto had already mastered this technique spurring them on forward to push past their limits. Their progress was really something to be seen. Kakashi now had something to brag about to the other Jounin sensei. Usually, an average genin could master the technique in about a week and a half, and here were Sasuke and Sakura, almost mastering it only on the second day. It was impressive. Do a flip. Kakashi commanded as he watched the two genin somersault and land perfectly back on the wood and continuing. He chuckled as his eyes went back to his favorite book. Yes, impressive indeed. Naruto sat on part of the already constructed bridge, his legs crossed over one another with his elbow propped up on his knee, his chin placed in his hands as his bored eyes gazed lazily at the men working on the bridge. He was bored. No, that was an understatement. He was beyond bored. Nothing interesting was going to happen, he knew that much. Zabuza was pierced in the neck by Senbon, getting hit in the exactly right points to feign death. He knew the moment it happened and he was the one to explain it to Kakashi, who then deemed it necessary to tell everyone else. But they had at least 5 days left. Zabuza had been put in a death-like state. His heart had stopped and no matter how strong he was still only human. It would take him a week to recover from that alone, leaving out the injuries he sustained from Kakashi and team, of course. In Zabuza's current state, if he tried anything even he would be able to dispatch the Kiri nuke Nin with relative ease. His partner was a factor he wasn't aware of, but he could tell they were strong. He wasn't so sure he'd be able to handle that person if they were to fully accompany Zabuza. He estimated Zabuza's strength to be mid to high Jounin level, and his subordinate to be low Jounin. He himself was only high Chunin level, maybe even low Jounin if he used his eyes. The thought made him scowl. He was supposed to be stronger than this. It puzzled him. He remembered his past well, remembering things that would not be possible at his current level of power, and yet, he shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. He would just get stronger again, and with that, he needed training. He opened his eyes fully and seamlessly made a single shadow clone. Watch the old man, help if asked. Don't dispel until you see me again. The shadow clone nodded and Naruto disappeared in a body flicker. Naruto walked through the forest near Tsunade's home, roaming deeper into the forest with a content smile on his face. This was interesting. An adventure. He understood that guarding Tsunade was his job, but it was too boring to just sit there. Shadow clones existed for that very reason. He swore that when he became Hokage that he would let his clones do the work and he would simply read over it. He thought about what type of training he should do. Chakra training was out of the question. His chakra was so dense that Kakashi would be able to feel it from 10 miles away even though he's not a sensor. He couldn't use his sword, because well, he left it at Tsunade's house. He frowned. Physical training is always boring, he muttered. But hitting targets isn't, I guess. He smirked, cheering himself up as he began carving multiple targets into the trees around him. After he was finished, he held up 5 kunai and threw them at the same time, hitting every target in the bullseye. The success made him smile. Now to up the ante. Haku was having a good day. It wasn't too bright outside, the clouds covering the sun as well as the shade provided by the trees made it cool and pleasant to be in. She also already knew where the required herbs were in this forest, making it easier to heal Zabuza in the long run. And finally, it was a peaceful and quiet morning, the birds not having woken up yet. She was cut away from her thoughts as she saw a boy with bright blonde hair laying on a small patch of grass right next to where the herb she needed. She recognized him as the ninja who had tricked Zabuza, a feat not many could claim. She could take him out right now, she could get rid of him and further Zabuza's goals. She could. Misanichin. Naruto called out, hopping over a stick with a grin on his face, the sun shining above him as he raced after the older girl with an outstretched stick in his hand. I'ma get you. He was faster than her by a lot. In fact, when he had come across the village of Sakoma he had demonstrated unnatural abilities that went above even the men in the village, few as they are since the village was so small. Oh no you don't. She cried out, laughing as she darted into the woods. Naruto immediately jumped several feet in the air, landing softly on one of the tree branches and quickly jumping from branch to branch, descending quickly upon the brunette. Misa ran forward, only to come to a halt as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her, his stick tapping her forehead lightly with a wide grin spread across his face. Gotcha. A warm smile spread across Misa's face as she leaned down, rubbing Naruto's spiky blonde hair affectionately. So you did, Naruto-kun. That smile, every time he was tired and not thinking of anything in particular, he would see that beautiful smile. The smile. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, feeling a presence hovering over his body, but instead of tensing up and preparing, he only felt his eyes burn. Haku gasped as she saw a small glaze of purple appear in the blonde's eyes, tears slowly crawling down his cheeks as their eyes met and time seemed to stop. She felt her heart stop beating and any thoughts of killing the boy melted in her mind, it going blank as she couldn't help herself from gazing into his beautiful purple-hazed sky-blue eyes. She had dark hazel-colored eyes that held a certain depth in them and Naruto couldn't help but release a few tears. Why was he crying? He wasn't sad. Are you okay? Haku managed to say, stuttering for a moment as a blush enveloped her cheeks as she realized she had been staring for a bit too long. Naruto blinked, the purple disappearing as he wiped the tears away from his cheeks with his sleeve, a small chuckle escaping his throat. I don't know, I just felt really. He trailed off, chuckling again. Happy? It sounded more like a question than an answer, causing Haku to giggle slightly. He noted that she was wearing a pink kimono and laughed again. What an embarrassing introduction to such a beautiful girl. Haku's face flushed red as she averted her eyes away from the flirt-happy boy. What made you happy? She asked, looking at the dirt they both currently sat on. Naruto shrugged, bringing himself up to lean on the tree with a small grunt. I'm not sure, it's like it all happened at once and I can't really remember it, I just felt happy but at the same time. He didn't continue. He perked up and grinned. But that doesn't matter. Probably just a dream that we can't remember, right? Haku tilted her head to the side cutely, causing Naruto to blush. I guess I get what you mean, I have dreams like that too sometimes. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. So what were you doing sleeping in the forest? Are you like a homeless person? Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head. Actually no, I'm a shinobi. He said, pointing at the headband strapped to his forehead. Haku's eyes widened, pretending to be surprised by his answer. She had known that he was a shinobi from Konoha the moment she laid her eyes on him. Oh, then you must be strong. She commented. Naruto grinned cheekily. He scratched his cheek slightly. I don't know, not as strong as I used to be, that's for sure. But I guess you could say I'm pretty strong. He finished happily. Haku smiled at the slightly younger boy. Really? Do you have anyone precious to you? She asked. Naruto's grin turned into a small, appreciative smile. I do, and I'm grateful that I was able to find such people. He thought of the third Hokage, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Choji, Sakura, and Sasuke. A small list, but a list he cherished. Haku's smile turned genuine, her pink lips parting and revealing her sparkling white teeth. Then I'm sure that you are genuinely strong. I believe that one is truly strong when they have someone precious to them. Naruto nodded, understanding her words perfectly. I couldn't agree more, he replied. Do you have anyone precious to you? Haku paused for a moment. What could she say and get away with without alerting this genin that she was working with Zabuza? I do, she responded softly. For my dream, is to help bring his dreams into fruition. He saved me when I was but a child, and I'd do anything to make his dreams come true. Naruto's eyes widened before becoming downcast. Oh. He whispered. That's admirable, it truly is, but isn't dedicating your life to one person dangerous? What if he? He trailed off, letting his unspoken words fill in for himself. Haku felt a burst of anger come across her heart. He would never die. I'll do anything to keep him safe, even give away my own life, so be it. She shouted passionately. Naruto looked at her with wide eyes, not expecting the outburst from the teen. Haku looked embarrassed and let out a small apology, which Naruto waved away. "Don't be, your passion is truly inspiring," Naruto said, choosing his words correctly. He then chuckled as if realizing something. "I'm sorry, I don't think I got your name." Haku smiled. "My name is Haku." Naruto grinned in turn. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Haku-chan." Again, it felt as if time froze as she grabbed a hold of his outstretched hand, shaking it as it felt like electricity spread across their fingertips. "It's nice to meet you too, Naruto-kun," Haku said meekly, letting go of his warm hand. Naruto seemed to feel the same, a light red dashing his cheeks as he looked up at the leaf ceiling above them with wistful eyes. "I don't know why." Naruto spoke softly, gently, as if he was talking about a very close and personal thought. "But it feels like my life is connected to yours, somehow," he whispered. Haku's eyes widened before Naruto began laughing. "That sounds weird, I don't know how to explain it. I'm just glad to meet you." Haku returned the smile with her own. "Would you like to help me pick some medicinal herbs?" Naruto nodded, agreeing easily with enthusiasm. He then sighed. "I don't any talent for herbs, I don't even know which ones are edible or not." Haku giggled. "Well then I'd hate to have to imagine what you like to eat without any herbs as seasonings." Naruto smiled. "Nah, I'm not good as a cook. Most I can make is instant ramen. I mostly eat at Ichiraku's ramen because they're super nice to me, and not because I'm the Hokage's son." After it was widely revealed that Naruto was the one and only child of Minato Namikaze, the village rejoiced in having such a precious last gift given to them by the fourth Hokage. Naruto had liked the praise, being friendly with anyone who talked to him. But at the same time, he wondered if they would have treated him differently if he wasn't the son of a man who was famous. If he had been a nobody's son. "Ramen isn't too good for your health," Haku chided lightly with a small smile, bending over on her knees as she sat over a small patch of herbs. "You should try learning how to cook." Naruto deadpanned. "I can burn water," he said dryly as he took a seat next to the teen. "I prefer something fast and convenient," he said before picking a certain herb. "Is this the one we're gathering?" Haku nodded. "Yes, you have a keen eye." Naruto thanked her and went to find several more handfuls of the medicinal herb, depositing them into the basket she had been carrying. After about an hour of silent picking, and the basket finally being full, Naruto spoke. "Zabuza is important to you, isn't he?" It was almost barely a whisper, and for a second, Haku didn't think she heard him speak at all. But the somber expression that was plastered across his face was evident, showed that she had heard him. The thought of running crossed her mind, but it dashed away as quickly as it came, the sight of his sadness breaking her heart. "He is," she responded quietly. "He saved me when I had no one." Naruto remained quiet. He didn't know what he should say. What could he say? He had been hoping against hope that he was wrong, but once Haku had said something about healing her precious person, and her having the same height and hair as the fake Hunter Nin, he pieced it together rather easily. He thought that maybe he was being paranoid, that there was no way, but now that she had openly admitted it, what could he do? "Is that why you follow him?" He finally spoke after a long reign of tense silence. "Because he saved you, because he gave me a purpose," Haku corrected, her tone sincere and happy. "Back before I met Zabuza-sama, I was alone. I had nothing, not even a dream," she said bitterly. "I remember it being cold, so cold, and then he showed up. He gave me clothes, warmth, and he filled the loneliness in my heart. I swore to myself that I would see that his dream are fulfilled, even give my life, if I must. He has given my life purpose, as a tool used to achieve his goals. I'm just a tool, and nothing m dash. Shut up!" Naruto shouted as he shot up, his eyes crimson red with vertical black slits going straight down the middle. The eyes of the nine-tailed fox. His whiskers were darker and more refined, and his face was twisted with anger. "A tool. Just a tool," he said, his voice shaking as he nails cut into his palms, blood slowly leaking as Haku couldn't do anything but stare in shock. "I refuse to accept such a fact. Nobody is a tool for anyone else. What you're saying now, He met her eyes and she actually felt guilty for her words, the intensity of his vermilion eyes piercing her brown. Is that you're nothing but a slave to Zabuza? How could you say that? Haku responded, sounding hurt. It's not a bad thing to dedicate your life to help someone else. Naruto's eyes changed back into their crystal sky blue color and he smiled sadly at the older teen and bent down. Dedicating your life to help someone else is admirable, but the way you're making it sound, it's like you don't refer to yourself as a human anymore. Haku gasped, her eyes widened as Naruto poked her head gently with a single finger, his eyes closed and a smile on his face. You're very interesting, Haku-chan. I'm embarrassed to admit that I've grown fond of talking to you despite the short time we did. I guess, up until the last few minutes at least. She met his kind eyes and instinctively smiled. Would you like to meet tomorrow morning again? Same place and time. Naruto grinned at her. Sounds like a plan, Haku-chan. And with that, he left the blushing girl alone in the woods with a body flicker. Haku picked up the basket and happily made her way back to the hut. She wondered what tomorrow would hold, especially with that interesting and cute blonde running around anyway. A group made of 4 jounin from the hidden cloud silently made their way through the trees, the censor of their group taking lead as the 3 other jounin followed suit. Their mission was a simple one, assassinate the unknown man who called themselves the Shinigami. This was nothing new. There were always people running around and causing trouble, naming themselves Reaper, Kami, or now the Shinigami. Most, if not all of these people, were only disappointingly just above Chunin level, relying on a single jutsu that could be countered with a small coordinated group. A group such as the one now as the smell of smoke filled their noses. They all looked at each other and nodded, picking up the pace before arriving at the town the Shinigami had been reported to be seen just an hour ago. We're too late, the squad lead said angrily, his hands curling into fists. The entire village was up in flames, dead bodies littering the ground and being illuminated by the hot flames. They cautiously circled around the small town, seeing an opening within the walls that weren't on fire and crossed into the town. Stick together, the leader said. I sense a strong chakra about 50 meters ahead. They all nodded in unison at their leader's words and quickly ran in the direction of the chakra signature. As they arrived, they saw a tall man wearing a black cloak holding a man by the throat, the fire roaring behind them making the two seem like silhouettes. A loud crack was heard and the man's body was tossed into the fire, quickly burning up as the smell of burning flesh filled the air. The man known as Shinigami turned around, the expressionless mask unnerving the jounin as the empty bottomless pits of the eye holes bored deep into their minds. Before we killed you, tell us why you destroyed this town. One of the jounin shouted. Because, a deep voice sounded. I deemed it necessary. The corrupt leaders of this town were filled with greed, causing their citizens to turn to crime too. It became a den for criminals. Not a single parent lived in this village because what right-minded individual would raise their child in such conditions? You don't get to decide who gets to live and who gets to die. The censor shouted, snarling. They disgusted me, anyone who disgusts me must die. It's just that simple. The Shinigami was silent for a moment before continuing, his voice now even darker before. And do you know what disgusts me more than anything else in this twisted world of ours? The Cloud Shinobi didn't bother answering, merely pulling out their respective swords and getting ready for battle. The Shinigami chuckled darkly. Shinobi. He shouted darkly before walking forward, the jounin tensing up as he advanced. You get paid to kill, no matter who the target is. No matter how innocent they may be, no matter their pasts or personalities, you blindly follow orders and murder people. Then, as if your occupation wasn't a sin on its own, you kill one another like rabid animals. There's the first great ninja war, the Shinigami spoke mockingly as he grew closer. The second great ninja war, and the third great ninja war. Each war causing all sides heavy casualties, stripping away fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and even sons and daughters, of their loved ones. Shinobi caused nothing but pain and suffering, the masked man said bitterly. And what's your goal, huh? The leader asked, sweating dripping down the side of his face as he made sure to tighten the grip on his sword. So what if you hate Shinobi? What do you plan to do about it? The Shinigami chuckled. I plan on ending it all, he said, a sword coming out of his cloak with electricity sparking across the metal. By starting the fourth and final great ninja war. The Shinigami dashed forward, the fire behind him making him seem like a shadowy figure, except for one thing. Red eyes filled with malice and rage glared at them behind the mask. The killing intent coming off of the Shinigami was intense, not even allowing the first Jounin to move as he was slashed across the chest and his chin grabbed by a gloved hand and yanking upward, breaking his neck. This is my first move against the 5 great villages, the Shinigami spoke darkly, but humor was evidently laced in his tone. It's almost poetic. The first act I take will be killing 4 shinobi, and the final act I shall take will be bringing the 4th great ninja war. He let the body of the Jounin on the left fall to the ground, his body lying in the dirt as blood began pooling onto the ground beneath him. I'll kill you for that. The censor shouted, his own blade lighting up with electricity as he dashed forward. The Shinigami met his blade with his own, the lightning colliding with one another and cancelling each other out before the lightning dissipated. How many times have you heard those words spoken to you? The Shinigami questioned, amused as he pushed forward, his superior strength showing as the Cloud Jounin's feet slid in the dirt. How many times have the people you've slain uttered those words before your sword pierced their flesh? He pushed upward and spun around, twirling his sword in his hand and holding it in reverse before suddenly appeared next to the squad leader, his sword buried deep into the Jounin's stomach, it going out of his back as blood dripped off of the tip of the red-stained blade. How many times have people shouted those words before you destroyed them with a jutsu? The Shinigami questioned as he spun around and pushed his hand forward, fire seemingly coming out of his hand and burning the 3rd Jounin into a crisp, having tried to sneak on the Shinigami from behind. He pulled his sword out of the squad leader, letting him fall to the ground dead as he turned to the last Cloud Jounin. How many people did you have to slaughter? How many dead bodies did you walk over with zero regret before hearing those words? The sole remaining Jounin grit his teeth, now alone. His squad was dead. Nothing had gone according to plan. This man was too fast to even formulate a proper plan, and yet, he seemed as if this was an everyday occurrence for him. I wonder, the Shinigami pondered aloud, his lifeless mask staring blankly at the lone Jounin, who had adopted a face filled with fear. What would you tell your Kage if I were to let you live? The Jounin was about to answer, but the Shinigami cut him off but continuing. It is your sworn duty to report any threats to the village, but if I'm being quite frank. The Cloud Jounin didn't even see him move, he just felt a chill crawl down his spine before feeling a dark presence hovering over him like a curse, weighing him down like having a 10-ton boulder tied to your ankle and being dropped in the middle of the ocean. He didn't feel his heart get taken out with such ease, he only noticed when he heard the sound of his blood dripping from his clothes down on the scorched earth below. I hate having my time wasted, preparations for my war are still long in effect. Your death will only soak the seeds that will grow under harsh weather, but in the end, will bloom into a beautiful flower. The Cloud Jounin wordlessly flopped forward on the ground. The Shinigami dropped the heart in his hand, a mix of ash and dirt covering the organ as it rolled on the ground slightly. Now that is taken care of, the Shinigami muttered to himself before his body tensed up and he jumped in the air, the space he was just standing in now nothing but a crater. He cursed as he landed on one of the few non-destroyed buildings in the town that had yet been touched by the fire. Beneath the mask, his eyes trailed to where the blast originated. The fire lit up the person appearance and the masked man only cursed again, this time harsher. The man wore a long black cloak that went down to his ankles, covering his entire body with baggy sleeves that hung loosely by his side, the cloak covered in red clouds. The cloak's collar stretched to the man's chin. His bottom lip had 2 metal piercings on both ends. His nose was pierced as well, looking as if he had stuck 3 small rods and shoved them through his nose. His eyes glowed a bright purple, several rings surrounding the pupil as it looked directly at the Shinigami, the man's orange hair seemingly glowing in the light from the fire. You are known as the Shinigami. Your power is quite extraordinary. I originally planned on inviting you within my organization, but after hearing your speech about your goals, I've decided that you would not be an asset, but a rival. He raised his hand. Let us see which of our ideals are correct, Shinigami. After all, even a devil falls before. Pain's eyes widened. A god. Naruto stood nervously in the clearing, tapping his foot restlessly against the forest floor, his head leaning on the tree he was leaning on. Was he early? Late? He didn't exactly have a clock when the girl he had met the day before asked to meet again. He had thought he looked at the sun clearly enough and was able to match it with today, though it was just a bit cloudy today and he couldn't see it all that well. He still estimated it to be around the same time as yesterday, which is what led to his current situation now. He had been standing for 30 minutes, waiting patiently for Haku to arrive but with zero results. Now he was worrying about whether if she was going to show up or not. However, his worries immediately melted away as he heard her voice ring through the forest. Naruto-kun. Haku called out, an embarrassed smile on her pink lips, her eyes shining with kindness as she bowed slightly. I apologize for being so late. Her form darkened significantly. Some thugs thought they'd be allowed to touch Zabuza-sama. I hope you weren't too harsh on them, Haku-chan. Naruto laughed, waving off her apology. It's fine, I just got here too. He lied easily. Haku frowned for a moment before smiling beautifully once again, causing Naruto to merely smile back in turn. So, what do you want to do today? Just relax and talk, maybe take a walk by the river. Naruto grinned as he stretched slightly, his shirt lifting just a bit up above his waistline, giving Haku a small peek at his already well-established abs. Sounds like a plan, Haku-chan. Sasuke looked over to Naruto, who was laying on the floor of the guest room they'd been sleeping in, staring at the ceiling with a blank look in his eyes. He tied his headband to his forehead, now fully dressed and ready for a day filled with training. According to Kakashi, they had approximately 3 days filled with training left before Zabuza were to appear again. The copy Nin had been drilling Sasuke and Sakura relentlessly since the day before and his entire body ached, having had his chakra almost completely drained more than once yesterday. However, it had been worth it. He had fully mastered walking, running, hanging upside down, and fighting while on a vertical surface. It had become second nature to him after sparring against Kakashi after Sakura no longer posed a challenge, her reserves unable to keep up with his, thus causing her to fall off of the tree first in most of their spars. But the Uchiha would admit that the pink-haired girl was getting stronger, no longer having the same fangirl attitude she had in the academy. He had at first loathed the idea of being on a team with her, but as of now, he was willing to change his opinion on the girl who held him such high regard. He rolled his eyes as Naruto continued looking up at the ceiling. What are you doing? He asked. Why did you activate your Sharingan when Zabuza struck me? Naruto asked the Uchiha, still looking at the ceiling with his blank eyes. Sasuke's face adopted one of surprise, his eyes widening only slightly as he felt his mouth unconsciously open, but no words came out. That look didn't suit his best friend. Because, Sasuke began, swallowing his pride. You're my only friend. Naruto looked at Sasuke and the Uchiha watched as the familiar cheer-filled grin spread across his face, causing whatever worry he had to disappear instantly. I'm glad, Naruto replied. You're my best friend too, Sasuke. Sasuke grunted, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as he turned around, swinging the door open. Get dressed and get ready for a lot of sparring. Kakashi said that we'd all be training by sparring with one another and he's going to be watching over Tsunade at the bridge. He said quickly before hurrying out of the room. Naruto, a shadow clone, chuckled. When he dispelled, his creator would be happy to remember the lone survivor's words. Sakura stood in between Naruto and Sasuke, both boys exactly 3 feet away from her on either side. She looked over to Naruto and saw the blonde now and did the same for Sasuke, who repeated Naruto's actions. Begin, she shouted, slashing her arm down in the empty space in front of her just like the academy instructors did when the students would spar before jumping back a distance, giving both boys room to fight. Naruto and Sasuke charged at each other in unison, Sasuke's Sharingan springing to life, the 2 tomos in each eye spinning as their wrists collided. Naruto smirked as he ducked under Sasuke's elbow, his foot outstretched and attempting to swipe Sasuke's feet from under him, but the Uchiha jumped into the air. Quickly planting his feet back on the dirt, Sasuke kicked Naruto's outstretched foot further to the left, causing the blonde to lose his balance, falling backward. Sasuke shot forward, his fist planting itself in Naruto's abdomen, causing the blonde to hit the dirt roughly, the air escaping his lungs. Sakura winced as Naruto gasped for air, Sasuke standing above him. Do you yield? The Uchiha asked, his knee on Naruto's chest and his fist raised in the air just above Naruto's face. Naruto met the Uchiha's stare. Nah, the blonde said, pushing Sasuke off his chest before rolling backward, standing on all fours as a smirk crossed his lips before dashing forward, taking advantage of Sasuke's ill footing. You aren't winning that easily. He ran on all fours towards Sasuke before jumping into the air, his hands forming two hand signs. Earth style, binding pillar jutsu. He shouted, landing right in front of Sasuke and twisting, planting his foot on Sasuke's chest and kicking him back into the air. Sasuke's eyes widened in pain, watching with his Sharingan as Naruto slammed his hand on the ground below. He watched as several long pieces of earth emerged from the ground, wrapping around Sasuke's wrists and ankles before pulling him into the ground, binding him completely. Sasuke grunted in effort as he tried to free himself from the jutsu, his Sharingan eyes meeting Naruto's amused-filled look, and he laid his head back on the floor with a small sigh. I concede, he muttered. As soon as those words left his lips, the earth around his wrists and ankles crumbled into dirt. Naruto walked over to the raven-haired teen and offered an outstretched hand to the Uchiha, a sincere smile on his face. You almost got me, Sasuke, that Sharingan is scary. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's extended hand with a smirk. The blonde pulled him up on his feet. You won't get so lucky next time. Naruto laughed. Lady Luck loves to visit me in my dreams, you'll never beat me until you can kill her first. He practically sang. Think Gojo from JJ. Sasuke watched as the boy pranced around him, his arms flying as he kept singing about Lady Luck and how she kissed him in his sleep, a tick mark appearing on his head. Quit it, idiot. He sneered at the blonde, annoyed. Sakura giggled at Naruto's prancing but stopped as Naruto suddenly froze, his eyes widening. Are you alright, Naruto? She asked, tilting her head to the side in concern for her blonde teammate. Hey! Sasuke whispered as he saw shock fill Naruto's eyes, and something else that he was barely able to make out, but make it out he did, fear. Naruto began, his tone almost completely dead before he disappeared in a large puff of smoke. Sakura took a step back in surprise. A clone? She asked, bewildered. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as his Sharingan blazed to life once more, scanning the area before closing his eyes. It seems the real Naruto wasn't even here in the first place, he said with a bit of bitterness at the newfound information. He had lost to a clone. How strong was Naruto to be able to beat him with a single clone? He frowned. We need to tell Kakashi immediately. We have to find Naruto. A rock skipped across the slow-moving river, hitting the surface several times before sinking down to the bottom of the river, joining the rest of the small rocks and mud at the bed of the river. Naruto, the thrower of the rock, cheered at how many times his rock skipped. He turned to Haku, who was clapping quietly with a small smile on her face. Bravo, bravo, she giggled as Naruto did a mock bow. Why thank you, Haku-chan, he said with a laugh. Haku bent down on her knees, surveying the many rocks that littered the bank of the river. After a second, she picked up a smooth, flat stone. Naruto took a step back, gesturing her to the spot he had thrown his stone. Sorry Naruto-kun, Haku apologized with an amused smile. But I think I'll be able to win this contest. Years of practice and honing down her skills as a shinobi, Haku expertly threw the stone with an underhanded throw, it skipping almost 20 times in quick succession before it reached the other side of the river. Resting on the sand of the bank, Haku turned back to see Naruto looking at her with his mouth open in surprise, and a healthy blush made its way onto her cheeks as she suddenly felt very exposed and shy. Well? What did you think? She asked, her head tilted down as to hide her blush. What did I think? Naruto repeated before his open mouth closed and formed a grin. That was amazing, Haku-chan. How did you do it so many times? He exclaimed in excitement. Haku suddenly found her personal space being invaded as Naruto held both of her hands with his own, cupping them with his own and holding it out in front of her. Haku's eyes locked on the skin-to-skin contact, her face growing even darker. She stammered out, unable to continue as Naruto beamed at her, the words dying in her throat. Zabuza-sama taught me. Were the words she wanted to say, but she didn't want to ruin the moment. She didn't want the blonde to suddenly let go of her hands. The thought surprised her. Was she really too kind-hearted that she let someone who was supposed to be her enemy, someone who would eventually face her on the battlefield, to worm his way into her heart? Not hearing her answer, Naruto let go of her hands and quickly scooped up another flat rock. I wanna try again. Haku, the trance of the hand-holding now broken, looked up at the determined blonde and spoke. It's all in the flick of the wrist, she advised. Don't get disheartened if you don't get it on your first try, it takes a lot of practice. Naruto nodded, licking his lips slightly as he settled into the same stance Haku had used just moments before, surprising the ice user. He was able to mimic her stance perfectly just by seeing her do it once. Her thoughts of Naruto's strength faded as she felt a strong wind pass over the two, her hair blowing slightly as Naruto drew back his arm, the stone held loosely in his hand, his index finger wrapping around the edge of the stone. As his arm went into motion, ready to throw the rock the same way Haku had done, Naruto's posture suddenly went rigid before he threw the rock with such intensity that the movement of his arm caused Haku's eyes to squint as wind came off the blonde. The stone hit the water once, but instead of skipping, it caused the water to split as it flew straight into the bank, splitting the river for several seconds before it remerged, the water crashing and causing the water to fly into the air, several droplets of the river hitting Naruto and Haku's heads. Haku's eyes were wide as Naruto kept looking straight, his back towards the teen behind him. What just happened? Haku thought with wide eyes filled with nothing but shock. He had thrown the rock with so much strength that it caused the river to actually split. She had never heard, let alone see, someone ever do such a thing with something as small as a rock. A high-ranked jutsu? Sure, that wouldn't have been nearly as surprising. But a small rock that couldn't weigh more than an ounce or two? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes she wouldn't have believed it. Naruto-kun? She asked, almost worried as the blonde remained silent. She half expected Naruto to start cheering and maybe even brag at such an incredible accomplishment, but he was staying quiet. That damned snake, she heard Naruto mumble to himself before turning around and looking at Haku. She met his eyes and bit back a gasp. Just moments ago his eyes were bright and filled with a light that would never go out, but now, they were glazed over and showed nothing. It was as if he were an empty shell, or a body without a soul. Are you alright? She asked as her body moved on its own. She took a hold of Naruto's hand, the one he used to throw the rock, and saw that there were several burns around his finger. You used too much chakra for that, are your fingers okay? We'll have to wrap them up. She fretted over him. Naruto looked at Haku with an impassive gaze before pulling his hand back and holding it up. Watch, he whispered. Haku watched in amazement as the burnt skin began fixing itself, the burnt flesh turning lighter before it was replaced by smooth, unharmed skin. How? She asked breathlessly. Those the nine-tailed fox inhabits gain healing abilities that would put Tsunade Senju to shame. Haku's head snapped to meet Naruto's eyes again, her upcoming question silence as Naruto held a single finger to her pink lips. Yes, I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. 14 years ago on October 10th, I was born. Unfortunately, the Nine Tails was released during that time. Having no other choice, my father sealed the beast within myself, thus saving Konoha and causing the Leaf to maintain their position as the strongest of the hidden villages. He explained as if he were talking about the weather or what he was going to eat for dinner. What? Was all Haku could get out, her mind still processing the large amount of information the blonde Uzumaki had given her. Naruto placed a single hand on her head, making for an awkward position as Haku stood a couple of inches above the blonde. Don't worry, I'll explain it all to you tomorrow. He said with a sad smile, the first emotion she was able to detect from the blonde since he had thrown the rock. His hand lingered on the top of her head for a moment before he took his hand back and let it hand by his side. That's bold. Haku muttered, her eyes meeting Naruto's. What if I decided I don't want to see you again? She teased lightly, forcing a smile on her lips. She was a little unnerved at how Naruto's personality changed with a snap of a finger, but ignored it to focus on later. Naruto's sad smile turned into a genuine smile, not nearly as large as his other ones, but in Haku's eyes, it was even cuter due to fact that it seemed 10 times more genuine than any of the face-splitting grins she had seen when that had been together. I'd probably be sad, he admitted. But I have a feeling you want to hang out again tomorrow. Haku understood what he was saying and nodded. Of course, she responded easily, surprising herself. You're a very interesting person, Naruto-kun. Naruto let out a small chuckle. You have no idea, I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. He stated, sending her another small smile that warmed her heart before disappearing in a yellow flash of light. She blinked several times at the spot Naruto was just standing in. A teleportation jutsu, she let out a long, tired sigh. She'd have to deal with a lot of thoughts in order to even have a semblance of understanding of the boy she knew as Naruto Uzumaki. No matter, Haku thought as she turned around and began walking back to the hut she shared with Zabuza. She'd figure it out tomorrow. Danzo-sama, Sei bowed her head, on one knee as she kneeled before the old war hawk. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki has shown zero signs of betrayal. Danzo remained impassive, his hands behind his back. That's very good. Danzo spoke. It would seem that he began to continue, only to stop as an unsettling cold embraced his skin. Sei felt it too, her body tensing up as she could see her breath in the air. Danzo. The name was spoken with so much malice that Danzo's eyes immediately flew open. Sei unsheathed the sword on her back, jumping in front of Danzo. She held her sword out in front of her defensively, her black eyes narrowing and darting from corner to corner. The killing intent that laced the air was insane. Danzo tried to get out, but found his voice die as a chill crawled down his spine as it felt like the cold breath of death was breathing down his neck. Danzo-sama. Sei shouted as she turned around, only to freeze as her sword was instantly shattered into a dozen pieces, falling to the ground and clanging against the concrete. Danzo, the dark voice spoke again before a figure appeared in a yellow flash right in front of the one-eyed man and grabbing him by the throat and yanking them down to their eye level, being quite a bit smaller than the tall warhawk. Have you forgotten the last lesson I took my time teaching you already? Do I have to waste more of my precious time reinforcing the consequences of going behind your master's back? The voice shouted as the hood fell off his head, revealing a head of blonde hair and angry red eyes. Naruto-sama. Sei breathed out as if she couldn't believe it. She had raised her sword against him. She raised her sword against him, and lived. He could have killed her the moment she took a step into the room, and yet he spared her. Maybe it was. Her thoughts were broken as she saw Naruto bring Danzo to his knees, his right hand still wrapped firmly around the elder's throat. I expect an answer. What shady things have you been doing behind my back? And nothing. I swear. Naruto let the old man fall to his knees, Danzo's free hand going to his throat as he massaged it gently. After a split second, Naruto deemed that Danzo was taking too long and put his foot on the back of the man's head and pushed down, causing the bandaged man's face to hit the concrete with such intensity that the concrete cracked. You've grown complacent without my being around, Naruto stated as he glowered at Danzo, his eyes filled with disgust. Shall I rein in the leash I hooked to your collar? This is the same position he had me in when we met. Flashback. Danzo was having a good day despite rushing through the forests that surrounded Konoha along with a dozen of his own Umbu root. An unofficial and undocumented branch of the Umbu Corps, however they were loyal to Danzo and Danzo alone. The cause of the upturn in events and why he left the village to deal with this matter personally, was that Orochimaru, a secret ally of his despite his missing ninja status, had sent him a message telling him that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would be north of Konoha and should be wandering in the village's direction. If he could get his hands on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and get him to become loyal to Konoha, and most of all, him, then all of his plans would come into fruition quite quickly. He would become Hokage in no time, and Konoha would become the greatest of the shinobi villages with no rival. Added with the power of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, things for Konoha would turn favorably. Danzo-sama. Fu, one of his two most trusted root subordinates shouted. I'm detecting a chakra filled with malice about half a mile ahead. Danzo smirked inside his head, but kept an impassive face as he spoke. Surround them. This is of utmost importance to the village, failure will not be tolerated. The root disappeared in a blur as Danzo leapt into the clearing and saw a messy black-haired boy standing in the middle of the field, a plain white t-shirt littered with dirt and a very dark orange, which Danzo chalked up to being stained blood. He also wore a pair of shorts that reached down to his knees, his crystal blue eyes staring at Danzo, reflecting the Warhawk's impassive gaze. There was no doubt in Danzo's mind, this boy was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. "Who are you?" The boy questioned with an emotionless tone, his slightly tan arms hanging loosely by his side. "My name is Danzo," he responded smoothly. "And yours?" The boy remained silent as he just stared at Danzo before surveying the tree line, doing a complete degree circle before he was looking straight at Danzo again. "Naruto," he stated. "You have exactly 12 people surrounding me." Another statement. Danzo didn't react to the boy's words. "I'm an important elder of Konohagakure, I can't leave without protection." Naruto's face didn't even twitch. "Okay," he said before going quiet again. Danzo didn't relent. "I'd like for you to join the village and become part of something greater than yourself." Danzo watched as Naruto just looked at him before the black-haired boy opened his mouth. "Liar. Your name is Danzo Shimura, an advisor for the third Hokage. You lost your eye in one of the wars and replaced it with Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan, which you are trying to use right now. You lead a small group of Umbu called Root who follow you and not the village. You want to become Hokage of Konoha and establish it as the undeniable strongest village within the shinobi nations." Danzo didn't reveal any emotions, but on the inside he was panicking. This boy knew far too much about his dealings. If he wasn't able to get the boy under his thumb, he'd have to be eliminated. Only a select people knew the knowledge Naruto had just openly displayed, and for an 8-year-old to know so much of someone he hasn't even met, it was ludicrous. "You know a great deal of information," Danzo said before snapping his finger, the 12 Root Umbu appearing on every side of Naruto, their swords drawn and ready to act once their master gave them the signal. "Perhaps we can talk about my offer back in Konoha." The first sign of emotion crossed the Uzumaki's face in the form of a smirk. What a very vague threat, he still didn't move. "What a dark person you are, Danzo, brainwashing mere children in order to do your dirty work. On one hand, I respect you." Danzo's eyes studied the child that stood before him confidently, his entire form still relaxed as if he weren't in any danger at all. "And on the other?" Danzo spoke. "He would amuse the Jinchuriki." Naruto's smirk vanished immediately, replaced by a firm frown as his crystal blue eyes changed into a vermilion red, his pupils elongating and turning into vertical slits. "I despise your very existence," he shouted, killing intent leaking off of his body as he took a step forward, the Root Umbu taking a step back in fear as the aura coming off of the dark-haired child shook them to their core. Danzo shook his head, as if disappointed. "How sad that you charged straight to death, kill him," he ordered as he turned around and began walking away. The sound of swords slicing through the air filled his ears before it was replaced by the sounds of bodies hitting the ground. Danzo turned his head, glancing back before his one eye widened as he was staring straight into one of Naruto's eyes, the boy standing right behind him. He tried jumping back, but he felt his limbs get pulled to the ground and causing him to get pinned, his head just barely above the ground as he grit his teeth, trying to get out of the restraints with no success. "Your soldiers are good," Naruto said as he looked over to the fallen Umbu, their swords laying on the ground with some of them being impaled into the dead Root agents. "However, compared to someone like myself, they were nothing but flies that needed swatted. And swatted them I did." Naruto saw Danzo visibly struggle, a chakra string attached to each of his limbs, the 4 small beams of chakra were barely visible leading to Naruto's left hand, going into his fingertips. "But compared to an average shinobi, I would call them more than competent. In one scenario they actually managed to cut me, a feat that hasn't been allowed to happen for about 3 months. Naruto shook his head and suddenly stomped on Danzo's head, causing the man's head to sink into the ground as the earth beneath them cracked. "I think you would be much more useful to me if you were alive," Naruto said as he stepped off of Danzo's head and crouched down, his elbows resting on his knees as he used his right hand to grab a hold of Danzo's dark brown hair and raise it, revealing Danzo's dirted and slightly bloody face. "And never," he grunted out. He would not become a puppet to this insolent child. He wouldn't let the Jinchuriki sink his claws into Konoha. Naruto let out a sigh, his red eyes seemingly bored. Your Koto Amatsukami won't work on me, he said, Naruto's eyes having a slight purple haze to them as Danzo looked up. I have something far superior. In an instant, Danzo found himself tied to a metal chair with chakra restraining chains that went across his wrists and ankles. He couldn't see anything other than the light that was shining right down on him. What is this? He asked the void as he heard a slight chuckle. Something I experienced during my training. Naruto's voice was spoken in a whisper, but the words echoed throughout the emptiness, filling Danzo's ears as his head darted back and forth, trying to glimpse of the Uzumaki. It taught me a great lesson. Naruto walked into a view, a large knife in his hand and a face-splitting grin on his face, his head tilted to the left slightly as his body trembled. And now let's test if it'll teach you yours. Flashback end. No, Naruto-sama. Danzo whispered quickly, keeping his forehead on the ground. The blonde grunted and took his foot off of the old man's head and turned around. What purpose does the Two-Tails Jinchuriki serve Konoha? Especially with Sei and Kabuto Yakushi on her team? Naruto spoke, his voice holding an edge in it that caused Danzo to respond immediately. She was given to Konoha after Kumo's failed attempt to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, Hinata Hyuga, when she was 4 years old. We didn't have to nine tails in our hands, but bluffed our way into negotiations and threatening war until the Raikage had no choice but to hand over the beast in order to avoid war. He got out, breathing heavily a few times before continuing. Sei and Kabuto were put on her team in order to monitor her closely, hiding 2 Jounin-level spies on her team to ensure she doesn't betray the village. If you had given me any other excuse then I would have killed you. Naruto said simply. Don't think you aren't disposable, Danzo. All of my pieces on the board have their uses. Naruto turned around to meet Danzo's wide eye, a cruel smirk on the blonde's face. But you're merely a pawn in this game. If I deem you unnecessary, you will be sacrificed and everything useful about you will be taken and watched over by me personally. Do I make myself clear, Danzo? Yes, Naruto-sama, Danzo breathed out. He had gotten off easy. May I ask you a question? Naruto rose a single eyebrow. Do you believe you have any place in order to do such a thing? Naruto responded with a rhetorical question. Ask away. He said, are you ever going to turn your back on Konoha? The Warhawk asked. He had to know. He knew that the blonde could lie, but for some reason, he knew that the boy felt no need to lie. If he were to say he would destroy Konoha, he knew that Danzo could do nothing about it. If he wanted to preserve it, then Danzo could rest peacefully. I have no intentions on doing such a thing, Naruto responded. When I contacted you when I arrived in the village to become a genin, my words were genuine. I have no ill will against this village, I've even found the bonds I sought after in the first place. I will protect the village because I want to, not because it will help you sleep better. Danzo let out a breath he hadn't known he had been holding, relief spreading across his entire body. Sei, Naruto called out, relieving Danzo of his attention and turning to the pale teen across from him. Are you well? Sei was taken aback from the question, but remembered just who she was standing in front of. Out of all of the Umbu and Root, she was perhaps the only person who could claim to be close to the blonde. When Naruto had first come to Konoha when he was a child with a very injured Danzo in tow, Root had first tried to kill him. However, they were defeated rather easily and he didn't kill a single one of them. He told Root that he would be leading them from now on through Danzo. He had selected her to show him the life of Root's subordinates and she was able to get to know the boy better that way. I am not injured, she responded in a monotone. Naruto's blue eyes looked into her black eyes for a second. She thought she saw a flash of disappointment flash in his eyes before he let out a sigh. Good. I have to return to Wave now and face the music. He glanced at Danzo and then closed his eyes. My warning is still in effect, Danzo. The only Root operative allowed to contact me is Sei. I have to fix a mistake. His hand turned into a fist as his nose twitched in slight anger. Barely even a few months and pop goes the damn weasel, oh well. I'll fix it when I get back. Finished with talking to himself, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. Sei looked at Danzo, who had finally gotten up. What now, Danzo-sama? She asked. Continue your mission, he answered. I will let you know if Naruto-sama gives any further orders. The root operative nodded and exited the room, her thoughts filled with the blonde and thinking of the possible reasons for his actions. Pain stood over an empty cloak that belonged to the man who dubbed himself the Shinigami, blood littering the tattered piece of clothing. He got away. Pain's deep voice pierced the air as he spoke to himself. How unfortunate, no matter. His purple Rinnegan eyes seemed to glow as he looked up at the setting sun. His own cloak was torn to shreds, and 3 of his paths were destroyed in the battle. The Shinigami was a skilled fighter. If he weren't a god, he was sure he would have lost. The man deserved to be called the Shinigami. But he would eventually die. Nothing can stand through the wrath of a god. Naruto approached Tsunade's house where Kakashi was leaning next to the door, his eye focused on the blonde with his arms crossed over his chest. Naruto saw the look Kakashi was sending him and internally sighed, knowing what was about to come. So, Kakashi began, his usual lazy voice replaced by a deadly serious tone. Care to tell me where you truly were this morning and why you're finally coming back when the sun is almost down? Naruto stopped walking and met Kakashi's lone eye. I've been spying on Zabuza's partner, he replied easily. I got bored yesterday and had a clone guard Tsunade in my place in order to go train. I fell asleep and woke up to Zabuza's partner gathering herbs to heal him, and, she's stronger than Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto said honestly. I haven't fought or sparred with her yet, but I can tell she's strong. She has a Kekii Genkai, ice. Kakashi kept his eye on Naruto for a second, pondering the information the blonde was giving him before his shoulders relaxed and his eye lost its angry stare and was replaced by a tired one. Alright, he sighed out. However, not only is leaving a clone with the client a large breach in protocol if the situation doesn't call for it, but also not telling me today was an error on your part. I won't punish you this time, just make sure it doesn't happen again. It won't, Naruto promised. I didn't mean to endanger the mission, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi let out a sigh. Like I said, it's fine this time because you managed to get valuable information that will help us in these next coming days. Naruto nodded and opened the front door and stood in the doorway for a moment before speaking. I grew fond of her, he admitted to the older man, whose single visible eye widened at the information. Naruto's face, although unseen by Kakashi, was one of sorrow. Please don't kill her. With that, he walked inside. Kakashi stood, slightly shocked at Naruto's words. Kill her. Sure, she was an enemy, but why did Naruto feel the need to tell him specifically not to kill her? He shook his head, dismissing the thought and followed the blonde inside. Naruto and Kakashi wordlessly sat at the dinner table, a plate waiting for both of them as they thanked Tsunade for the food and dug in. Sasuke and Sakura were looking at Kakashi and Naruto weirdly before a voice broke the slightly uncomfortable silence. It's useless, Inari spoke from the staircase, glaring at the ninja. All of you are dumb. Don't you know that everyone who fights Gato dies? He almost yelled. Inari. Tsunade yelled, enraged by her son's words. These brave people are fighting for our freedom. They're going to die. Inari shouted back at his mother. Why are you starting this again? Naruto asked after swallowing his food, his eyes gazing at Inari. Can't you just say you hate us and want us to die and be done with it? Because that's all I've heard come out of your mouth. Inari glared furiously at Naruto, tears of anger running down his cheeks. Shut up. He shouted. You don't know us. Coming into our home, acting like you're so cool and that you're amazing people because you came to help. I hate you. You don't know a single thing about suffering. A rain of silence entered the atmosphere as everyone took in Inari's words. Suffering, huh? Naruto said in a whisper, a mirthless smile appearing on his face. I guess you're right, I mean, he laughed a little as he set his fork on his empty plate. Nobody else in the world can suffer except you, right? Inari began, but was cut off as Naruto continued talking. I just find it funny, Naruto spoke quietly. You were born loved unconditionally, and with people who care about you, people who would die for you. He looked down at the table. And yet you raised your voice to your mother, you looked down on your grandfather, and you antagonized the people who are helping your grandfather. I know you lost your father, Inari, but we've all lost someone. Sasuke felt the fork in his hand press roughly against his fingers as his grip on the metal unconsciously tightened. Kakashi remained quiet, observing Naruto display sadness so openly with hidden regret in his eyes. Sakura kept looking back between Naruto and Inari, a lost look of confusion on her face, suddenly feeling as if she were intruding in on the moment. Inari just looked at Naruto with an angry but pained expression etched across his face before he stormed up the stairs. A door slamming echoed in everyone's ears as Naruto let out a small sigh. "I'm sorry if I spoke out of turn, it wasn't my place." He apologized, looking at Tsunade and Tazuna. "No," Tsunade said gently. "It's alright, Naruto-kun. Inari needed to hear those words sooner rather than later, I'm just embarrassed that I didn't have the courage to say them myself," she said sadly. "Nonsense," Kakashi responded. "Inari lost his father, yes, but you lost a husband. You both lost someone very important to your lives. You're both just dealing with it in different ways." "I suppose that's true," she said with a forced smile. "Thank you." Later that night, Sasuke's eyes flashed open and he bolted upright, his chest rapidly moving up and down as the blanket crinkled in the Uchiha's distressed grip. Another dream, he thought as he looked over to where Naruto had fallen asleep, only to note that the boy was gone, his sleep spread empty of any persons. He slid out from under the blanket, his breathing now calm and steady compared to the panicked breathing he had been doing just moments before. He moved over to Naruto's bedspread and placed a single hand on the cloth and felt no warmth, meaning that Naruto hadn't been laying down for quite some time. The Uchiha's curiosity got the best of him as he stepped out of their shared room quietly, not making a single sound as he made his way down the stairs and out the door. He felt the cold night air hit his face, an involuntary shiver crawling down Sasuke's spine as his Sharingan sprang to life. He saw a small trail of dense chakra, something only a shinobi who used chakra to enhance their movements could do. He followed the tracks, hoping to find the blonde-haired teen and catch him in whatever act he was participating in. After 10 minutes of following the trail of chakra, he grew annoyed as he jumped into a tree and followed the chakra from branch to branch. What was the blonde doing? He heard the sound of a river flowing, the sound of running water filled his ears as he stood on a tree branch that was just on the tree line, his Sharingan eyes scanning the bank of the river before he saw something and let out an annoyed, yet somewhat relieved, sigh. Sitting next to the flowing river was Naruto, who was watching the water with a zoned-out look in his eyes, his mind obviously somewhere else. He jumped from the branch and landed softly on the slightly wet grass before walking slowly over towards the blonde, whose voice broke the river's constant rain of noise. "What are you doing, Sasuke?" Sasuke was silent for a moment as he took a seat a foot away from the blonde, his cold black eyes gazing at the river in front of them. "I was wondering where you went. You used your Sharingan to track me," Naruto stated with amusement laced in his tone. "That's quite resourceful of you. Anyone could have found you by following your stench," Sasuke replied with a small smirk as Naruto chuckled at the Uchiha's words. "I suppose that's true," he said before falling quiet again, a comfortably silence falling over the two teens. After a few minutes, Naruto spoke. "Why do you hate your brother?" Sasuke's face twisted into one anger, but he reined it in as quickly as it came. "Because he slaughtered my entire clan," he spat out bitterly. "You know this." Naruto nodded, his mouth hanging open slightly. "I see," he whispered. "Did he tell you why?" Sasuke tore his eyes away from the blonde and back to the river, seeing the moon above them reflecting off of the mirror-like surface of the pitch-black water. "He said it was to test his abilities," Sasuke growled out. "To test his new power." "Why are you asking?" "I'm not sure," Naruto whispered in reply. "Is it because I feel guilty?" "Because." He trailed off as he looked at Sasuke. "What if Itachi lied to you?" Sasuke looked at the blonde as if he had grown a second head, as if what the blonde had said was so ridiculous that you couldn't help but genuinely question if they're actually that stupid, but found the blonde was dead serious. "There would be no reason to lie," Sasuke bit out. "There's no justifiable reason as to why you slaughter your entire family." He saw Naruto's hand twitch and the boy's passive expression turn sour, a frown now on his face. "What if?" Naruto trailed off again before speaking in a soft but powerful tone. "What if he didn't have a choice? What if he was forced to kill your clan?" Sasuke's eyes widened at Naruto's tone. If he did it because he was forced to, because he didn't have a choice, would you be able to forgive him? Sasuke paused as he suddenly let his anger loose. That's impossible. That man slaughtered my entire clan. He betrayed the Leaf Village. He stood up in a flash and heaved Naruto up by his collar, his Sharingan unconsciously activating. He forced me to watch my mom and dad get killed over and over again. He yelled. But Naruto tried to speak, but Sasuke continued. Why are you so damn interested in this all of a sudden? You never asked about this before. Why do you care so much? Sasuke shouted, glaring at Naruto as the blonde closed his eyes, his nose twitching as he tried breathing. Answer me. Why do you want to know if I'd forgive Itachi if he killed my family because he had to? Naruto pushed himself off of Naruto, shuffling back a few feet as he took a deep breath before his posture straightened out and his presence changed before Sasuke's eyes. Gone was the familiar feeling of his best friend and in was the chilling aura of a stranger looking at you with eyes that held nothing but a coldness to them. I'm about to unload a great deal of information onto you, Sasuke. I haven't told anyone else in the Hidden Leaf this, not even the third Hokage. So you need to promise me that whatever I say next and the following conversation is secret. Sasuke's angered face shifted to one of a bit of a confusion. I don't understand, he said before he straightened his face. But I'll accept those terms. What do you have to say about my brother? Naruto closed his eyes. You are my best friend Sasuke, so I'll tell you everything I can. When I was born, the Kyuubi attacked the village. Unable to kill the beast, the fourth Hokage sealed the beast within his own son, me. However, instead of being raised in the village, I was kidnapped by a man who wears a mask. Then that means that you lied to everyone in the beginning, Sasuke began with an accusing tone. Why? The third Hokage didn't want me to tell the truth. We arranged for a proper backstory for the secret son of the fourth Hokage. It was more convenient for those around me so my loyalty wouldn't be questioned when I became a genin. Why would your loyalty be questioned? Naruto sighed. He didn't want to answer this question, but he knew Sasuke deserved more than just the semblance of the truth. Because the man who took me brought me to a group named the AKATSUKI, made of 10 S-ranked ninja who are all easily Kage level, some even stronger than that. He met Sasuke's wide eyes and spoke the next few words carefully. Itachi Uchiha was amongst the group that raised me. In a flash Sasuke was upon him, his Sharingan flaring wildly as he raised his fist into the air and swung it down, intending on bashing the blonde's face in. Naruto merely raised a hand and caught the fist in the air before pushing Sasuke back. I thought you'd react this way. I don't know why I thought I could tell you something like that, Naruto said as he gazed at Sasuke's seething form, the raven-haired teen glaring furiously at the Uzumaki. We've known each other for months, Sasuke growled, his hands shaking. And you didn't mention once that you knew Itachi, you knew that I wanted to kill him, that was my goal. And yet you didn't say a single damn thing about it. He shouted, his voice straining from the intensity of his shout. Take a glance at the river and you will understand why, Naruto said calmly. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes flashed at the water next to him and he saw his bent-over form, but his snarl only doubled as his eyes shot back towards Naruto. I'm not going to listen to your excuses. Everything you say is a lie. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing sincere blue orbs as he smiled softly. You'll trust me again, Sasuke, when I tell you out again, you'll understand better. Sasuke's eyes widened at Naruto's implications. What are you? Sasuke's eyes flashed open and he bolted upright, his chest rapidly moving up and down as the blanket crinkled in the Uchiha's distressed grip. Another dream, he thought as he looked over to where Naruto had fallen asleep, and saw the blonde laying snuggled up in his blankets like his usual self. He forced his restless body back down, his heart in his chest still beating furiously against his ribcage. What was this feeling? That he was in danger? Or that he was missing something important? He turned onto his side and forced his eyes closed and tried to empty his mind. He needed to sleep in order to train the following morning. He didn't know why, but the last thought he had before sleep claimed his mental state was that of a blonde smiling at him with sad but sincere eyes. The rain was the only thing that Naruto could hear despite the pounding of his heart in his chest, echoing in his ears as his entire body was numb. His vision was blurry, but he still clearly made out the tall man with orange hair wearing a black cloak with red clouds covering it, standing in front of a kneeling girl. A voice mumbled in Naruto's ears as he couldn't make out the words, his entire body tensed, his right hand gripping the handle of a short sword so hard that his knuckles were white. A single drop of rain that landed on Naruto's nose shot the boy back into reality as the voice spoke up again. "I said kill them," Pain said as Naruto met his Rinnegan eyes. "Take that sword in your right hand and cut her throat, you are an agent of the AKATSUKI. The time of playing house is over, your mission is complete." Naruto's eyes trailed down from Pain's Rinnegan and saw Misa's hazel eyes looking at him, filled with fear and betrayal. "Misa," Naruto's voice was a squeak as he said the name. The other paths of Pain stood side by side, each person having another kneeling in front of them, the rain causing their clothes to get wet. "Kill her!" Pain shouted as he grabbed her hair, yanking it as she let loose a scream, it piercing the tense atmosphere. "Complete your mission, slave. Fulfill your duty as our tool." Naruto screamed out, holding the sword above his head as tears crawled down his face, his entire body trembling as he saw Misa's pained eyes meeting his own. He grit his teeth and let out another primal scream before he saw red. "Tomorrow?" Naruto asked the girl in front of him, his eyes wide as his lungs empty of air, feeling as though he had just been punched in the gut by Kakuzu. Haku felt tears prickle at her eyes, knowing that this was going to be the last time she'd be seeing the blonde boy before they'd meet again as enemies on a battlefield. "Yes," she choked out. "Zabuza-sama's healing progressed quicker than expected, he'll be ready tomorrow at noon." "I see." Naruto didn't know what to say. What could he? He couldn't do anything, he was powerless. He couldn't do a damn thing. "Why?" he whispered as he took a step closer to Haku. "Why do you have to fight for him? Why couldn't you fight?" He trailed off. Haku smiled at the teen and wrapped her arms gently around the boy, pulling the shorter shinobi into her shoulder as she leaned her head against his. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I am," she said as she felt her grip on him tighten. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and returned the hug with equal effort, his eyes stinging. And at that moment there was nothing but the ice user and the adrift Uzumaki. Flashback. "Kukuku," Orochimaru chuckled as he walked in circles around the boy that was chained to a metal chair that was bolted to the ground. "It seems that Pain isn't too happy on your performance in that tiny village you spent a year in." Orochimaru bent down to the boy's ear. "Did you enjoy killing the people that would have died for you?" "Shut up," Naruto whispered, baring his teeth as he glared at Orochimaru from the corner of his eye. "You know nothing." Orochimaru stood up again and threw his head back and laughed, his laughter echoing throughout the barren room. "I know that your spirit isn't broken," Orochimaru said with a sly tone as he pulled out a single syringe. "I know that Pain wants me to break you and form you into a proper slave." Naruto's eyes widened, the 7-year-old thrashed slightly, knowing full well what Orochimaru did to those he was given free rein of. "And do you want to know the best thing about this little task I was given?" Orochimaru said, his voice slightly high-pitched as he pushed the needle straight into Naruto's arm, injecting the fluid into his vein. "Grgh," Naruto grunted in slight pain as his vision instantly became hazy as his nerves suddenly increased in sensitivity. Orochimaru laughed as he grabbed Naruto's right middle finger, squeezing it as the boy let out an air-piercing scream. "I've amplified your nervous system, now everything you feel will be tripled in intensity." With that said, he grinned sadistically as the blonde looked at him with horror-filled eyes before he swiped the kunai and cut Naruto's finger off, it falling to the ground as blood began spilling out of the small stump of a finger and Naruto let out another scream. Several days later, Naruto was sitting in the chair, his chest leaned forward and his tilted head staring at the boring concrete floor the steel chair was bolted to. How did he get in this position? Why did Pain feel the need to do this? To go as far as torturing him after everything he did. His previous blonde hair was now pitch black, a side effect from an injection Orochimaru used to cause Naruto's blood to feel as if it were liquid magma. He couldn't feel his throat any longer, despite his advanced healing ability, he found out on the third day of the torture that he couldn't scream any longer, only able to let out wheezing grunts. Every day would start with being force-fed slush that was likely just the blended-up scraps from the remains of the previous night. Then Orochimaru would inject more unknowns into his veins, each one causing a great deal more pain than the last. Then he would start cutting the Uzumaki's chest and face until Naruto's body was covered in his blood. After that, Orochimaru would have his servants to clean the Jinchuriki before Orochimaru came back into the room, where he cut off Naruto's fingers one by one, and when those were all gone, he went to his toes, and when those were all gone, he cut off his ears. By the time the ears were off, the fingers grew back, and Orochimaru would always ask the same question: "What is your purpose in life?" Naruto would give him an arbitrary answer. Orochimaru would take off a few fingers and ask another question. "Who do you serve?" Another answer that would earn him a large cut across the chest. He thought he'd answer correctly and tell the twisted snake the correct answers, but even then it was still the same. He still watched as his fingers fell to the ground, and the only thing he was able to do was thrash in the chakra-restricting chains. He lost his fingers and toe over and 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 over. It felt as if time had stopped and he was forced to endure the pain that seemed to last for years. He had lost more blood than the combined count of 10 healthy males at their peaks, and yet, he lived. This thing in his gut kept him alive, caused him to keep living through this hell. Hell, Naruto thought, surely this was it. Hell couldn't be any worse than this. He was defenseless and weak. He couldn't do a damn thing. These people, the ones who had taken him and put him in this situation, were shinobi. They took him in order to fulfill their own ideals, in order to combat other shinobi's ideals. They stole his entire life away from him because they were shinobi. And Naruto knew what a shinobi was. A sickness, a plague across the world. Shinobi caused only death and despair and wreaked destruction upon the weak. They stole everything from him. And now they wanted to enslave him after teaching him pain. No, he growled out, the sweat dripping down his face as he grit his teeth. I won't be a slave any longer. He got out as his eyes glowed a bright purple. Do you hear me? He shouted as the chains on the chair ripped apart, the boy glaring defiantly at the door as he could see the silhouette of Orochimaru. I'm going to tear you to shreds and teach you your place. Naruto's voice turned demonic as the purple hazed eye had a small tint of red spreading across it, Naruto's pupils turning into vertical slits as he glared at Orochimaru as the man opened the door, a grin on his face. My, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru cried out in amusement as he looked at the form of the child before him. What a bold statement, surely you don't think you can dash. He was silenced as Naruto suddenly grasped him by the jaw and slung him down into the concrete. Orochimaru smashing straight through the hard material and causing dust to spread into the air. Shut up, Naruto whispered so darkly that Orochimaru's defiant glare disappeared and turned into one of fear as he sensed the extreme amount of the killing intent in the air, the potency causing his lungs to stop taking in air as Naruto's grip on his mouth and jaw increased. I don't want to hear another word out of your mouth until I ask you some questions. Naruto raised a single finger, his purple-red hazed eyes glowing as a small beam of chakra emitted from the tip of his index finger, rising about 2 inches above the tip of his finger and forming a sharp edge. I've seen you fight strong opponents when you trained me after I turned 4, Naruto began as he sat on Orochimaru's chest, his knees pinning the Sanin's arms and immobilizing the man from using any jutsu. So I know that you can regenerate from a variety of things at the expense of a lot of chakra, and seeing as how quickly I took you down, you have plenty left. Orochimaru's eyes widened as Naruto's expressionless face lit up with a large grin, the large bags under his eyes showing he hadn't slept in days. The grin on his face was a mad, sinister grin that promised only pain. Orochimaru squirmed, trying to get away, only to stop as he felt Naruto's chakra pierced his left arm, his arm lighting up before his veins were suddenly glowing throughout his body. Naruto smirked. Good, he stood up and Orochimaru immediately opened his mouth, a snake with a sword in its mouth leaping from his throat and straight towards Naruto, who merely glanced at the quickly approaching weapon and shook his head in disappointment. "How sad," he said with mocking pity before he raised his hand in the air and snapped. Immediately Orochimaru went rigid as his mouth opened and an agonizing scream rippled through the air, sounding like music to Naruto's ears as the snake began retreating back into Orochimaru's mouth. Only for Naruto to grab the head of the snake and use his chakra to cut it off, the sword falling out of the snake's mouth and into Naruto's hand as he held it up, admiring it. "This is the infamous Kusanagi." Naruto marveled with appraising eyes. "What a wonderful gift." He walked over to Orochimaru with a smirk and leaned down to the still trembling man, his breathing erratic. "From my new servant." Nagato Uzumaki, otherwise known as Pain, sat on his stone throne, his eyes closed as he thought quietly as he waited for his chakra to refill, the fight with the Shinigami having caused the alarmingly skinny Uzumaki to lose almost every bit of his chakra. It troubled him that someone this strong existed, especially since they were able to escape his divine justice. They were causing too much trouble, his name leaving the lips of hundreds of people who lived in the area he had been seen wreaking havoc, which is why Pain had decided to visit the Shinigami personally. He was interrupted from his thoughts as he sensed a foreign chakra entering the hidden room and opened his Rinnegan eyes, seeing Madara Uchiha standing just a few feet away from him, his arms hanging loosely by his hips as Nagato could make out a glowing Sharingan. Madara surveyed the room before looking back at Nagato. "You were given quite a bit of trouble," he stated. "If your Deva path was that beaten up, as well as 3 of your other paths being destroyed," Madara mocked casually. "Who did God try and strike down?" "The devil," Nagato answered. "He was strong, but in the end, I emerged the victor." "Of course," Madara spoke smoothly. "You are a god, after all. Surely you could never lose." Nagato remained silent, his Rinnegan never leaving Madara's form. "Who were they?" "You've probably heard of them, the Shinigami is what he calls himself. He is a very dangerous opponent, you know, all of the AKATSUKI must watch out for them." Nagato spoke, his ragged voice holding a slight bitterness in them. He wouldn't voice it aloud, but if the Shinigami figured out just exactly how the Rinnegan works, he would have lost the fight. "The Shinigami, eh?" Madara spoke, amusement lacing his tone. "What an interesting choice." He spoke before he disappearing in a swirling vortex. Nagato looked at the empty space where Madara had stood just seconds before for a moment before closing his eyes, his mind focused on his fight with the man who claimed to be the devil himself. Obito surveyed the hidden rain from atop the tallest tower in the village, the pattering of the rain hitting the top of his woolen hood echoed in his ears, the orange mask on his face only amplifying the sound of the crying clouds. A deep rumble shook the air around the Sharingan user, thunder coming from the heavens as lightning stretched across the sky, painting it a bright white color that reflected off of the clouds and lighting up the sky. "A promise to the man who has been my father figure," Naruto whispered to himself as he thought. His sentence alone had shocked Obito. Was he truly this boy's father figure? As if Naruto heard his thoughts, the boy spoke. "You took care of me and provided me with the tools and skills that I need to survive, no matter how cruel the methods of myself gaining them were. Without you, I doubt I'd be here now, strong and alive. Without you, I would not be able to achieve and find my own goals. So yes, I will promise to come back once I have succeeded." Those were the last words spoken to him from the blonde Uzumaki he had kidnapped from the Hidden Leaf before he returned to the Hidden Leaf, undoing perhaps his most devastating hit to the village. When Naruto was taken, the elders of the Hidden Leaf bluffed their way through a variety of things by claiming to have the power of the Kyuubi at their call. Obviously a lie, but a lie that nobody could prove. Konoha had always been secretive over their Jinchuriki, not a single one having been known besides the first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, who had sealed the Kyuubi within herself after the first had distributed the rest of the tailed beasts among the shinobi nations that were being built. But after the Hyuga incident, the elders of the Leaf got a bit too greedy for Obito's liking. They took a hold of the two tails in order to make up for the false power the stolen Kyuubi once held. This made things unpredictable within the shinobi nations, and if there was one thing that Obito could admit was an annoyance was not being a clairvoyant as he once had been. He had a plan, but that plan was disrupted when he took Naruto on a whim. That action had caused a ripple in the pond of his plans. The AKATSUKI had to move with caution, move slower than OBITO would have liked because they had possessed perhaps the most valuable being in the shinobi nations and had stolen it out from right under the strongest village's nose. The winds were shifting, OBITO could see that much. Something was going to happen soon, something that would only further devastate the land. And for whatever reason, he had a feeling that a certain Uzumaki brat was going to be at the center of it all. The boy was smart, smarter than anyone else that OBITO had ever met. He would even go as far as to say that the boy was smarter than Madara, and he was only 14. When they did his yearly tests, the last test Naruto had taken his IQ was charted to be around, a feat that not even Hashirama Senju, who was the strongest shinobi to ever exist, could not compare to. He was easily Kage level. In fact, OBITO was quite sure that Naruto could take on the likes of Kisame or Itachi, both being some of the stronger members of the AKATSUKI, only being outdone by Pain and himself. When Haiden had threatened him, Naruto came the closest person on the planet to ever almost kill an immortal. If he had actually tried, OBITO was confident the boy would merely blow up the Jashinist's head. After all, what body could move when there was no brain to command it to do so? He was the perfect weapon, too perfect. He let out a small hum, sinking with the pouring rain as a thought dawned upon him. With that, OBITO let his Kamui transport him through his own dimension before he reappeared back in the real world outside of Itachi's and Kisame's hideout within Mist Country. Kisame was the first one out of his tent, a pleased grin on his face as he saw OBITO's relaxed form standing in front of the put-out fire. "You look like you just took a swim with the sharks," Kisame greeted him, his rough voice carrying through the plateau. "Appearing in front of both of us means that Kisame knows of your true identity," Itachi's monotone voice spoke up as he emerged from his own tent. "What do you want of us, Madara?" "You misunderstand," OBITO's Madara voice sprung to life, his deep voice holding the weight of authority in it. "I only came here to speak to you, Itachi. This is a family matter." He let the words hang in the air for the two AKATSUKI members to process before he spun around. Kisame looked at Itachi, his grin turning sadistic. "It would seem that we are both more informed than our fellow AKATSUKI members, how interesting." He spoke as he eyed Itachi as if the Uchiha were a lone fish, ready to be eaten. Itachi glanced at Kisame, his Sharingan eyes blazing with indifference. "Remember my words, Kisame," Itachi said plainly as he began walking in the direction Madara had stalked off to. "Anyone who dares to raise a hand against a comrade never dies a decent death. I won't ever repeat it to you." Kisame chuckled. "Are you afraid that I'm going to kill you while you sleep? As much as I hate to admit it, you're off the market as of now. That is, until Madara deems that you are no longer useful." Itachi remained silent as he continued walking. The older brother of Sasuke Uchiha came across a small clearing, where he saw Madara standing in the middle of the field with his back towards him. He wouldn't dare try to strike down the ancient Uchiha with his back turned, it wouldn't be effective. Despite being human, Madara Uchiha was said to be the only man able to rival Hashirama Senju, who was called the God of Shinobi, and for good reason. He not only beat the Kyuubi along with Madara in combat, he also sought out and restrained each tailed beast with ease and gave them away. If Madara, even in this weakened state, could even hold a fraction of his previous power, then Itachi was sure that the fight wouldn't last long, especially with Kisame just a bit away. He came to a halt and let the night's breeze wash over him, blowing his long hair to the side as he saw Madara's still form through his flowing bangs. "Itachi," Madara said after a minute, his back still turned towards the younger Uchiha. "What if I were to tell you that Naruto Uzumaki is currently in Konoha?" Itachi was a confident man. He believed in his own abilities. One of these abilities was his excellent control of his emotions, able to do almost anything with a blank face. He was even able to look his younger brother in the eye and cause him to hate him. But Itachi was none of those things now. His Sharingan eyes widened as his lips parted in surprise as he felt his heart drop into his stomach and twist. His eyes narrowed at Madara as he wiped the shock off his face. "What purpose was there in telling me that?" He rushed out, the worry evident in his distressed voice. Madara didn't even look back as he spoke. "I was curious as to how you would react. In about 3 months, he'll have been in the hidden leaf for about a year." Madara finally turned around, his single Sharingan meeting Itachi's. And what if I tell you that the person that he has probably grown closest to is... No, Itachi interrupted as he felt his face fall, but this time he didn't even bother to hide the despair from reaching his face. Yes, Madara replied, amused. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha seem to have hit it off quite well. They're best friends, and their friendship will only flourish because they were assigned to the same genin team. Why tell me all of this? To make me panic? To sow doubt and confusion within my mind? Itachi asked as his Manjikyu activated. Or is it to draw a line between my allegiance between the Akatsuki and the leaf? You don't fear for the leaf, Itachi, Madara's voice spoke darkly as his Sharingan eye seemed to glow. You fear for your little brother. You fear that Naruto could reveal the truth and undo all of the work you put into your precious younger brother. Itachi eased his emotions, his face returning to its usual emotionless mask. Naruto doesn't know the truth, he said before his eyes narrowed. Unless you told him. Madara merely shrugged his shoulders, his head tilting towards the night sky, his Sharingan eye gazing at the moon hanging in the sky. I told him no such thing. But we both know that he's exceptionally smart. You also seem to be the only member of the Akatsuki to even show the boy a shred of kindness. Perhaps you used Shirsue's Sharingan in order to lure him towards Konoha. Madara's true intentions dawned upon the younger Uchiha as Itachi felt his rapidly beating heart begin to calm down. If that's what you wanted to know, then you should have said it in the beginning. Neither of us are the type for small talk. Itachi stated. I merely thought it would be amusing to watch you squirm, Madara replied. Well, Itachi shook his head. I haven't used Kodo Amatsukami on Naruto, or anybody for that matter. I also doubt that it would affect him. The Kyuubi is able to regenerate limbs, I doubt Genjutsu would work. I see, Madara said, his voice's tone indicating that he was in deep thought. Itachi's Sharingan eyes bore into the man's relaxed form. Is that all? He asked, an annoyed edge in his tone. Madara nodded. Yes, was all he said before disappearing in his signature swirling vortex. Itachi let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. He quickly bit his thumb and slammed his palm on the ground, a small puff of smoke appearing in the clearing. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed a single crow. Itachi met the crow's black beady eyes before a Sharingan appeared in the crow's eyes. Go and show this to Hiruzen Sarutobi only. The crow squawked once before flapping away, its midnight-colored wings beating in the cold night air. Itachi stood up fully and closed his eyes, deactivating his Sharingan before turning around and heading back to camp. Naruto stood in front of Tsunade and Inari protectively, his sword hanging in the air with his right hand wrapped around the hilt as two thugs stood in the doorway of Tazuna's house. Just give us the woman and we'll be on our way, the one on the left said with a sinister grin. We'll even spare her of any unsavory things if she comes willingly. He trailed off. Tsunade's grip increased on Inari's shoulder before she kissed him on top of the hat. Fine, I'll come dash, she began as she took a step forward, only to stop as Naruto raised his left hand in the air, stopping her from continuing any further. If you so much as take one step closer, Naruto spoke in a low tone as he freely glared at the two thugs. I'll kill you. The thug on the right snorted and unsheathed his sword. Cocky brats like you never fail to make me la dash. He was cut off as he felt Naruto's sword pierce straight through his chest, the blonde glaring up at him. Today is not the day to test my word, Naruto whispered before he spun around in the air and kicked the thug on the left out of the door and onto the grass outside of the house, the thug on the right sliding off of Naruto's blade and crumpling to the floor. Naruto looked back at Tsunade and Inari, seeing them out of the corner of his eye. I'm sorry, neither of you should have seen that. He apologized before walking out the front door. Looking at the shaking thug, Naruto shoved his sword through the air, the tip of the blade stopping just a few hairs away from the cowering man's throat. Naruto released his killing intent, the quaking man now shaking like a leaf as he raised his hands up in the air, his eyes wide with fear as he met Naruto's angry blue eyes. I am sorry. He whimpered. I'll leave, and none of you will ever see me again. Naruto bent down, meeting his terror-filled gaze before his eyes turned a blood red. Run, Naruto whispered, his demonic voice causing the air to vibrate. The thug wet his pants and immediately shot up, running as fast as his legs could carry him. Naruto spun around on one leg and walked back inside, facing Tsunade and Inari, neither of which could tear their eyes away from the corpse. Naruto's face visibly saddened as he formed a clone that immediately took hold of the body and began carrying it outside. Naruto got down on his knees and pressed his forehead against the wood, bowing. "I apologize for killing someone in your home and exposing not only you, but Inari as well, to something so gruesome." Tsunade's eyes widened and she left Inari's side and embraced Naruto's still bowing form, wrapping her arms around his back and pressing her cheek onto the back of his head, holding him in a motherly embrace. "There's no need to apologize," she whispered. "You protected us, and we will never be able to repay you." After a minute, she released him and he stood up, a genuine smile on his face. "Thank you, I have to go to the bridge now. Something tells me that things aren't going too peachy on their side of things either." Tsunade nodded, tears in her eyes as she smiled at the blonde. "Hurry!" she cried out as Naruto sped out of the door. Inari rushed to the doorway, taking several steps outside. "Naruto Nizan!" he cried out, causing Naruto to halt and spin around, a look of shock spread across his face. "Thank you for being my hero." Naruto smiled warmly at Inari and only waved before taking off once again. Sasuke was getting annoyed. When Kakashi had engaged Zabuza, he had been given the task of beating Zabuza's partner and keep them away from the battle between the two jounin. At first it was easy. With his Sharingan he was able to track the shinobi's movements and dodge a few attacks, as well as landing a few small hits himself. However, Sasuke realized a bit too late that he had fallen for his opponent's trap. He was now surrounded by dozens of mirrors made of ice, a reflection of the masked assailant in every mirror as they all seemed to be looking at him. He had needles sticking out of his shoulders and back, a few also having pierced his arms and legs. He simply wasn't fast enough to dodge them all. His Sharingan was useful in terms of tracking and keeping the Ice Senbon within sight, but he realized quickly that the Ice user had him outmatched in speed, and no matter how good his Sharingan was, if he couldn't dodge the attacks then he'd simply watch himself get hit in slow motion. "Please surrender," the masked voice spoke, their voice amplified. "We don't need to fight," Sasuke grunted as he saw the blur of the figure dart between mirrors, agitated that he hadn't been able to land a proper hit on his opponent since they had put up their mirrors. He flew through several hand signs before blowing out a large fireball, it enveloping several mirrors. Sasuke then threw several kunai in random directions and waited. He heard a small thud and smirked in victory as he looked towards the mirrors on his left side and saw one of his kunai sticking out of the shinobi's right shoulder, blood slowly soaking into their clothes. The masked shinobi only looked at him, silent for a moment before 5 needles appeared in each hand. "Very well then. What's wrong, Kakashi?" Zabuza mocked from his hiding place, the Konoha jounin looking in all directions with both of his eyes as he tried to pinpoint Zabuza's position with no success. "Can't see me with that fancy eye of yours. The mist's techniques are superior to your dash." He was cut off as the mist on the bridge was blown away by a heavy breeze. "What the dash?" Kakashi saw Zabuza bent down, his knees bent and almost touching the ground just a few meters in front of him. His eyes widened as he saw Naruto appear above Zabuza, his right arm raised above his head, the silver steel reflecting the sun, his elbow covering the lower half of his face as Kakashi saw the vermilion eyes of the Kyuubi glowing. Naruto swung the sword down, but both Naruto and Kakashi let out a confused yelp as Naruto was pulled by an invisible force across the bridge, crashing into the ice mirrors where Sasuke was fighting Zabuza's partner and shattering them on impact. Kakashi stood to go assist his student, but was halted by Zabuza as he was forced to dodge a swipe from the man's large sword. "You aren't going anywhere, Hatake." Sasuke was looking at Naruto with unbelieving eyes, the blonde sitting on the concrete bridge with shattered ice littered around him, slowly melting as the blonde rubbed the back of his neck. "What the hell was that?" Naruto muttered as he stood up, looking at Sasuke's form and his lips curled downward slightly. "You look like a porcupine. And you look like the sun decided to piss on your hair," Sasuke replied back dully, a deadpan on his face. Naruto touched his bright blonde hair with a comical frown. "This was my dad's hair color," he said in a hurt tone. "Ahem," Haku coughed from behind her mask, facing both teens. Naruto's frown turned genuine as he looked between Sasuke and Haku. "I don't want to fight you, Haku-chan," Naruto said after a second. Haku only shook her head as if disappointed. "Don't lower yourself to a broken record, Naruto-kun," she said almost sweetly as she removed her mask, revealing her clear porcelain skin and dark hazel eyes, reflecting sadness. "There's nothing you can do." "Bullshit," Naruto spat out, surprising Sasuke, who hasn't seen Naruto ever get truly angry before. But here he was now, the blonde's fists were shaking and he was looking at the enemy shinobi with righteous anger. "You have a choice." "This is my choice," Haku whispered. "He saved me. And now, I'll serve him as his tool until I've grown dull." "Serve him?" Naruto echoed as his face twisted. "You'd serve someone who would destroy an entire village's once chance at hope." "Naruto," Sasuke butt in, nudging the blonde with his elbow as he met the clear blue eyes that belonged to the Uzumaki. "I'm not sure what's going on, or what type of history you two have, but right now we have a mission to do." "But Naruto protested, but was silenced as Sasuke glared at him like never before. "Enough!" he shouted. "Trust me, if there was a way I could get out of this without getting more needles pressed into my body, I would. But it's obvious she won't relent, words won't work on her, you idiot." Haku held up her hands, ice needles forming in her palms almost instantly as she threw them at the two boys, but Naruto and Sasuke both managed to dodge them all as Naruto could feel a small spike of chakra on the other end of the bridge. "Their fight is almost over," Naruto whispered, almost hopeful as the sound of 1,000 birds chirping surrounded the three teenagers. Haku turned around and saw Zabuza badly wounded, being held down by multiple dogs who had their teeth sunk into his flesh, Kakashi standing just a few feet away from him, lightning surrounding his right hand as he began running forward. Haku looked back at Naruto and smiled gently at the blonde as his eyes widened. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she called out as she summoned an ice mirror. She tried jumping into the reflective substance, but was held back as Naruto wrapped his arms around her and began dragging her back. "I can't let you do that," Naruto protested. Haku flailed wildly in his arms as she tried to break free. "Naruto-kun, stop it. Let go of me, I have to help Zabuza-sama." "Let go!" she screamed, her fists slamming down on Naruto's hands that were clasped within one another, but the blonde refused to let go as he grit his teeth in exertion. "I won't let you throw your life away," Naruto roared as he suddenly flung Haku back, sending the older girl flying through the air. Her head shot towards Kakashi and Zabuza and her eyes widened, tears gathering in the corner of them as she saw Kakashi's right arm going straight through Zabuza's chest. "Zabuza-sama!" she screamed as she dashed towards him hysterically, his body falling in slow motion as she couldn't even hear her own screaming. She only felt herself hit something and a pair of arms wrap around her as tears flooded out of her eyes. "I'm sorry," Naruto whispered into her ear as he rubbed her back gently, his grip on her never waning as Haku fell limp into his arms, her muffled sobs reaching Naruto and Sasuke's ears as Naruto held a deep frown on his face as he felt Haku's shaking form. Sasuke sent Naruto a look that said, "We'll talk about this later," and Naruto nodded in response as he set his chin atop of Haku's dark hair, his shirt getting wet from Haku's continuous tears. He didn't care though. She could cry as much as she needed to. As long as she didn't forget how to smile, she would be fine. A slow, mocking clap drew the attention of the shinobi on the bridge as they looked over to the end of the bridge, where Gato was standing next to a tall figure wearing a plain red mask with a single black line drawn horizontally across the middle of the mask as well as about 100 thugs. "Well, I have to hand it to myself, I'm really a genius," the short man shouted as he took a few steps forward to separate himself from his miniature army of thugs. "I knew you guys would tire each other out, now it's cheaper. You shinobi always cost so much anyway." He glanced back at the mask-wearing man behind him. "Why can't you be like him? He practically sold his soul to me for nothing." Naruto's eyes drifted to the mask-wearing man and felt his danger senses screaming at him. He watched the mask-wearing man step up next to Gato before his right hand shot out from under his cloak, grabbing Gato by the neck. Gato's glasses fell off of his face and onto the concrete below, the lenses shattering as it hit the bridge. Gato clawed at the man's iron grip but had no success as he futilely kicked the man in the chest. "You seem to have mixed it up," The masked man's voice was deep, it sounding almost exactly as Toby when he used his Madara voice. Was he a new member of the AKATSUKI? You sold your soul to me the moment you accepted my offer of assistance. The hand wrapped around Gato's throat squeezed until a loud snap emitted from Gato's form as his body went limp in the man's grip, his head flopping to the left. The masked man threw Gato's corpse off of the bridge and laughed. And now I possess everything that Cretan did. He turned around, his back facing the Konoha shinobi as he addressed the thugs in front of him, his blank mask unnerving the small army. This includes you lot. To ensure betrayal does not occur, I will be doubling all of your pay starting now. Any objections? Fuck no. A distant shout came from the crowd as all of the men seemed to agree, a cheer erupting from the masses as the man chuckled as he turned to face the shinobi, the empty abyss of his eye holes in his mask bored deep into Naruto, who felt as if he could die at any moment. Naruto Uzumaki, the masked man said, as if remembering something from another lifetime. How interesting it is to find not one. He turned to Sasuke and nodded. But two children of all but extinct clans in the same place. It must be destiny, my running into the descendants of such powerful shinobi clans. Who are you? Naruto whispered, unable to find it in himself to raise his voice any further. He felt as if it weren't his place. He felt Haku press her face into his chest as he felt her breath begin to steady. He glanced down at the ice user with a sober expression. This is bad, the blonde thought as he looked back up at the unnerving man. This guy's on a whole other level. I can't even beat Kakashi-sensei, let alone this freak. Kakashi-sensei isn't strong enough to face him one-on-one, especially with all of those thugs. Damn it, I guess you aren't just some random shinobi, so I'll tell you. The man said. I was given no name upon by coming into this world. However, I guess you could call me the Shinigami. The Shinigami? Naruto whispered. What type of egotistical freak is he? At least he isn't saying he's a god. Wait, what do you mean by I'm not just some random shinobi? The masked man was quiet for a full minute before responding. I suppose if you really need an answer, I guess you could say that you and I have the same blood running through our veins. Naruto's eyes widened. And I don't mean in terms of a family tree, mind you, what runs through our veins is something no other person on this earth possesses besides us two. The last few words of his sentence grew sinister, his voice raising in volume as he gestured around him. I have no idea what you mean. Naruto responded as he looked at the masked man with fear in his eyes. You're insane. The Shinigami brought his hands back down and withdrew them within his cloak as he only shook his head. You don't understand, not yet. One day you will, that I can promise you. And on that day, when you believe you are stronger than me, we will battle. He spun around on his heel and looked back, a purple glow coming from the eye holes of his mask. And that is when I shall take your life in order to complete my own. Naruto watched as the man and the rest of his army began climbing off of the bridge. He wanted to shout out at the masked-wearing man, ask him what he meant, what his intentions truly were. But he couldn't. This man had already vowed to kill him. If he angered him, he might change his mind and end him right then and there. He couldn't die, not now. He looked down at Haku's sleeping form with a sad smile spread across his face. He was responsible for her now. Even if she hated him, he would bear that hate as long as she kept living. Naruto closed his eyes, hearing Sasuke approaching him from behind. Who was he? The Uchiha asked. Naruto didn't even open his eyes and he spoke. I honestly have no idea. He spoke in a hushed whisper. I don't want to think about it anymore. Sasuke nodded, understanding as he looked over to Kakashi, who was sitting with his back against the wall, his chest still heaving up and down from the fight. I think we've been gone from the village for too long, Sasuke commented with a small shake of his head. I'm tired of smelling salt. Naruto chuckled. Me too, he replied. He opened his eyes to see Haku's face, the peacefulness of sleep on her face. He let out a long sigh. The road ahead was only going to get harder from now on, and he had to be ready.